Easy.
Holy.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast. Salt to the streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Uh-oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Uh-oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Uh-oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Uh-oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation. We need some information, and that's why SOT need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the SOT of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why SOT need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the SOT of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why SOT need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the SOT of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why SOT need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the SOT of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why SOT need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And just like a red, white, and blue phoenix rising from the ashes of political bipartisanship, we are back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
This is Friday, December 3rd, 5:24 p.m., episode 119.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Salt of the Streets podcast, your one and only source for all the social and political news. Oh my God. Social and political commentary on all the weekly news, pop culture, sports that you can handle. The best part about the whole deal, when I don't forget, it's all built from the ground up for people like you and me, the everyday normal person. So come down and join us as we discuss life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and continue our endless endeavor to bridge the gap between people and information. As always, we are your hosts. I'm Colin.
I am Donovan.
And joining us today, and verifying we don't have any audio problems, Larry Dixon, the man, the legend himself.
Glad to be back. Thanks for having me back.
Oh, hell
boys.
yeah, buddy. Annie, you are always welcome here.
Always.
You should know that by now.
We've had him on, I think, 3 times in the last 3 months.
Right.
So we obviously like you.
Yeah, last episode when
right before
Nils
Creatrix
was here, I was like, oh shit, Nils, this is your 3rd appearance on the show. I was like, you might be at the top. I was like, oh wait, Larry's probably got that spot, man.
Yes.
100%.
Because yeah, he was 3 times.
It's so funny because anytime
I
I'm
kind of forget
talking
we're
to
doing the
somebody
show
about
again.
the podcast
Like we're live.
and
It's weird.
they ask me about it, they're like, how did you and Larry
Uh-huh.
get hooked up? Like, how did that happen? Like, it was totally random, and now we're just really good friends. Like, it's like such a weird, just because it's a local thing, you know? So,
Yeah.
like,
100%. Just
how did
because
you,
we
like-
vibe so hard.
Yeah, and because they're
Hard
always like,
vibe.
isn't he like he was too old like for you to go to school together, right? Like, yeah, but it doesn't matter. We're adults now, and in high school doesn't matter. So don't worry about it.
Once everyone can get drunk together, like it pretty much all buffs out.
That's
Yeah.
all that matters.
And thank God we live in the future. Because, like, I've never seen you in person. And I count you
Yes.
as one of my close friends, Larry. I mean,
We literally
we
talk
text all the
almost
time.
every single day.
Exactly.
Every single day.
It's pretty fantastic. I love living in the future. Sometimes. Sometimes it gets really dark.
Yeah. When they try not to ruin it.
God damn it.
Yeah, they're trying real hard, bro. Every day I feel like, oh my God. So, anyways, we should probably finish out the intro. And and I'm so glad I flubbed the opening line because how else could we do justice to the show if I don't have an opening line flub on the last Salt the Streets episodes of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to be around a lot more throughout the rest of the month, and we are going to be featured in some
I'll be
more
here.
content because we're going to be doing we got all sorts of shooting videos and stuff. that
Everyone
we
shooting
shot
last weekend? Yep.
It was amazing. So you're going to see us there. I got the holiday beer time review show going on every day until the 24th, and then I'm going to take a fucking week off because screw you people.
Because Christmas.
Because I want to drink beer in private sometimes.
Because it's my birthday.
That's right. It is. Are
you a Christmas baby?
Christmas Eve.
Oh, dog.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had to get him 2
What a
presents
terrible
this
day
year.
for your parents.
It's horrible.
That's huge.
It's horrible.
For your parents when they had you, Christmas is my favorite holiday, so celebrating you is gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
It's going to be fantastic, but we might have to figure out a way to even distantly do some shared beer time on your birthday.
Deal.
It'll be fucking dope because you'll
Deal.
be. I would assume if the track record holds, because it's different now, with your family life
Right.
and all that now, but. Usually you just get hella blazed on your birthday.
Yeah, do you
So-
know? Well, last year I didn't because last year was Dax was
yep.
a baby. But
do
the
it.
year before Dax was born, do you know what Rick Simpson oil is, Larry?
No.
Rick Simpson oil is a cannabis concentrate, and it's made for you to be able to consume it.
You put it in these little pill capsules.
Yeah.
and-
So it comes in
Yeah.
a a
Hold on.
syringe, and it's just like a little. It's like dabbing, but you're meant to eat it.
Yeah.
And so I took one of those. It comes in a 10 milligram syringe, and usually you could break it up in 10 capsules. You'll still feel pretty good, And so I split it up into 4 capsules, and I was like, I'm gonna take all these in one day. And
going on the hero's journey.
I got to 3/4 of a gram, and I was like if someone was gonna die from weed, this is how they would feel. It's how I feel right now. So I never took the 4th one. I went to the Cloverleaf. I was trying to go to a bar on my birthday, watch some football, have some beers, and so I took 3/4 of this gram Rick Simpson oil throughout the day. Sitting at the bar watching the Hawks game. It was just me and my brother-in-law. And I knew that I took it, and it took me an hour to convince myself to get up and take a piss because I was so paranoid of just being in the bar. And then when I finally got up to go to the bathroom, I was standing there taking a piss, and my heart is just slamming. And that's when I was like, this is how you would feel if you were going to die. Like exactly how I feel right now.
That's the
And
point where I
You
pass
did that
out.
on your birthday?
Yes.
My God, I'm shocked there was even a bar open. I'm glad you could be around people. That's
The
that's how you
Cloverleaf.
lose people.
The Cloverleaf, baby.
OG Bremerton.
Yes.
I've never been there. I've never.
What
been
the
there.
Oh, bro.
fuck?
Yeah,
That's
'cause,
like
like,
the
go there for
spot.
pizza.
You don't even have to be 21 to go there. That's just the spot. That's the community spot. What are you talking
Well,
about?
before you guys, I really only talked to one person consistently from home.
Like I left that
we would
place
just
behind
always
for a
just hang-
reason.
Yeah. I'm the worst. And you guys see me. I literally drop off the face of the earth, and then I come in with 16 text messages. You'll answer them all, and I just won't respond.
Well, when you come to town, we're going to the Cloverleaf, and we're going to get some pizza because that's
got
the
good
thing
pizza.
is Cloverleaf Pizza. That's the spot. Yeah, they've got
That's the spot.
they've got 25 different beer handles. They got a bunch of different taps. I know you don't drink beer, but I drink beer.
The guy looks
So,
good.
Yeah.
But yeah, the pizza.
they have lots
The
of good
pizza
tequila.
is the spot. So, and if there are people there, then they will stay open. And usually the Hawks will play on Christmas Eve, and so
Oh yeah, that's like a thing, isn't it?
yes,
Usually.
yeah.
usually, not always, but usually. And if the Hawks are playing, then the Cloverleaf is definitely going to be full.
Oh, yeah.
And so I've been there for a couple of different Hawks games on my birthday. And been there for a few hours, and then Jordan's family gets together in the evening. So I went to Jordan's family's house after that,
Oh.
and Jordan was all pregnant and stuff, and I was fucking fucked up. Oh, I was fucked up. It was bad. Yeah.
Dude, last time I took Rick Simpson oil, Larry, it was on my birthday. What, 2 years ago? Because we were still
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
back
yeah.
then, right?
I even broke it up into
and all that.
12 or 15 capsules.
There was
like
10. It was 10.
Oh,
It
there
was
was 10.
legit.
Okay.
But
It was
I,
10, he said.
yeah, I took one right before the show, and then I was, just kind of feeling real mellow and shit by the time the show was over. Little did I know it just was taking some time, and so I popped another one. By the end of the night, I was talking to other beings.
Yeah.
By the end of the night, I was high for 3 days.
It's awesome.
It was rough. It's one thing, you know.
What is it called?
Rick Simpson oil. It is named.
Simpson oil. Okay.
It is named after a Nova Scotian farmer named Rick Simpson, and
Nova Scotia.
he was a hemp farmer, and he got cancer, and he had heard about people using cannabis to deal with cancer, and so he started growing cannabis instead of just hemp, and he made this concentrate that looks just like black
Tar.
Yeah, it looks like heroin, but it's a cannabis concentrate, and he ate it, and it actually has been shown in some studies to kill cancer cells. It speeds up the process of cell death, but it preserves healthy cells, and so it will actually, in some instances, attack cancer cells and speed up the death process to get those cancer cells out of your body.
Hey, smoke weed every
That's
day.
Oh my God.
That's a thing.
Damn.
Oh, so you're really doing it for longevity?
I really did it for my health.
You're working on
Yeah,
them telomeres,
100%.
you know?
Being high is just a side effect, just a thing that happens. Can't do anything about it. It's just part of the game. So I accept it as it is.
Oh my God, that's great.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens this year. I don't really know. I usually get together for breakfast, with family and stuff like that, and then I'll go to the bar in the middle of the day during Dax's nap. He's down, so Jordan will go home. I'll meet up with my friends or something like that at the bar, and then go and do family stuff again in the evening.
Yeah, depending on what's up, we might have to swing by.
Let's hit up the bar.
Because we're heading down to the Haba. Gig
There you
Haba. Go hang out with my brother's future in-laws.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah,
then
You
we
have a brother?
I do have a brother.
He's been on the podcast before.
Yeah. What episode? A long time ago.
Long
His
time
name's
ago.
Chad.
What's it?
He's a wild man.
Chad, how are you? Younger? Or are you older?
I'm older.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I
he's
just
my
like to
little
see.
bitch. I mean, my little brother.
How old is Chad?
He's the same age as my wife. I actually got in trouble the other day because I
That was
accidentally
gold.
said she was 34. And she got
said,
very
"Colin!"
She chased me and slapped me.
Yeah, that's never gonna go over. I don't know what
awesome.
it's weird. 30 is just a weird age, I guess. I can't wait. I've been like dying to be 40 since I was like 18. So I just like in my head, I'm gonna hit my stride at 40. So like I've been dying to get old. Every time I get older, I'm just like I'm seasoned. I understand more. I see more. Like it's crazy. Like I know that I'm getting old when like the weekend goes away. And you can't trade. You can't do any stocks on the weekend. So like, I get like bored and I get giddy just looking at stocks. I look at everything. I'm just like, man, I just want to get back in the game and just get back after it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love
So I'm
it.
getting old.
So we were
Old soul.
talking for the show. Actually, let's take this shot real quick, and when we do that, we'll hit the socials just as a little reminder.
And I should
Oh,
say,
yep, there we go.
it's JP Trodden.
Whoa.
It's a local
Oh.
bourbon from, I think, Linwood.
Let me see that man on the back of there. Is that JP Trodden?
That's JP. Yeah, that's Grandpa Trodden, JP,
Okay.
to his friends. He traversed the Okanagan between U.S. and Canada, delivering mail along the Star Route. JP politely evaded the prohibitionists and his mailbag of letters and spirits. So he was delivering mail
Alcohol.
and alcohol.
Okay. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's Woodinville, and
Here for
about every year, Jake and Morgan buy me one for my birthday, and it
Excellent.
is some of the best bourbon I've ever had. It's aged 6 years. It's fucking. You're about to find out how fantastic it is.
Fuck yeah. We referenced earlier the beer reviews that Colin has been doing of the beer calendar. You guys can find that on our socials on the YouTube. Obviously, where you're watching us now, it's Salt of the Streets, the Instagram, Salt of the Streets, or Facebook. Fuck Facebook, it's Salt of the Streets. Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there and get signed up. We dropped our second edition of the Salty Newsletter last week. For third tier subscribers, go there, subscribe there, and get those articles from Colin and I, handwritten, hand prepared, delivered to you beautifully, intact. Discord, Salt of the Streets. We have everything there, saltofthestreets.com.
Yep.
Personal social media, I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. Larry said Larry the Tax Man in some variation of these things. Atlas A&T is really the important name here, is Atlas A&T. If you want to try and get your taxes done, if he likes you enough, if you're special enough, he may take your money. Obviously, we have also leggings and aprons on Instagram for the cakes. We have Lexi Kaya on Twitch. Swell Blended if you need a haircut over the next couple of weeks. Location skate shop in Burlington for skateboard.
And cheers to that, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Larry.
Cheers to you, Larry. Cheers to the last episode of the year.
Yep.
Love it.
Wow.
That's so good.
So it feels, when you shoot it, You're like, well, this is gonna be rough.
Nope.
Very smooth.
Very smooth. That's the beauty. It's
I
so
like that a
fucking
lot.
good.
I'm a big fan. Thank you, Grandpa Trodden.
I felt
I
that
can't
one
believe
going
you guys
all the
did
way
it.
down.
That was nice.
It was good.
Yeah, it's
Felt it
it's
crawl
nice
down
and
my
warm.
throat and then splash along my
Yes, it's seriously the mouthfeel of it is hot. Like it's
Yeah.
gonna be intense,
spicy.
but it's so chill.
Yep.
I'm
Doesn't
a big
burn the
fan.
throat that much.
No, I'm a big fan of that.
It's good shit.
So let's do this. Had a lot of big wins this week, Larry. A lot of big wins today. Actually,
Yeah.
big wins
Yeah.
today.
Oh yeah, lay it all out. He's gonna love this.
Oh yeah, made some movements on the truck, refinanced my truck, right? So finally got all that figured
Okay.
out because I'm gonna brag a little bit, officially back in the 700 club on my credit, right?
Good.
Officially.
Good,
Took me a
good,
long time to
good.
get back there. Bucked up right when I
love
bought the truck. I had something hit collections. It was a whole deal. We talked about it on the cast.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it was a whole
from
deal.
Years ago, it was like, what
Yeah.
the fuck?
Battled back
Yeah.
to the 700 club. So when I called refinance my truck today, my credit score was even higher than I thought it was, which is nice.
Oh yeah.
Moved
Yes.
up my limits and stuff to give me better ratios. So I'm gonna move my credit score up a little bit more. Very
Yeah.
excited. Very good. So I'm saving for a house. We're making big moves here.
Good.
We're looking
Good.
good. So
Good.
next year,
Yes.
it's gonna be the year of the house, the year of the baby. We're moving up.
Strong year.
Where's the house gonna be at?
It's tough business.
The market will dictate.
And that's like, right? We've talked about Kitsap County. Living in Kitsap County, buying a house in Kitsap County is just about unattainable for any less than $500,000,
Yep.
which is, that's insane. That's retarded. That doesn't, I told Colin, I think maybe before, the issue, one of the many issues I have with that is that I've lived here my entire life, so I know how much those houses are worth. I know what that house is worth. I know
Yes.
that when it looks exactly the same today as it did 5 years ago, your plus 100K in value means shit. It means absolutely nothing because your house has only degraded in value because you haven't done anything.
Yep.
It's only gotten worse over the last 5 years because you haven't done anything. But now you think that it's worth $100,000 more dollars. I know that it's not because I can fucking see it, and I lived here when it was worth $100,000 less. So I can't even hardly fathom paying somebody what they're asking for because I know that it's not worth that much money.
Yeah, and you don't want to be the guy that buys a $500,000 house, has a mortgage up
holds
the
it.
ass, and then 2 years later the market crashes. Your house is now worth $300K again.
That's what I'm saying, and then I'm underwater $150,000 because I
Yeah.
bought a house at the wrong time. Fuck you.
Yep.
It's gonna be tough. Listen, real estate's tough. I spent a lot of time there, and you're talking about basically the ultimate problem. I'm a little bit more positive on the future outlook, right? And so whenever you buy a house,
Would that be
I hate
bullish?
selling
Are you
stuff.
bullish on the housing front?
Yeah,
Who's bullish on
my
everything?
friends- 100%. That's what I was gonna say. My friends call me stupid because they're like you think everything's gonna be just fine. Because I basically went through my thesis on stocks, crypto, everything, and everything. I'm just like in the long run we'll be fine, right? Or we'll be terrible, which is one prep. And so what I'll say is, yes, it doesn't feel good to like have the house right now and like buying it right now with the thought of holding it. But in the 20-year prospect, it's going to be worth even more. And at the very least, it's going to be worth a rental. So that's what I'm saying.
And so obviously there's a lot of factors to be thrown in. My wife does not want to live here for a myriad of reasons. One of them is business. It would be easier for her to start her business in another state, specifically a southern state where they want you, frankly,
support
where
your
they
freedom.
want you to have a business. They want you to succeed, whereas in northern states, they don't. They want to take
Yes.
and extract as much money from you as possible. And if you're doing it on your own in a private business venture, then that's great. And if you're doing it working for us or for another private company, we don't give a shit as long as we're getting ours. That's really what it is here. Whereas in the South, they're like, you can make money baking shit in your own house, go for it. We don't care. If people are going to buy it, then you can sell it, and we don't give a fuck. And obviously that lends better to someone who's trying to start a baking business out of their house. So because that, as you know, it adds things I have to buy on my house. I have to buy a house that also I can add a baking station in the downstairs that can be separate from everything else so that Jordan can start a business. I have to be able to have at least a semblance of a podcast studio in part of it because I'm going to have 2 children and I may not be able to drive from wherever I live to Hansville every other week just to record a podcast with 2 children, So the list of things I'm going to have is growing, which obviously adds to the price, which doesn't make me want to buy a house anymore. And it's hard when you see the prices here. Like I said, $500,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, which is not crazy. That's not unreasonable. That's for a family of 4. That's a pretty reasonable ask. Like that's not a crazy thing to expect. I mean, and when you look at the prices here compared to in the South, and they're fucking like almost half of that for more land as well.
Oh yeah.
It's like, why
Georgia's
would
a hot
I?
market right
Why
now.
would I want to stay here? Why would I stay here? And it's because
pretty.
because my job, because it's beautiful here, and I have a weird. This is the most irrational thing about me, is I feel an emotional tie to this area that to me feels almost ancient or ancestral, that I feel that it's important for me to stay here and defend the values that I believe in and try and preserve the place that I love. And I almost feel like it's my responsibility to do what I can to convince the people of this area that freedom is the way, that individuality is the way, that personal prosperity is the way. But obviously, as the things go further on, deeper into COVID, deeper into authoritarianism, it's harder for me to imagine that I could do that, but that the whatever it is part of me gets hardened even more. That's like, well, fuck you. Then I'm going to try even harder to show you that to preserve the place we love, we need to allow people to be individuals.
Jordan
and we need
says
to embrace
Florida.
that. Jordan wants to go to Florida. I don't want to go to Florida.
I ain't fucking with her.
I'm not sold on Florida. I remain unsold on Florida. It is the armpit of the United States. It is hot and gross.
Did
I
you
don't
see
want to be uncomfortable.
That old DeSantis down there in Florida is
In daily life, I mean.
looking at activating, essentially reestablishing the state guard compared to the National Guard, which means like a legit, like on the books, on paper, legit state militia, because that's what that would be.
Yeah.
Right? I'm a huge fan of that, but still, kind of fuck Florida though, because it's Florida.
That's what I'm saying. I don't mind. I'm not trying to be a bitch because I don't mind being uncomfortable. I don't want to be uncomfortable on a daily basis. Being hot makes me angry. It makes me being hot makes me very angry.
It's probably good
makes
for
me
content,
grumpy.
though,
I don't
so.
like it.
You get
you know?
used to it. You get used to it. I'm telling you, it's perfect.
So-
Secondly, don't go to Florida. Florida's basically like California East, basically.
It's like Texas. It's too late. I feel like it's too late to go to Florida.
So it's not too late. It just depends where you go. Like I think it's too crowded for me personally. I think we will stay in the Midwest. Like we'll stay in Oklahoma for a little bit. So like,
That's
I'll
what I'm
probably
saying.
be here for like a year. Yeah, I would recommend go to the Midwest. Like Wyoming's really.
That's what I said. That is what I said. Like, if you want to learn to be self-sufficient, let's go to fucking Wyoming. You're going to have to stay in the house for 3 weeks because it's going to be too snowy to go anywhere.
I'm a
if you
huge
want
fan
to
of
be
this
self-sufficient, let's go to fucking Wyoming. That's what I said. Jordan's like, I don't know. I don't want to be cold. I don't want to be uncomfortable, she says. I don't know who says that. That's a crazy thing to say. I don't want to be uncomfortable.
Being uncomfortable
Did you
is
say
the
that?
best thing.
No. I never said that.
Oh shit! Look
Yeah.
now.
No, she
crying.
doesn't like to be cold, and I don't like to be hot. And I'm like, the thing about it is that it's easier to make yourself warm than it is to make yourself cool.
Well, in a place like Wyoming,
She said, I
there's
hate
at least
the
2
snow.
seasons. So you have hot and you have cold.
Yeah.
So half the year she's happy, and half the year you're happy.
And I told her, I'm like, that you also
Seems like an
just
even split.
you just get good at snowmobiling. When you can't drive your
yeah.
car, you just snowmobile into wherever you
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
go. You put a little sled on the back of it, take it into town, get all the shit that you need that you don't already have yourself, that you can't supply yourself. Get back home, no problem. I'm all about Wyoming. I'm all about it. Montana, Wyoming, either of those places I would go to.
Oh fuck yeah! I'm a huge fan of Wyoming, especially the hunting laws in Wyoming, and the hunting in Wyoming is legit.
What I'm
gonna go hunt some antelope. You want to go get an antelope? The American pronghorn? Do it in Wyoming, and then I don't have to spend like $900 for a tag.
Just to clear it up, you're gonna go somewhere that's not warm. You're just gonna stay away from the heat.
I prefer the cold. I would rather be cold than hot.
I can always put more clothes
You're a
on. I
monster.
can only
I can
take off
always
so many
put
clothes.
more clothes on. Yes.
That's the way it is, bro.
I hear you.
I want to know if more people die from heat exhaustion or from hypothermia.
Ooh.
We live in the 21st century in America.
Doesn't
We're
matter.
very blessed. it's a fact to find. I don't think it's gonna happen the way you think it's gonna happen.
Jordan, I'll buy you an electric coat. How about that? It's an electrically heated coat. We'll have solar panels that'll charge it for you. It'll be legit. You'll be nice and toasty, and the snow will be pretty.
I think we just meet in the middle here. And this is what I've been telling my wife.
Ooh.
I think we
Alaska.
just stay in Oklahoma. So never Alaska. I will never go to Alaska. First off, I recently found out, and apparently when I started telling people this, I get made fun of a lot. I recently found out it's dark there for 6 months.
It depends on how high up you go, but yeah.
So that's just an absolute no. Do you know how sad I would be in the
It
dark?
makes people sad.
They're real sad.
It makes people sad.
Yeah, real
I got
sad.
something in Washington.
Try going to
We-
Nome, bro. Ooh. You ever seen that
To
movie,
where?
30 Days of Dark, or 30 Days of Night,
Yeah.
I think is what it's called?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
graphic-
With the vampires.
It's fucking great. But yeah, there's legit areas up there. Like, Nome is all the way fucking up there. Barrow, Alaska, I think is the most furthest north you can go, where it's legit pitch black for 3 months out of the year. That's
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I would be so broken.
the sun
it gets
being out
darker.
too for those 3 months where it does not get dark. Also fucks with
Right.
Robin
'cause
Williams
it's-
movie
yeah.
about that shit. Insomniac, one of those. It's one of his like dramatic
Yeah,
roles.
Insomniac. You just be up forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do it. I think the move is to move somewhere where the cost of living's super low, and then instead of like being like so geared towards being in one place, just take mini vacations. Because I think, for example, like if you go a $500,000 house, you're gonna have a mortgage of like $2,700 a month, right?
Which is insane.
Our mortgage is like
Insane.
$800. Yeah, we have a 1,700 square foot home, 4 bedrooms, two baths. 2-car garage.
Soft
And-
Shut
flex
your
over here.
fucking
Look at that.
mouth.
Soft flex.
It's not a soft flex. This is what I'm saying. It's cheap, and so
Move
what
to
you do
Oklahoma.
with
Soft flex.
you take that money though, and then you just roll it over, and then like you could just take more vacations. Like I'm reading 4-Hour Work Week, and the real thing I'm taking away is that like
Oh,
the
4-Hour Work
real
Week.
key- yeah, just complete control over your time and money,
Yep.
and I think that's where we all want to get to. And I
Yeah.
think once you have that, it's just like if it's shorter cost of living, you could go spend 3 weeks in Florida. Then you can let your wife, push that out of your system. You
Yep.
can
Yeah.
take some William Simpson pills.
William
That's not it.
Simpson,
What-
baby.
Rick Simpson.
Rick Simpson. Listen, I'm working on it. You can take some Rick Simpson pills. You have the best 3 weeks ever, and then you'll be in Florida, and then you get the best of both worlds.
Yeah. And that's, I also, my skills, as weird as the job I have is, translate rather well to southern states where there's like a shitload of manufacturing and stuff. That's what my experience is.
I don't want to
manufacturing,
live in the parka for the rest of my
It's-
life.
No, yeah. So that's Jordan said something last time we were talking about it about like, oh, like I might get a job if we move somewhere because my skills of whatever, like working in restaurants and stuff like that. And I was like, which is not necessarily untrue, is it? But while my job is very specific of the medical manufacturing, I've also worked with design. I've worked in manufacturing this entire time. I've worked with different materials. I work with different tolerance percentages. I've worked with all these different things as far as materials go. So I have no problem stepping right into a job in another type of material manufacturer, some type of fabric manufacturer, and doing exactly what I'm doing now in a different setting. There's nothing to say that I can't.
So, but here's the real question, right? Because if you move to a place like Oklahoma, just as an example, right?
Yes.
Here we go. Now we're getting there.
If the cost of living is much lower than it is here, right?
What's my pay going to be when I go there?
Exactly.
Yes.
The salaries being made at that point, the income being made is generally not. If you,
It's definitely
and I-
not going
and
to
I
be
should-
what I make right now.
but I should caveat it to say, like, if you participate in the local economy, nowadays, because of the internet, you don't necessarily have to. You could live wherever the fuck you want as long as you're making your living online. So that way, you don't have to go work. Like the minimum wage in various states varies so wildly. That's always a good idea of, that's one of the arguments against minimum wage in general, right? Is like you raise it to $15 in Oklahoma, nobody can afford to pay that. You raise it to that in Seattle, they just do it because they want to, because
Right.
they have all that fuck you money anyways.
and then everything costs more.
Yeah. Now, I wanted to ask you about this real quick, Larry. You brought up the 4-Hour Work Week, written by the great and powerful Tim Ferriss. Donovan, do you know who Tim Ferriss is?
heard that name
Okay.
I've heard this book before. I've never read
So,
You heard the book? You need to read it.
yeah, you definitely got to read it. It's legit. It's super tiny. It's built for people that only have 4 hours to work. But I want to ask you about Tim Ferriss because I have not about Tim Ferriss, but about his overall message in the 4-hour genre of things, especially the 4-hour work week, because that's like his main joint. I walked away from that having some serious issues with that because, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of building that 4-hour work week for yourself involves a lot of outsourcing of your time. Wait, why do something yourself when you can pay somebody a small amount of money that will do that job for you, and then it's just a matter of checking in and you're good, right? And unfortunately, when you're particular in the kind of the way he outlines the business model of, say, pushing product or whatever it is that you're going to do, it involves outsourcing generally outside the country because we don't have competitive wage markets in America.
100%.
I don't like the concept of hooking yourself up at the expense of the rest of the American economy, if you will. If everybody was doing the Tim Ferriss 4-hour work week, we end up in the same boat with supply shortages and shit like that if anything goes haywire at any time, because 100% of your product and your workflow is outsourced overseas, which is how you're able to make that time and make that money.
Yep.
On black and white, on paper, it really makes sense. If you're looking at the bottom line, that's the way to do it, which is why we don't make anything in America anymore. We rely on all these other countries. But thankfully, there is a new economy that has grown up and is still in its infancy on the internet. So I think there's a way around that where you can build an economy much more locally, but yet globally, because everybody's working on the internet at that point. Fairly soon, I would project that most people's workforce, their labor participation, all that, will mostly be online anyways, because you only need a few people to make things, and soon enough we'll automate all those jobs anyways. But that's my main kind of point of contention when I was going through that book, and I was like, yeah, this is a great idea, and I would love to do that. You just got to come up with an idea and a product, and you got to market it, and then you outsource all this stuff. And then you just sit back and you have passive income forever, and then you're just chilling. But like morally, ethically, I had issues with the idea of outsourcing all that labor because I would rather pay Americans to do that. But that also means that I have to suffer on the back end with a smaller bottom line. Where are you at in that realm of thinking?
So where I've kind of got is combining what he's helped people build, which is basically what he's saying is, I read it differently than you, right? You said outsource and make the thing cost less. I read it as I need to raise the level of value I'm providing to get to a higher ticket item thing, right? And so you see it in my industry where I go from just doing tax returns to being like an outsourced CFO of the company. Mm-hmm. And then I do go in with the, hey, I need to eliminate, but I've taken a more the company first form, Andy Frizzello approach, where I hire people who are going to help me grow to something bigger. And so I think people who want to make that $10,000 to $20,000 a year, $40,000 a year, are going to get a ton of value out of hiring people from overseas to do short-term things. But you've talked to people overseas, especially when you talk to phone companies. Yeah. What happens? You get mad, right? You don't want to talk to people. You want to talk to people. You want to work with other people. It's horrible. And so as you try to expand your vision for what you're trying to build, you realize you can't go overseas. You can't outsource it to the cheapest person because you're going to lose out, right? And you see it even more just in your job, like because you work in a very niche thing that even. Like we were joking about last time, like I don't even understand it. But like imagine continuously outsourcing that to save money. You're gonna pay for it on the back end. And so I hear you. I took from it like the tool rather than like how he did it. But you're right. Like I think it's gonna come with like the progression. You're like, hey, we're in the future, but I think we have to be prepared that like those low level base 1, 2, 3 tasks, they're either gonna get automated by a machine or we're gonna outsource them, right? And so what we have to do is continue to expand our vision to then have jobs, wages, things for people who won't want to be at our certain level. And so I like it because it's going to lead to bigger things, but you're like, it's never going to be perfect, especially in an economy.
Yeah. Maybe I guess maybe when I think about that, I think about physical product where there has to be something made, packaged, sold, and marketed. Whereas something that like in your general, area of work and is more, I mean, it's less, I don't want to say tangible, but it's not as physical. It's a lot
Service,
of
yeah, it's 100% service.
Yeah, it's a service industry versus like manufacturing a product.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that completely changes the calculus on that because yeah, you can sell an intellectual product or a service anywhere on the internet like that. And so I could see it definitely. Yeah, I must have been too, because when I went through it, I was working at Benek at the time, so I was like manufacturing was like in my head, and that's where I was at. It's like I'm gonna make the greatest thing. Don't know what it is yet, but I'm gonna make it, and then I'm gonna have it made over in India, and all my customer service is gonna come from overseas because it's way cheaper and it all works, and it's just you give them the checklist and everything happens, and then you just stand back and you watch your bank account grow. While you spend 4 hours a day, no more, just taking care of shit, and everything's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, if once you depart from
What's
that
up, mama?
physical material, product way of thinking, then the whole calculus totally changes. Yeah, in which case, that's great.
Yeah, and you kind of see it with your business, like where you started when it was just you kind of grinding. It's completely different when you're talking about you bring on people. And then you kind of see the customer service, and I think again, I know from I hate all cell phone companies. Like as soon as I find a cell phone company that treats me right, I'm switching instantaneously because I loathe AT&T, but I'm kind of just stuck because they have a monopoly. But like,
it's terrible.
Something simple, right? They pass you from machine to robot to
my
India,
first
to bag.
my first job was at the call center in Bremerton. And it was at the time it was owned by a company called Concentrix that was a contractor for Sprint. So we did Sprint customer service, and I worked there for a year and 8 days, and it was by far the worst job I've had. That was my very first job. So that was in 2013, and I still remember exactly how long I worked there because it was the worst fucking job I've ever had.
Jesus.
I've always wanted to be I've always wanted to be a long haul trucker, and I'm starting to get the feeling that if I don't do it now, I'm never going to get the chance because that entire industry is
going to be too
gone.
late.
It's going to be gone.
Yeah, so that's only to say your point is correct that every cell phone company is terrible because after I worked there, I vowed I'm never going to have Sprint because Sprint is so fucking terrible. So I have AT&T. AT&T is horrible. I've had the same. I've had very similar issues with them that I had with customers at Sprint. You know, I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, I can give you $15. Well, my bill is fucking $150. So what the fuck does that do for me? Exactly. So I don't give a fuck about your $15. I didn't even pay the taxes on my bill. So why the fuck do I want that?
Well, I'm thinking about there's that Ryan Reynolds company, Mint Mobile.
It's not worth it. To go to any other company is not going to be worth it.
Well,
it's
see,
going
what
to
I'm
be
thinking
shittier.
of,
I'm telling you.
I want to get a burner phone, essentially. And I'm like,
wait, what's this company?
Mint Mobile. It's Ryan Reynolds owns it.
It's like Cricket. It's another one of these micro companies that uses the towers of another provider, which gives you subpar service because you are not given the same priority on those towers.
Well, I would caveat it by saying
I can guarantee it.
T-Mobile used to be the exact same way. Now T-Mobile's one of the major players. They have fought hard. I used to talk tons of shit on T-Mobile.
So let me counter you.
Okay.
Right? To counter your assertion, because I did work at the call center, there are two different forms of cell phone service, right?
Damn it.
There are CDMA towers and GSM towers, right?
What?
Sprint, yes. So Sprint and AT&T, I think, both work off of CDMA towers. T-Mobile and Verizon both work off of GSM towers. The GSM towers are also what are used predominantly internationally. So part of T-Mobile's dominance as a company comes from their ability to be used more prominently throughout the globe. You can have an AT&T or have a T-Mobile phone, and for a long time, it was easier to use your T-Mobile phone overseas than it was to use your AT&T phone overseas or your Sprint phone overseas.
Yeah, it still is. When I was in Germany,
Still is.
I had to.
So that's insider knowledge.
Insider knowledge.
No, 100%. Like when I was in Germany, we had to buy a whole new SIM card, and
Yes.
all the T-Mobile people had like a plan to where they could
Yes.
just transfer their T-Mobile like SIM like that day, and so
Yes.
they could have it instantaneously.
Because
It's like 10 extra.
all
dollars.
those other countries, I'm going to say 90% of the other countries that have like broad cell phone service use GSM towers. And so all you have to do is they just flip a switch on their end, the carrier end, to give you international access. And you are then effectively internationally roaming for a lower rate because you are able to just access their towers. So
Already there.
it's a much easier deal. We used to charge people tens or hundreds of dollars for international roaming charges because you had to unlock your phone or do this or do this or do this, or we had another cell phone that you could buy that would also work with the GSM towers, and it was a whole deal. It was a fucking racket. Yeah, it was.
Okay, so GSM stands for Global System for Mobile
There you go.
Communication. One of the biggest differences between these two systems is that GSM phones use SIM cards to link a particular phone
that's what it was.
with the network.
That's
while
what it was.
CDMA phones don't require a SIM card because the phone itself is linked to the network.
Yes, so that's what it was.
And that's why, like, there's, and honestly, I'm not going to remember which one it is, but like, for a while there, it's like, if you had this carrier, you had a SIM card in your phone. Whereas if you had the other carrier, you were like, what the fuck's a SIM card? I just buy the phone and then I'm good.
So I had it backwards. It's AT&T and T-Mobile and Sprint and Verizon.
Okay.
So I had it backwards. But either way, that is part of what lends to T-Mobile's dominance in the market is their global accessibility, and also because they're on the same towers as AT&T and T-Mobile also have the broadest amount of 5G access because they're working collectively to build that network.
So how is it that a call center flunky out of, can gain this knowledge just being like a call center dude?
Because people
are you
call
informed about this stuff because like people have problems with it?
Yeah, because people call and say they were going to go to another country. I
was like, I
well,
never
if
even
you
heard
want to
this
use
shit
Sprint
till today.
services, it's going to cost you $900. Or that's just a number I picked. It cost you a shitload of money. It was not cheap, because you had to, because there's like no countries that do it.
Yeah.
So you were effectively internationally roaming the entire time.
Yeah, when I
which
went
is
to-
fucking insane, and it depends on the country that you're in what the rate is, and so it depends on per text message, per phone call, or you can pay X amount of dollars for just this plan that will cover you while you're roaming internationally.
I feel like I need to get a job at a call center for a month just to learn all this.
They
shit.
would, well, then telling you. So there's also like, that's how I learned about like proration of bills and stuff like that, because you have to explain that to the plebes that don't know. You're 19, you're like, listen here, 45-year-old sir, I'm going to prorate
right.
the fuck out of your bill, and you're going to be pissed, but it's going to be fine next month. So that's like how I learned about proration and stuff like that. He's dying.
Did you get any kickback on that? So, like, I'm fascinated, right? Because you turn into a salesperson, and it's crazy to me still that, like, you're at the point where you could upsell somebody right there, right? Like, you're going to help somebody spend all the time. Did you get any type of kickback, commission, anything?
Not for sales. There was this is where part of my contention began with the company was that when it started, it was just customer service. We were customer care, like that's what we were doing, and so you could get bonused out depending on your metrics, right? And that's how they grade you in the agency. That's how they rank you within the building. Based on, I think it was 7 or maybe 9 different metrics. That was like your handle time, how long you were on the phone call, how many calls you took per day, how many callbacks you had, how many people returned, like how many escalations you had, and how many people called in after they spoke to you. And so that was called like a return call or something like that. So you get graded on all of these things. And they put out this report every day and also every week and every month, so you can see where you are in the rankings of the building. And everything that happened, your scheduling, your holiday schedule, your everything was based on these rankings. So you could bonus out if your metrics were high enough.
That means like you get a bonus.
Yes.
Okay.
One time I got a bonus, but I got a bonus of $1,100 because I was top 50 in that center of 400 agents or something like that. So I did bonus out one time. I qualified for bonuses over half of the months that I worked there, but there were all of these stipulations of handle time was a big, or ACW, fucking, no, what was it? Aux abuse. That's what it was, because you had to put a code in your phone depending on what you were doing. If you're going to go to lunch, you have to put a code in your phone for lunch. If you're going to go on your break, you have to put a code in your phone for break. If you're going to go back on phones, you got to put another code in your phone. So one of your metrics was aux abuse if you were in the wrong code. So if you got to take a shit in the middle of your scheduled work time, you have to go on break because that's the only thing there, but you're not authorized for a break, so you're in the wrong code. You're in aux abuse. So those minutes
You
are
got penalized for going to the bathroom at the wrong time.
and you're not if
Amazon
it's not
level.
in your designated break time, yes. And so that's one of your metrics is your aux abuse. So they count up those minutes and ratio that to how many minutes you should have been working that week, and that's what your percentage of aux abuse was. Is how
Wow.
much time you were in the wrong code. So I have IBS. It took me 3 years to find out I had IBS, and it started at this call center. It took me
Probably
6
caused
months
by the call center.
to get a doctor's note that said that they would accept, that said that I needed extra time in the bathroom. And even then, it still kind of counted towards my aux abuse because it was just additional break time that they gave me. So I didn't bonus out most of those months because I had IBS, and my aux abuse was high enough that I was not eligible for bonuses that I was entitled to. So once it progressed, then they start saying, well, at the end of every call, we need you to ask if the person is satisfied with your service. Well, this person just screamed at me and told me they hope that I die. I'm not going to ask them if they were satisfied with my service because they obviously were not. So
And then you got to go through that whole trauma again.
and if they said no, then you had to ask them why. And if they didn't want to deal with you, then you had to escalate it, which again, you get dinged for. You get dinged for escalating to a higher agent. So if you ask the question and you get a no, then you're going to get a ding for it. So why the fuck would I ask you in the first place? So that started happening. And then they introduced a new plan that they trained us for like 30 minutes on and then released it the next day and expected us to sell it, actively sell it to people to try and convert them. And I'm sitting there like, this is not a sales job. I did not start this job to sell items. That's not why I got this job here. This is a customer service job. This is not sales. So am I going to receive any type of compensation for however many family plans I switch people over to? No. Then why am I doing this? Why am I trying to incentivize people to switch to a plan that may or may not benefit them if I'm not going to receive any kickback for it at all? Because this is what the company is doing. They were trying to downsize different departments, so they were combining different departments into customer service and also actively taking abilities away from us. So like we couldn't swap people's phones anymore. If you got a new phone, you have to do it yourself online. And if you call me to do it, which I could do a week ago when you got your daughter a new phone, I can't do it now. And I have to press you to do it online self-service. But if you give me enough shit, then I can do it myself, or I can escalate the call to my manager who they can do it. And that's how this started to be towards the end of working there. And I was like, I can't anymore because this doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to do these things, and I'm not getting bonuses because I'm missing one metric when I'm in green for all the rest of them and in the top 50 agents at age 19.
So I got so many things running through my head right now. But
Exactly. Go ahead.
top two,
It was a crazy place.
I got to give this one to Larry, the godfather of this. I mean, you were a cog doing cog shit, and you decided you didn't want to do it anymore. Those people are just cogs in a machine.
I took a job for 25 cents more an hour to get the fuck out of that building.
Yeah. Now, the other thing, I'm going to take a hard right turn on this one.
Let's hear it.
A left turn. You remember, oh, man, it must have been about 2 or 3 years ago. It must have been about 2 years ago when the 1619 project was first coming out, right?
Yes.
The collection of essays.
Yes.
One of the essays that I had read, I remember very well, and it was talking about essentially the analytics and statistics that were developed during the slave period.
Right.
And it was like it's the same type of ultra minute statistical shit that let them calculate how much this person was worth based off of how many minutes does this, how many loads of this, how many blah 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 blah. It's the same, and then they tie that whole thing back to white supremacy, and that's why America's white supremacy. But the concept was really about like this dehumanization of labor.
Yes.
And that's you go work at a call center like that, you are literally just a cog in a machine. You are a number, you're a robot to them that is meant to do a specific task. And every millisecond you take not fulfilling that task, you get dinged for in some fashion.
Right. And
That's- And it's so disgusting.
the
It's
darkest
so dehumanizing.
part of that is that it incentivizes you to be cold and quick on the phone. It
Yeah.
incentivizes you to be a bad person on the phone, a bad customer service agent, because if you take time and you're gentle with people and you explain everything to them, then your handle time is going to be high. The amount of time you spend on a phone call is going to be high. But if you are quick and you get the job done, then it'll be low. And that's one of the things they weigh you the highest on.
So, by the way, William Wallace is hooking you up. We were talking about like what kills more people,
Yes.
cold or hot. He sent me an article from wunderground.com. And it's a long article, and there's nothing like popping out at me, so I'll have to read it. So, but
Yeah.
I'm going to send it to you, and
Excellent.
we could come to a
Excellent.
conclusion because Noah's doing research on this shit. There's
Oklahoma's
charts and
amazing.
graphs.
And so
Oklahoma.
the people that would take their time and explain things to people, like I said, would get a higher handle time, and
Yeah.
you would get dinged for it. If you
Be a better
spend too
human.
long on a call, your manager is hitting you up in the Slack channel, telling you need to hurry up. You know, like they're instant messaging you, telling you need to be quicker. When you're trying to understand what someone's problem is and trying to help them do your job, but you're going to get penalized for that. Your supervisor is going to get penalized for it. Their supervisor is going to get penalized for it. And if it's long enough, then you're going to get brought into the manager's office to listen to your phone call and talk about the different ways that you could have sped it up.
Oh, so that's what they mean by like this call could be maybe recorded
Yes,
for training
yes,
purposes,
and
so that we
exactly
can
that.
take the guy that you're going to call
Exactly.
and then grill him afterwards for not being a machine.
They used to tell us
so bad.
in whatever the group, it was like an email server almost like a blog, because they could post things in there, and they would tell us like Sprint is listening, and they would tell you from this time to this time, Sprint people will be listening, not just the contractors, not Concentrix people, but Sprint people. So you need to be doing your absolute best. And so they would pull you, especially during those times, if you didn't do the right things, you know?
Made us look like shit in front of the client.
And like I said, these metrics control everything. And so if you are a middle-aged mom who is working there to try and make ends meet or help out with the other side of the mortgage, right? Or do whatever the fuck you're doing. You're trying to make money. You are going to obviously be nicer to people because you're a fucking mom on the whole, right? In generalities. You're going to be nice to people.
Sexist.
You're going to want to help people more. You're going to want to take more time with people. So those people would also get shittier pulls for shift bids on holidays. So it is going to be Christmas, and we're open because we're open 365 days a year, but you are a middling agent, so you have a middle pick for schedule. So if you were a top agent, you got whatever shift you wanted that day, and that's how it was ranked out. So I used to pick an early shift, an early shift, and then try and give it to somebody who I knew had a family, because they probably weren't going to get it. I would ask people, what shift did you get for Thanksgiving? Oh, I'm working fucking, 12 to 8 that day. I got 4 to 12. Take this one. I'll take that one. You have a family. I have motherfuckers at home. It's no big deal. I was doing it all the time because it was, even at 19, I knew that the way this was being decided was not correct. This is not right. That people who have 1 child, 2 child, 3, 4 children are being forced to work because they're trying to take more time and do their best job. But to them, the best is not. I used to. So when I first started there, I was like on drugs and shit. So I was like hammered out, getting really good. And then I had figured it out. And so I would get on the phone and tell people. Because another thing was dead air. You got ranked on dead air, right? Was another metric of how much silent time there was on the phone. Every 10 seconds, you need to be checking back in with somebody. You can only have someone on hold for 30 seconds, and you need to come back on the phone and say, I'm just going to put you back on hold real quick just to let you know I'm still working on your problem. Every 30 seconds, we were expected to take someone off hold and then put them back on hold. For why? Why? For me to stop and tell you I'm still... That we were
That would be
expected.
insane. I would literally scream. I would
Yep.
just be like, fix the problem.
Yep. And so I used to tell people, I would get on the phone, ask them what their problem was, and so I'm going to be quiet for a couple minutes. I'm not hanging up. I'm just letting you know I'm being quiet so I can just get your problem done and handled with. So I used to get called out all the time. You got a lot of dead air. You have 3 minutes of dead air here. Yeah, but the call was 4.5 minutes long because as soon as I was done, I told them this and this and this. Do you have anything else that you need? No, that was fantastic. Thank you. Okay, have a good day.
Done.
So what the fuck is the problem? Why does it matter if they don't want to talk to me? They're not calling to ask me about my day. They don't want me to ask me about their day. They're not calling to have a conversation. They want this specific thing fixed, and they want to get the fuck on with their day. Why do I need to chat with them?
Yeah.
Why?
You're turning tables
They don't
at a
want
restaurant.
that. So I used to continuously would be brought into the manager's office. Why'd you have so much dead air? I think that it's obvious why I had so much dead air here, because the call was actually 4 minutes long. Why the fuck do I need to talk to them the whole time? You can hear them. They don't want that.
Yeah.
They said, "Oh, thank you very much. That sounds great." As soon as I said what I'm going to do, I said, "Thank you. That sounds great." Why the fuck would I continue to talk to them? But I would
the
get,
analytics don't look as good.
but I would get dinged on it because Sprint was listening, and Sprint doesn't want you to have dead air on your call. You need to be talking every 10 seconds, even
Missing
if you're
the
just
forest for the
saying,
trees, man.
even if you're just saying, "No problem. I'm just still working on your problem." That's just to update you. I'm still working. No shit. Obviously,
Yeah,
what the fuck else am I doing?
Imagine that and something else, like the plumber's coming over to your house and they're underneath your sink, and then every minute they get up like, "Hey, I just want to let you know I'm still working
Yeah,
on this."
shut up. Get the job done.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you. Just do
And
the thing that you can.
So that's how it was all the time. So people who were not naturally charismatic or did not like to talk to people, I don't love to talk to people, but I'm charismatic. I don't have an issue with it. It's very easy to me. It comes very simply to me. I don't have any problem shutting you down if you're being an asshole. I had no problem with any of that stuff. But again, if you're a middle-aged mother, that's not your personality. If you're anybody and that's not your personality, you're not going to succeed at that job like I did.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't dictate whether or not you get time with your family on fucking Christmas. There was a lot about that very corporate structure that seemed so morally wrong. Just not even like, this is weird. Morally wrong that you are subjecting people to not spend time with their family because they don't meet the arbitrary metrics that don't actually decide whether or not they're a good employee here. It's so fucking weird that's how people can run businesses, In some instances, it's very effective. In some instances, it's not. And customer service on cell phones is not one of those areas where it's very effective.
It's actually the worst. Again, I can't believe we went down this whole. I can't describe to you how much I hate it. Like
And that's why.
been screaming. Yeah, everywhere it described makes perfect sense, and it's so ass backwards that it's crazy. And I see companies now like paying their customer service people so much to provide a white glove service, and it's so important. Like I can't tell you how much, especially me. Like if you're nice to me, I'll just spend more money just to reinforce what I think is a great habit. So like, every time I'm there, and they have such a monopoly, they don't give a shit.
Yeah, it's when the service part of customer service gets removed, and you're supposed to be a machine solving a problem. And this reminds me of this amazing meme I found today that somebody shared on Twitter. I'm going to see if you could see it, Larry. Maybe. Not really.
No, I can't see it very well.
So what it is, it's called the Trinity of Wholesomeness. And it's a picture of Bob Ross,
Huge.
Mr. Rogers, and Steve
I'll
Irwin.
take it.
And it says, Bob Ross is be kind to yourself. Mr. Rogers is be kind to other people. And Steve Irwin is be kind to animals. The call center sounds like the complete polar opposite of that kind of wholesomeness, which is ironic because the entire concept of customer service is that your customer leaves satisfied.
Right.
It's not that they got the problem fixed. It's how the problem was fixed. Did they feel like they were a person? Did they feel like they were spoken to? And that's the problem I run into with those big corporate structures and shit like that, when it's all about the numbers. It's all about the statistics and the minute little tiny details that tells corporate that this is how good we did versus this is how many calls did you push through. If you got 3 minutes of dead air and you solve and you fix the problem on the call in 4.5 minutes, whereas if you were stopping every 30 seconds, that call now takes you 10 minutes to do. You're going to get less calls, but that's not the metrics they're interested. They're focusing on the wrong statistics that is impactful to their business.
Because I was regularly crushing 65 calls in a day. Like that was, for me, that was very normal. 65 calls in a day.
Many.
And that's because I was racking. I was, 8-hour days. Yeah.
Okay.
If I worked 10s, then I could get close to 80. I get close to 80 calls in a day when I was on 10s.
With your mandatory 2 10-minute breaks and then the mandatory half-hour lunch.
For a part of the time I worked there was also mandatory overtime.
Oh.
There was an hour of mandatory overtime.
I don't do
that.
that.
Because the attrition rate was so poor that they couldn't stay staffed, so there was mandatory overtime.
When you treat your
No
people like
wonder
shit. Yeah.
Just
Couldn't
couldn't.
imagine why the turnover is horrible.
Yeah, no, it was weird. My first check that I got there, my name was spelled wrong. And my shift was late enough, there was no one in the building who could fix it. So it didn't
You're on 24/7 service, but you
that
don't get that
particular
from the company.
time, it didn't matter. But my point to them was, what if it did? Like, I understand I'm only 18, but what if I was 40? What if I needed this to make my mortgage payment today?
Yeah.
And you have fucked me over, and now I have to go and hope that Walmart will cash my check with my name spelled wrong on it because you don't have someone here who can fix it. There's a manager here, but you can't fix it. All you can say is, if you come back tomorrow on your day off, we can reprint your check, and then you can print that one. You can deposit it in your bank account. You can go fuck yourself.
A bunch of customer service people have shitty customer service. It's just
Yes!
what you're describing.
Yes.
And I can't imagine, like, there's just so... I don't know how a company like this stays in, and I do. And, like, this is, I guess, quote-unquote, a downside. Is like the rush to the bottom, but like the thought process that I have is like that business isn't in operation, so the market ran its course. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
people are dying. Like, the first company that has good customer service will dominate. I'm telling you, because like it's like the one consistent complaint.
We have
Customer
talked
service
about
is not supposed to be a profitable industry.
Well, Chewy.com is one to look into, right?
Oh,
Because
yeah, yeah,
Chewy.com dominated the pet care market through customer service.
Yep, and they're still legit.
Strictly through amazing customer service. And another company we've talked about a lot is a company called T-Rex Arms that is started as a holster company. It was one guy without a high school diploma. He was homeschooled, and he started a holster company in his garage. And it's now turned
It's a
into
holster,
like a holster, and he started that company, and now it's a multi-million-dollar company with 50 plus employees at least. They have 2 different buildings now, and they built it almost exclusively off of customer service. People will email them about questions for items from different companies, and the people will set that item up in shop there, so they can tell people, oh, well, you should use this item instead of this, or this attachment instead of this, and it'll work better. That's like what so many people give them compliments about, and that's why so many people go back to them, is because you send them an email, within 2 hours, somebody has replied to you with an in-depth answer to your question, and if not, then more questions to find out how to answer your question. Even if the product has nothing to do with their company, if they didn't make it, they will still answer your question, even if they have no fucking idea any about it. They'll figure it out and then answer for you.
That's like First Form. It's the supplement company I use, and they're like known for their customer service as well. Like, that's why they're massive. That's why I use them, because like you'll call them and then you'll be like, oh no, I'm having a problem with my car. They're like, you have a problem with your car? Let me look this up. Where are you at?
Right.
That's the place to get to. It's crazy. There's like crazy stories about it. But yeah, I'm with you. It's crazy that the phone company, and this is why I hate. Because I really blame the government, right? Because anytime there's a monopoly associated, anytime there's a utility, there's a monopoly associated, which monopolies are generally born from the government, in my opinion. And so they have such a high barrier of entry that like no one's going to be able to touch these large companies. Because like Don already said it earlier, it's just like even a company comes, like, you know how hard it is to put in an entire infrastructure.
Sorry, dog's barking.
No, you're fine. The infrastructure is just going to leave you in a place where you can't compete with them.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this. As a business owner, I mean, you understand this, but it's obviously not your business now. How much of a profit loss would you be willing to take on something like a customer service branch?
So, that's why I think a large vision is there, but I would spend a lot, right? So like I work with businesses, I work with myself. I try to stay at a 30% profit margin, and one of the first things that I would do when you grow is put more money into it. So I don't know if I would take a loss on it, but if we're talking about going 20% to 10%, but I have higher customer service, like that's yes, 100%, right? I just think it's so important, and I think like you're seeing it more in my service. Like a lot of the reasons people want to work with me is because like I talk them through and I respond to what they say. And like when I worked with Don and I was doing his shit, like we sat down there and I explained like what everything meant, and like he said it kinda, and that's what a lot of people say. What a lot of people say is like, oh my god, I kind of understand taxes for the first time ever. And so
it's not some H&R block shit.
100%. Who a guy who doesn't know like what he's doing and he's trying to hustle, and then again. They have the kind of the same metric, which is why it's not sustainable. Is they're churning people, right? So they get bonuses based off completed returns. And so if you're more worried about a complete return rather than explaining it to them, because like I have people come in, like they're like, oh, here's my return, and I'll explain things to them. Like, wait, like what are you talking about? I was like, bro, you've had this house for 3 years. You've been in this stock for 4 years. Like, how do you not know what's going on? And it's because no one's taking the time to explain anything. And so I would put a lot of money on there because, again, as lame as it sounds, like the golden rule, like treat people how you want to be treated. I want people to not like give me all their time, but like when I ask a question, I don't want to feel like I'm the weight on your day.
Yes.
And so I just don't feel like that's what people should do. And so I do my best to do that, whether it's a custom desk side, whether it's a phone desk side, answering questions. Like I spend an inordinate amount of time writing, teaching, trying to help people solve their own problems just because I think it matters.
I agree with that. We spend a decent amount of time ensuring that we respond to, I'm going to say 95% of messages that we get. There's very few that we just ignore. Very few that we just ignore.
Some you kind of have to.
The vast majority, Colin and I will either tag team it or, one person will spearhead a certain message, but we'll go back and forth with people 3 or 4 or 5 times to continue a conversation. If they've sent a message to us, they took the time out of their day to send a message to us. They obviously want us to see it, you know? So for certainly as long as that's feasible for us to be doing it, we're going to continue to do that. That personal touch of being able to see -Dawn at the bottom of the message to know that I'm the one that sent it to you, or say -Colin to know that he's the one that sent it to you. It wasn't a random person. It wasn't one of our wives. It was us. We took the time out of whatever the fuck we were doing to read your message, consider it, and then send a long, thoughtful response about what you said. People like that shit. They care about that. That matters to people, that they know that, or they feel like they matter to you. You don't feel like an inconvenience. You don't want to feel like the weight on somebody's day. You want to feel like they wanted to do that. When that dude refinanced all my shit today, I don't know that dude. I told him that. I said, I don't know you. I said, but you just improved my day wholeheartedly. My life. You just improved my life, and I appreciate that you assisted me in doing that.
Hopefully that dude gets a bonus.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Hopefully he doesn't have a bunch of hang time.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that if he sounded stressed the whole time and he was just trying to get it done and didn't want to take time to explain anything to me. I wouldn't have said that. I appreciate that he seemed like he really wanted to do it. He was happy that I was being given more money, that my life was going to improve. He was happy to hear that because that's what he's doing, That matters. That little difference of me knowing, or at least feeling like this matters to you, is a huge difference, for the customer.
See, and I really feel like, and it's crazy to think this, but I've been looking at this, and I really think where you really see it illuminated is on Twitch and OnlyFans, right?
Yeah.
And like they're a little bit different, but the same. And
The interaction.
100% the interaction, and because I always wondered, right? Because like porn's so free, it's so plentiful, right? Like there's I don't know if there's anything we have too much of, but if there was one thing, it would be porn.
It would be porn.
It would be
100%. And I just think the interaction you get, like when you're going through and like you feel like the girl cares about you, and then you see it in Twitch though. Like I watch people like watch dudes for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, religiously. And you're like, why do you do that? It's the back and forth. It's that feeling that someone you care about cares about you, right?
Right.
Or someone who's there to solve something unique cares about you. Like it's obviously just entertainment in this space, right? But like even
it's so much more.
100%. And I really think, and like Colin, I'm sure your wife knows, building her community out on Twitch, it's just like she puts a lot of time in trying to care for them. And I feel like that's why the smaller businesses are going to win, and not for the capacity to deliver. It's because they care about you. Like much as we hate Amazon, they put a lot of effort into caring. Like you go return your gift, they'll be like, listen, don't care what it is, you go ahead and send it back. We'll pay for everything. All right.
Oh,
it's never happened. All right, boo boo. And so like that's why I've been fascinated with Amazon. And I saw it when they bought Zappos, and they were just like, hey, we're going to make this bigger, but we're going to deliver the same kind of customer service. And I think that's why, in my mind, that's why I keep going to Amazon. That's why it's tough for me to shake it off. It's not for the prices as much as it's the customer service. They're 24/7. They deliver it. They pick it up. So many places to drop it off. They're just making it easier for you to do things. And it seems like they're always putting us first. They're customer driven.
Yeah, they are literally. I mean, they are customer driven. I got I bought Carolina a new smartwatch for Christmas the other day, and I gave it to her early, because I'm just bad at that.
Because that's who you are.
Yeah, I just do that. But
You like to give gifts.
He's an early gift guy. He's like, I got this free, but I can't wait another month to give it. I can't even wait 2 days to give it to you. I got to give it to you right now.
Because I'll find something else to give you.
What if I don't see you in 2 days? Yeah, exactly. What if I don't see you in 2 days?
Oh yeah, but So I spent I spent a good amount of money on the smartwatch. It's the latest one in the line. It's a Samsung. It's really nice. Well, we get it, and she's 100. Well, she's been lifting, so she's probably 115 pounds now, soaking wet, shredded and cut to all oblivion. but her wrist is still, I was like that. And so she put this thing on, and the face of the watch itself was bigger than her wrist.
God,
And so I'm like, fuck.
she's so small.
But I didn't sweat at all because I got it on Amazon. I know for a fact that when I return that thing this weekend, there's going to be zero issues. I'm going to go online. I'm going to click a couple things. I'm going to drive down to the fucking gas station because that's where the Amazon thing is. I'm going to put it in there. I'm going to have my money back, and then I'll find the one that fits her. Hopefully.
It's just so simplistic, and that's why, again, I'm telling you, that's why they're gonna dominate you. It's when they bring it back. It's when I think I saw it when I sent an email, and I had messed everything up, right? And I was just like, hey, like I put this in the wrong place, like it's there, it's too late. And they literally responded back and said, hey, no, that's our fault. We'll fix it. And I just kind of realized, I was just like, understanding that they probably knew it was my fault, like that thought processy, I was like, oh my God. Like I felt like I owed them now.
Yeah.
I ordered a Ride in the Rain a few weeks ago. You know, like a Ride in the Rain, waterproof, notepad. Yeah, so
I use those at work.
That's how I figured. Like you guys are definitely gonna know what that is. So I ordered one, and when it got to my work, someone had stolen it. That was literally all that I ordered was a Ride in the Rain. It cost me $6, and someone had opened it just enough to take the Ride in the Rain out, and then sent the package. Continued on, so I got an empty package. Jordan sent them a message that day, and they're like, "Oh, not only will we send you another Ride in the Rain, here's the $6 back just because you got fucked over." So I got a free Ride in the Rain. I only wait for 4 extra days. You know.
Exactly.
So, and it goes in my kit. So it's not like I needed it that day. You know, it's to go in my fucking plate carrier. So, like, I don't care. I also just didn't have to pay for this.
Yeah.
So
the first time I ever had to have an Amazon return experience, I wasn't even allowed to return the product at the time. And this was like way back in the day, right? I had ordered some fucking novelty sweatshirt that has a shotgun on it and says like zombie repellent, right? And I ordered the wrong size. I ordered a medium instead of a large or whatever, and it just didn't fit. So I like wrote the thing on Amazon. Yeah, I accidentally ordered the right thing. I need to know how to return it or whatever. They're like, oh, hey, don't worry about it. If you just tell us what size you want, we'll send you another one. It's like, yeah, okay, sure. And I've been addicted to them ever since. Okay, I want to get Larry's take on this comment real quick.
it's a good one.
William Wallace. I'd say the best customer service job I've ever had was being a cop. Laughing my ass off.
He did say LMAO at the
He
end,
did.
just to throw that in there.
What do you think about a public servant, like a cop, being a form of customer service?
So I think so. I think I
think
learned
so.
this a little when well, let me phrase that. I think they are customer service, right? And I think it's a little bit different in a different way. I've always said that they are quintessentially the brand marketers, right? So you're always going to be the influencer. And I learned this when I was in another country, right? And so as you basically go to a place, you rotate. You start off as a big unit, and then you break down to a small unit. Obviously, as this unit breaks down to a smaller size, I get more power based on my rank structure. And I realized that every conversation I was having was like the first interaction that people were ever having with an American. And so I think it's super imperative.
Now, is this
For them
just
to
for
be-
context? Is this like a Western nation like Germany, or are we talking like Middle Eastern?
We're Eastern Europe. We're in the
Okay.
Eastern Europe. We're deep. Not third world country, but definitely not a first world country. They're technically a third.
Are you in
world
one of the
country because
stands?
Yeah. What's it called? Romania.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Latvia, yeah.
One of those
Over
put
there,
Zion up
Yeah,
right
like
now.
the Baltic states almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
If they come across, they're the first ones going. And so I'm over there, and I'm like in the deep part of the country, right?
I'm a little
Like,
bit Latvian. That's where these eyebrows come from.
That's where it
You
is.
have
Yeah.
something in there. You got that thick hair. It looks almost fake.
You
but
like
right.
I
that?
know
There's
it's
nothing
real.
in it today. I didn't even. This is 3 days unwashed even.
Hot dog.
I just want you to know the picture that your wife posted of you and called you a dilphin. That's the picture I showed all my friends when they see it. So I just want you to know.
I lost 3 more pounds this week, Larry.
It's a bit. You're on a roll. You're gonna be like 102 pounds soon.
I've lost 30 pounds in less than a year.
Jesus Christ.
Feel good. It's a good week.
You're just better than me.
Oh yeah, dude. I was going back.
You're in way better shape than I am. You shut your mouth. If I looked like you, I would not be losing 30 pounds.
Stop. I'm so bad. I can't stop eating. All I do is eat.
Your arms are as big as my head. The last time we recorded, you reached up to scratch the back of your head, and I had to stop myself from saying, "What the fuck?"
Stop.
I swear to God. And what's
Your wife appreciates.
how
it,
heavy
bro.
are the
Just be
dumbbells
happy.
do you curl?
Listen, so back to the question here.
Exactly. Heavier than 35, that's for sure.
Oh, this is why we had Larry on the last episode. This is too good.
Oh my! It like I said, it needs to be a customer service job because like listen, I'm like every person. I'm gonna force myself to answer this question, and I'm gonna I thank God I can't blush because I can't. It would be actually terrible. Like I think about it often. I don't do well with compliments.
Oh my God.
I know the
and I
feeling.
look composed.
Yeah, you two are made for each other.
That's what I'm saying. It's friendship sparked.
That's right.
So yes, I think it's gonna be customer service. I think even now, like you're seeing it, like everybody's recording you, and so like if you like every great interaction, I think is so important, right? Especially when we have, I wouldn't even see a mistrust. I think, I don't know how aggressive it is. I know you guys probably agree with me more, but like I think we're poisoning. We're like the media's poisoning us against the cops because like I have like I guess. I don't say anything to cops, and I'm probably like the person they want to pull over if they want to pull somebody over. But like them being in a good mood and treating me well and doing everything right and just kind of dealing with the shit, explaining, not losing their cool. I think that's just so impactful. So yeah, I would call them customer service.
Yeah, I would just say that the concept of the type of customer you're serving is fundamentally different.
Yes.
And fundamentally more important. You're not.
More likely to be irate.
Well, the customer you're serving is not a consumer necessarily at that point, which is standard customer service. You're giving service to the consumer of the product versus your customers as a cop are the citizenry.
Right.
And so you are, and I have, and will be the first one to tell you we have a lot of conversations about cops and stuff. But I have a fundamental problem with police in general, but when you have a good interaction with a cop, I had a great interaction with a cop when Carolina had a car accident, right? I had a really good interaction with lots of cops when I was working with them in the Coast Guard. Mm-hmm. And those interactions really matter. My outlook on that is usually that statement ends in because they're the armed enforcement branch of the government, so it better be a good interaction because otherwise they have the monopoly on force on you and you don't have anything to do about it. So
Kitty.
But this cat, I don't have my spray bottle. Psst, psst. She's up here. Yeah, she fucks with wires. She knows it's not supposed to be up here. But she's fine. It's fine. But yeah, no, I think 100% a cop is a customer service job, and the what's the word I'm looking for? The outcome or the outcome of your customer service is just exponentially more important.
Yep.
That's all.
And I think that's why I kind of call them more ambassadors than customer service.
Or
but
they
I'm
have
telling you,
consumed a product. That's funny.
100%, right? Because like it's even more important for them to always be on, and that's why I don't want to call them a customer service because like. I can't imagine being a cop because anytime you deal with someone, it's always the worst day of their year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, most of the time.
And so like I feel like, but like their ability to negotiate, be kind, be cordial, I get it's everything. And again, I learned it when I traveled when the weight of like they're gonna have something in your mind and you have to do something to kind of thwart them.
Yeah, I think that's them as an added layer of difficulty that is in some aspects of customer service that doesn't exist in others. And one might be like a used car salesman, right? People are going to assume maybe bad shit about you if you're a used car salesman. But that's a customer service job. Being a lawyer is a customer service job, right? But people have a lot of times negative images of lawyers. Even if you're a good lawyer, I'm a personal defense lawyer. I'm a fucking whatever, right?
Yep.
I am a personal injury lawyer, right? You're only trying to get people money, but people are going to assume that you're a skeevy fucking bastard because you're a lawyer. And it's
Yep.
a lot of times the same thing with cops. You
Yep.
know, the last time I got pulled over was the first positive interaction I've ever had with a police officer. That still didn't.
It didn't end in your favor, I'm
And
sure.
I also, no, it was fine. I got a warning. It was fine. But I also didn't
Warning.
have like an overwhelmingly
Negative.
negative or
Yeah. If you walk
It's
away from
difficult, you know?
a pullover experience not like having a bad interaction with the cop, then it's just kind of like the process of going through the deal, and then it's neither
I
good
still
nor bad.
assumed the worst of that dude even before the moment he walked my car. I assumed the worst.
Exactly.
And for whatever reason, when the first thing he said to me was, "Hey, do you have your concealed pistol on you?" That really rubbed me the wrong way, and I didn't like it. You know, totally reasonable question. I understand it. It's totally reasonable because if I have a gun,
Yes.
you are going to want to know that. You
Yeah.
know, if your life is
Yes.
more in danger, you're going to want to know that. You know, so it's
Exactly.
reasonable. Still, because of who I am, and this is something I was not combative, but something if I chose to be, he would have to deal with. You know, that I don't like that. I don't agree
Yes.
with even you asking me that. You know. I wasn't going to cause a problem because I was trying to do something. So I have it. It's in my door panel. Or I said, yeah, I have it. And he said, where's that? I said, it's in my door panel. You know? So even then, I was still only willing to answer the questions he was asking. I wasn't going to provide any more information. I wasn't going to tell
That's a
you
good call.
anything. Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's still how I felt about it. So even in the non-combative portion of that, on the non-combative side, he still had to deal with,
Yeah.
well, he's going to be a little bit more difficult than somebody who is, whatever, going to comply 100% or whatever the fuck. So,
Will says the thing is, if you have a cop show up for any reason, you don't know what call that cop was on before he got to you. He could have seen and dealt with some shit 20 minutes before he got to you. So, and that's part of my problem with cops is cops aren't robots, and we expect them to be.
and
That's the human fallacy in a law enforcement officer trying to be the cog in the enforcement branch of the government.
yeah.
We're people. People can't deal with that shit all the time. Yeah, what if he was just at a fucking murder scene, and he's all amped up, or he was just chasing somebody down the street, or whatever it is, and now he pulls you over?
Right.
His frame of mind, because he's a human being, he or she, is going to be, it's going to be up in the air. You don't know because you're dealing with a human being who has just been through some shit, and they're expected to not
Right.
be.
And on a smaller scale, easier. I'm sorry, go ahead, Larry.
No, I was gonna agree, and that's why I'm empathetic. That's why I feel bad for really cops right now, especially like in those other states. Like not only like you deal with shit, you're handling hard things to do. Whenever you show up, people
Beef jerky.
think negatively of you, right?
Beef jerky.
And then you're kind of just you show up to do something and you're getting no credit, and like now we're like telling people to like attack, satirise, annoy cops, and then like a cop can't do like. How does a cop defend or control a situation without coming out like the bad guy, right? And
Right,
like, that's
yeah.
the kind of shit that irks me.
Yeah.
And that's like when we saw, I don't remember the young woman's name, but it was a year ago maybe, and she was trying to stab another girl with
Oh,
a
yeah.
knife, right? And she got shot. That cop comes under
yeah.
immediate fire. Like, well, who do
LeBron
you?
James.
It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, what is? Again, I'm one of the last people to come to defend the cops, but just as a regular person, if I was to shoot somebody who's trying to stab somebody else, and I come under fire because I shot a black person when the other person is black, what am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah.
You know, how do I handle that information?
Yeah, the very first time I saw that video, I was instantly like, well, that's a good shoot. I don't like the fact that it happened, obviously, but she was mid-lunge with a butcher knife going for
Yeah.
the other kid, man. I mean, what else are you going to do as a human being? You're going to
Exactly.
save a kid when you can.
100%. And that's where like no one likes when anyone dies, and I feel like I hate when that's like the parameter we set. Like, oh, like will someone die? Like no one wanted them to die. The cop didn't
Yeah.
wake up like I'm gonna go murder someone.
No.
But like, I feel like once again, if you live your life harming people, like. I don't think you should die because you harm people, but I think my worry for you is going to come after the people you're going to harm.
Mm-hmm.
And so like that's where where is that? And then again, that's why, I had a bad taste in my mouth just because LeBron James at that point, because like he kind of tweeted out, and like I get that like he could have been upset like he said, but like one he fanned the flames, right, for
Yep.
what I would have to assume is popularity, and the second thing is like he didn't do anything conducive, and the third thing is like you have like 21 million followers. Like that's gonna be everywhere now. Plus the retweets, plus all the other engagements. You're gonna ruin this dude's life. And he saved somebody. And
Yeah. And I've never wanted to say shut up and dribble so much. I mean, I understand the concept of don't shut somebody down because they're a public figure or whatever. But no, the dude is legit ignorant as fuck. He has no idea what he's talking about half the time. He needs to shut up and fucking dribble. Or start speaking Mandarin because he likes to bow down to the Chinese.
No, 100%. And that's like the thing. And like if you ever see the clip, and I highly recommend you watch it, it's the clip of him talking about the Malcolm X book, his autobiography. Yeah, 100% that clip. I was just like,
bro, you're not actually reading that.
No, 100%. I was just, and it was like awkward too, because like I'd read the book, right, and so like he was just like started talking about his like low life and everything he done after the book, and like anyone who's read the book just knows like if you read the first third, if you really look at the table of contents, you're literally gonna see the first third of the book is literally talking about his upbringing. He would have never had talked about anything because he would have never spoke on the upbringing, because it was literally just like how Malcolm X grew up and like how he like came to be the person he was, right? So it started to divide his life. So
yeah, fuck LeBron James is basically what I'm saying at this point.
Okay.
So, on the note, because because we're talking about cops and then kind of bad takes on things, I want to ask you guys about Waukesha.
Yes.
What I am dubbing a terrorist attack in Waukesha.
Yep.
By a man that was looking to cause terror.
Yep.
First of all, we don't need to get into great detail. This guy, I don't want to say his name because fuck that guy.
We don't do that here.
Decided to drive his car through a Christmas parade and kill, was it 6 people, 8 people?
I think 8 people when it was all said and done.
Like injuring over
50 plus.
Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting, right? And then immediately, no talk about it. There's
so they
no coverage on
intentionally
it.
drove the vehicle into the Christmas parade. It was
It
not
was
an
not an
accident.
accident.
Intentionally drove, had conversations with police officers, drove past barricades intentionally, ran into people intentionally. This was all intentional.
And it was not hard to find that out.
No.
Although, if you only read corporate media sources, you would have assumed that it was just a tragic car accident. Because
that
to
an
this
SUV
day, they
with nobody in it.
Yes, they refused to call a spade and call this thing what it was.
Yep.
And I'm just saying, I mean, I don't know. I don't think the investigation into it has concluded or anything like that. I think they're still doing the whole thing, but like, so we don't technically know the final end of what was going on. We don't know motivation. We're only pulling at strings to find out what we can. People are looking at the guy's Facebook and his social media and pulling out posts from, and then trying to draw lines to kind of come up with their own like presumptive motive at this point. And it seems as if this point it was just a hate-driven. I hate using terrorist attack, but at the end of the day,
it's a domestic terrorist attack. I mean, it's certainly a better use of the term than for parents who are fucking protesting at PTSA meetings. That's this person. Yeah. When you're talking about, because you talked about, it's undeniable, right? When people start looking into his history, he's spoken openly on social media about using a vehicle to take white people's lives.
Yeah,
that's the intent. Like, he's talked about that openly already multiple times, right? And so there sets a background to this event then that didn't exist in many other, I don't know, horrific events like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a lot of context there if you were willing to look at it.
Yes, Larry.
Yeah, I feel like, I think the frustrating part, right, is it's 12, 13 days ago, and it kind of fell into the background immediately once the media right? Like, it was not anything because the media couldn't really use anything. And then you kind of had this, the tragedy in Michigan, right? And then what I didn't like was, what they went into the shooter's life, found his mom, found out his mom likes Trump, and then said that because his mom likes Trump, it was white supremacist, and it corroded her son, essentially, and led to him doing this.
Today, I'm sorry not to interrupt, but today the parents have been charged with not manslaughter, a form of manslaughter on 4 counts for the people that died.
The parents.
See,
The parents of, and that's just to give background, the event you're referring to is a school shooting in Michigan that happened maybe 2 days ago, 3 days ago. And again, we're not going to name that kid, but his parents today were charged, both parents were charged with 4 counts of some form of manslaughter. I'll look it up while you're talking. But that happened today, that his parents were charged with manslaughter.
and you see how we get there, right? And we're ready to hold his parents accountable based off their affiliations, right? And you can look at articles, and they started tying it in with like the affiliations with Trump. And then we have a guy who's been posting with Black Lives Matters, has been in and out of jail because of mowing people down and then like causing harm, getting out on light bail because of prosecutors over in Wisconsin or in Milwaukee. I can't.
Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin, refused to prosecute people, right? And so this guy's been out multiple times on short bail.
Except for Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, don't even start. We'll backdoor into that.
We can
'cause that's
definitely
frustrating
talk
too.
about Kyle Rittenhouse.
And they refuse to make connections. And what I keep hearing is like, well, we can't just assume based off what he writes. Like, we'll just never know. I was just like, that seems like it's not fair. Like at my fair, it's just not. It's not equal, right?
Yeah.
And so like, I feel like the media and Kyle Rittenhouse, the fact that people thought Kyle Rittenhouse like shot black people, it was fascinating to me. Like when people were just like, well, he murdered a bunch of black people. I was like, I don't think he talked to any black people that day. Like I don't even know if he pointed any guns at him. And like the media has been super exposed, and I think a lot of the things that we've been talking about for a long time are starting to manifest. And I think that's why like this kind of podcast is so important, because like the mainstream media is no longer operating in like truth. They're operating in framing stories the way they want to see it.
That's why I quit calling them the mainstream media. I just call them the corporate press now, because they're not necessarily mainstream anymore.
Speaking of which, let's pump the socials real quick, because it just lands so perfectly, right? Because Colin and I put out our second edition of the Salty newsletter this week, and that's actually what my portion of it was about, was kind of calling the corporate media what it is. We should now be referring to this group as what it is. It's corporate media. Their product is propaganda. That's all this is, right? It's just truth of language, and that's something we fought for and talked explicitly about on this podcast the entire time that we've been doing it. So you can find that obviously on our Patreon, patreon.com/saltedstreets. Third tier, subscribe there. You can get both the newsletters. It's never too late to do that. We have our Instagram at Salted Streets, our YouTube here obviously at Salted Streets. Thank you for joining us. Our Facebook at Salted Streets. You can find all this at saltedstreets.com. We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salted Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. Patreon Salted Streets, Discord Salted Streets. Swell Blended if you need a haircut. Location skate shop if you need a skateboard, leggings and aprons, Lexikayo, Atlas A&T obviously for Larry if you want to get your taxes done. So
Whoop, whoop.
Yes.
And I just wanted to add an extra plug for wifey. She's got a lot of shit going on today or this week. It's been a pretty
getting
rough
streams
one for her. And so she does the Twitch, so she's got the video games thing going on, but I mean she is like a whole lifestyle brand. She's all very into positivity, positive thinking, emotional health. Her social medias are all Lexikayo stuff, so it's easy to find. But I mean, she is so multifaceted at this point. I'm so proud of her. She's cosplaying, she's Instagramming. She's got this thing called Fan House. You ever heard of Fan House, Larry?
No, what is that? Is that like the
Fan House is like a newer, and I hate to call it like a social media app, but it's kind of like a private platform type of deal that is a subscription only based system. And so people have to subscribe to your Fan House. It's usually like a $5 a month thing. And so these creators focus most of their content onto their Fan House. And then from there, they have like within there, you can create all sorts of extra little perks and stuff like this for X amount of dollars. And you just kind of can do whatever you want. It's totally customizable. It's starting to grow really, really big, especially in like the streaming communities and stuff like that. So, if you're into, she does tons of workout videos, like I said, a lot of positive lifestyle stuff like that, and the video games and the cosplay on top of it.
all the stuff.
Hit it up.
So the school shooter in Michigan, right? As I was saying, the parents, and this is from 1 hour ago, Detroit News, the U.S. Marshal and the Oakland County Fugitive Apprehension Team searched Friday night for the parents of the 15-year-old Oxford High School sophomore charged with first-degree murder in the slayings of 4 students in Tuesday's mass shooting. The search came hours after James and Jennifer of Oxford were charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter in the deaths of those 4 students by Oakland County prosecutor Karen McDonald, who announced the charges at a noon press conference. So they were charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, and now they're on the run in Michigan. That's what his headline is. County fugitive team in search of 4 parents of alleged Oxford shooter.
So I need to know this. Like, I don't know much
They're now
about this
on the
story
run.
yet.
Yo, that's insane. Go ahead,
Why?
sorry.
How are they being charged? Is this like a
Used
gun
his dad's
thing?
gun. Used his dad's gun.
Word.
Yep,
Used
the gun
his dad's
belonged.
gun, so he's liable.
His dad bought it like 5 days before the shooting or something like that.
Oh. Seems like there's some lines being drawn there. But
That's all that I know as
Yeah.
far as details go. I've not dug deep into it, so I don't know any more about that. But like I said, I did see today, obviously, they were charged with involuntary manslaughter, obviously because of the firearm, right? And now they seem to be on the run from those charges.
this is Michigan.
It's in Michigan.
Yeah, and Michigan has got some pretty tight gun laws, I think.
Well, a lot of people
they're
get
pretty
killed
low
in
for
Michigan because of guns.
Yeah.
So,
Interesting.
illegal firearms.
See,
Detroit's bad shit.
I just are we reaching too far to tie his family into this? Like, well, because like unless you give it to him and like if he just goes behind your back, like I feel like we're holding this to too high standard. Are we not? Am I going crazy here?
So to me, it depends.
Yeah.
Right. This is how it depends.
a tough
If
one.
you're, and this is as a parent, as a responsible firearms owner, this is how I'm answering this question. Right. It depends. If they had their firearms safely stored, in my opinion, if it's locked up in a cabinet or in a safe, right, and your son in some fashion was able to gain the code to that or something like that in a nefarious fashion, then I think that it's going too far. If you have them stored improperly in your home, in which your son has decently ready access to them, then I don't know that it's necessarily too far, in my opinion. I know that if my son were to somehow get a hold of one of the guns that I left out or didn't secure entirely properly and used in some type of shooting, I definitely am going to feel like that's part of my fault because it's my gun. So it depends to me on how it was stored, largely.
Let me ask you this: do we
How
know
it was
how old this
acquired,
kid
I
was?
guess. He's in high school,
He's
so
in high
I don't
school.
know
Yeah,
exactly.
high school.
Between
Yeah.
16
And
and
that's
18.
And that's why I have a little leeway for the parents, is because like how well could you have stored it for a reasonably intelligent adult to get into it? You know what I
My
mean?
cabinet
Like,
has a key on it. What do you mean? If you don't have the key, you can't get into the cabinet.
Well, and then let me ask this question, which I think is in a similar vein here. If my kid's in high school, and I have guns in the house, that kid knows exactly how to use the guns. He knows how to get them because as a high school aged kid, I want him to be able to get access to the gun. If he's home and I'm not there and something happens, I want him to be able to defend himself and the house and the family or whatever it is. I mean,
Yeah.
if it's younger kid, like I totally get it. There's, everybody's going to have their own like age and requirements or something
Yeah.
like that. So I think that offers
And-
a little bit more gray area.
And when it's difficult for me to say that because it depends largely on the maturity of that kid.
Yeah,
you know,
the kid and the
I
parents.
would not say for certain that Dax at 17 is going to know where the firearms are and how to access them so
Yeah.
that he can defend himself at home. If I don't feel like he's responsible enough to do that, I'm not going to tell him where they're at.
Yeah.
So it depends. I don't know enough about this kid or his history or his mental illness or anything to declare that. But again, as all I can answer it is as a parent, right?
Yeah.
And that's if it depends largely on how responsible he is, which also depends on how much access I'm giving him to my firearms, how often I'm taking him out, how all of those things. You
And
know?
if the legal statute in the state is that if you are the legal registered owner of that gun, which I'm pretty sure is the case in most states, and if somebody uses it to commit a homicide, you are directly responsible for having that firearm used in that homicide, period, full stop. And so I could see legally, 100% legally, having them be responsible for that situation.
so it depends for me.
And yeah, it would definitely
Does that
depend.
make sense? Where are you at
No,
with
it
it?
It makes perfect sense. I'm super into autonomy. I feel like we've gone a stretch too far blaming the kid. I think we come down heavier on the kid. I think where I'm at is this kid's a piece of shit, right? Like, and I'm not like huge into the death penalty, but like,
And
again,
obviously mentally
once you-
ill.
Obviously.
100% right. Exactly right. So once you infringe on somebody else's rights, again, I kind of said it. You're where you are, you move less in my head. So like in my mind, like I'd have to be convinced to believe it was the parents, but I don't think we should try this kid as a kid, right? Like I understand
Right.
mental health issues and I'm empathetic, but I think we crushed this kid. Like I don't like you murder. I'm not like a big eye for an eye guy, but like I feel uncomfortable that we're tracing this back to the parents. I also think the parents have been unjustly thrusted into the limelight, and so they lose all rights to privacy. When again, I don't know if we can super argue that this. Excuse me, that this is their fault. And you have a good point. Like you could lock it up, but like an adult kid, like if it's just behind a lock and key, like the kid could get like. What if the kid found it? You know what I mean? Like, what if he's just been following around? Like, what? Like,
right.
Like,
And
I want to know more.
my point with that would be if I have a 17-year-old kid who I don't want access to my firearms, I'm not leaving the keys around my house. They're going to be on my key ring.
Sure that no matter what happens,
You know what I'm saying?
he can't get it.
So I have a gun cabinet that has a key,
Yep.
just a key, right?
Yep.
And things have changed as Dax has gotten older, right? When Dax was an infant and couldn't go anywhere, I would kind of leave my gun out wherever, and it didn't matter
100%.
because he was never going to get to it. As he got a little bit older, we got a pistol safe because the ones that we're not going to use that day should be out, right? The ones that we're not going to take or whatever should be locked up somewhere so that no one can get access to them, right? Which should have been that way before, but it doesn't matter, right? And then as he got even a little bit older, well, if we want to leave one out, then we have a thing called a stop box that you can put it into. You can still gain quick access to it. It's not a full safe, but you need a finger lock combination to get to it. That would be something that I would say your 17-year-old kid is definitely going to get into that because it's just 5 little finger things. So I definitely wouldn't be leaving a pistol in that at home with my kid who I don't want access to a firearm, right?
Yeah.
I then have a pistol safe that has an electronic combination you can put on it. There's like a card you can scan, a little fob you can scan, and there's a key that you can turn into it. The key is on my key ring.
High
The
tech.
card is in my wallet. The fob is also on my key ring. Jordan and I know what the combination is. So there's no reason and no way that I could see my kid getting into it short of smashing the fucking safe, which certainly is an option. Smashing it while I'm not home, while I'm at work. If I'm gone for 8 hours, it's not going to take you 8 hours to smash a safe open with a fucking sledgehammer. But that's what he would have to do to get into it. It would be the same thing with my safe that has my rifle in it, all of the everything else that's in it. There's one key to it. The key is on my key ring. Right, so if he doesn't have my keys, he's not going to get into it. But if he was at a point, which it doesn't seem like this kid was, if Dax was at a point where he was 17 or whatever age that I felt like he was responsible enough, I did want him to know and have access to that, I might leave that key in a place that he could get access to it if he needed it. Until that day, that shit's staying on my fucking key ring. So unless I'm home, he's not going to have ready access to it by getting to my keys because I have my keys on me while I'm out of the house, obviously.
And if you as a parent have decided to make the decision that your child is capable enough and is responsible enough to have access to those firearms, then you should also square it away in your mind as that parent that, like, if something does happen and he loses his shit and takes one of my guns that I have given access to, I am ready to stand up and say, yeah, that was my fault.
Right.
Yeah.
But if I think think there's a chance he might even show it to his friends while I'm not at home, I'm not going to leave the key there. I'm not going to allow you to have that option to defend yourself because you've shown me you're not responsible enough to use that option. I feel very much that there is a level of responsibility that comes with firearm ownership that under the age of 18 should be dictated by the parent. If you are not displaying that level of competency and that level of respect and that level of responsibility, then it's my responsibility as a parent to not give you access to those firearms.
Yeah, that makes sense. And unfortunately, as per...
Well, hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I hear you. Ultimately, I think you're right. I think what...
Because like I said, I don't necessarily disagree with you. It depends. On that particular position depends.
And you're 100% right? Because if it comes out that, like, basically they were leaving it on the table, like, the parents are idiots. What I feel bad is, like, when I was a kid, like, my mom knew nothing of what's going through my head, right?
Right.
And, like, if this kid's sick and this kid's lying to his parents and, like, and I feel bad. I feel bad that the way they came in, like, they're charged and now everybody who gets charged and the media doesn't agree, you automatically become a public figure, right? So, like, for example, if me and you got summoned to court, like, no one's ever going to know, right? So
Right.
we have our anonymity. We're just going to go do our thing. And so now, like, even if they get tried in court, like, look at Kyle Rittenhouse, right? He's been deemed a bad person. He's literally innocent, and now kids
Kicked
are
out of school.
protesting him. 100%, right? Like, he's never going to get
Ran
to live
out
a
of
normal
school.
life. Right?
Petitioned
Exactly.
out of school.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
And so, like, for him, I don't feel as bad, right? Because, like, once he took an interview at Fox, I was like, okay, you want to be a public figure. Like,
Yeah.
you did this to yourself on a level. But for those parents, like, what did they ask for? Like, they didn't ask for this, right? And so,
Right,
if
right.
you're saying that, like, they were negligent with a firearm or they weren't good enough with a firearm, that's, like, ruin their lives, innocent or guilty, because like you're going to be associated with this mass murder, and right now in America we're psychopaths, like, right, like everyone's perfect. So
Well, let
and
me
that's
even
why I'm just frustrated.
Well, let me even caveat that, because I think that you almost definitely have a point on the manslaughter charge, right?
Yeah.
I think that you could debate it all day, right? I think manslaughter might be a little bit too far, because even if you're negligent with it, you don't have any way, like you said, you don't know what his frame of mind is. And maybe you should, because it's your parent. I certainly would hope to have some type of insight into my child when they're that age. But also, speaking as somebody whose parent had no insight to who I was when I was 16, I may not. I have no way to attest that I will, or be able to swear that I will. So you can't say for certain, even if I did feel like he was responsible enough and had given him that opportunity, he still might, depending on how secretive he was or how well he could hide his true emotions or whatever, might still use that firearm in a nefarious manner. In that case, I'm still negligent. I still did that because I still gave him access to it when he was underage, you know? So I think you're probably right on the manslaughter thing. And again, depending on situation-wise, you know? But it speaks, and most school shootings, I would say, speak to way more issues than just gun issues, right? This speaks a lot to parenting, to safe storage of firearms, to connections with children, connections with school officials. There are a lot of different things. There seems to be, from what I understand, some type of like red flags, you know, that people could have picked up from this kid. So it speaks to many more issues than just firearms.
Yeah.
And it's
Almost like the firearm is almost the least important aspect in it.
It almost is, and
Exactly.
it's a detriment to the conversation and to any actual meaningful progress forward for this to continue to be the focus. And I'm not. It's obviously it's not yours, but in corporate media, that's the focus. Oh well, now we need to talk about firearms laws. We need to talk about gun laws and gun access and things like this, even though that may or may not have been an issue. You know, it obviously wasn't, because he didn't get the gun; he stole it from his dad. So, at least from what I know. So, we're not talking about access issues. We're not talking about straw purchases, from what it seems like, or any of that stuff. We're talking, at the very least, about safe storage, which is, in my opinion, not something that should be dictated by the state, right? It's something that but it's something that will differ between individuals. You know, if you don't have a child, just like before I had a child, it wasn't weird to leave a gun up on a cabinet because there's no one fucking there besides me and my wife. Is it responsible? Maybe not. I don't know. You know, it depends on who you are. If you have 4 or 5 children running around your house, is it responsible to leave just a loaded firearm sitting on a cabinet somewhere? Absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. But again, if you're a single person or just people without kids, then that calculation changes a lot. So there are so many factors that go into it that are more than just gun ownership, you know?
And we've already given more thought process than anyone's really going to, and that's the frustrating thing, right? Because like everybody, and I won't say everybody, the corporate media,
certainly corporate media,
right, and Twitter, we've already gotten to like, well, this is why we shouldn't have guns, right? And my frustration in pulling the parents in, like once we pull the parents in, we now are taking the onus off the kid. And what I don't like about that is they're going to put it on the weapon ownership, right?
Yes.
And so now, again, I don't love having weapons around. Like, well, we have one because like I don't trust anyone. You need one now, right? But I don't love guns. Like you guys go shooting more than me. It's probably because I've shot on so many ranges that it's terrible. But like
with way cooler guns.
Right, even I see that we need them, and even if we didn't need them, like leave them alone, right? And so I don't like that. We've lost. I know that we're gonna lose this, right? I know right now. Like, remember, first it was the kid, right? Then we tied it to Donald Trump and how it corroded, right? And then now it's the parents, and then it's gonna be the parents buying guns, and then or it's gonna be like we need to raise like our stringency on these laws. Which again, anybody who kind of digs into these like gun ownership things, like you can't tie them to the crime rates. You like the kid, like it. I'm not gonna say that like the gun makes killing less of, like it does make it more efficient, but like that's not the reason bad things are happening, right? Like, and so
No.
we get to skip over again the mental health issue again. We get to skip over the fact that that kid probably was bullied the whole time, and we get to skip over that kid was probably lonely, and then we end up at gun issues and we haven't solved anything because like
Right.
people are just gonna get more mad.
And to your point, like you and I have talked before about, like you've told me you don't carry a gun because you feel like it invites trouble. I carry a
Yes.
gun everywhere that there isn't physical infrastructure to hinder me from doing so. In the last year, you and I have probably had the same amount of questionable interactions with private individuals. So it's not the gun is not, and it's not to your point or anybody else, but the gun is not the issue. The gun is not the problem here. There are 1,000 other factors that feed into those things that make it a problem or don't make it a problem. Like I said, to focus on that one thing is a detriment to the entire conversation, just like it was with Kyle Rittenhouse. For people to focus on why he was there, is a detriment to this entire conversation. That doesn't matter anymore. You know what I'm saying? Why he came here doesn't matter in the case that he was involved with. In that jury trial, doesn't matter. Why he was there no longer matters. What matters is how these people died, the manner in which they died, and the circumstances under which they died. Yep. That's what matters.
And whether or not all of that equals self-defense or not.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to look at these things as mowing the grass. Is what these people do nowadays. Is you cut the top off, and so you try to attack the problem at the gun when the root problem never gets addressed. So the root problem persists, and after a long enough time, you might be able to solve the top end problem in your way. If you might be able to solve, I don't want to say solve, but like you might be able to address what you think is the problem.
Right.
But it's not going to stop the actual problem. You're not attacking why this is happening at the root. You're not pulling it out. You're not throwing vinegar on the roots. You're not salting the earth afterwards. No, you're just doing a little snip snip, and then hey, we're satisfied now because we got what we wanted. We got the guns off the street. We got tighter gun laws now. And it's a disservice to the continued societal problem that we have.
Yes.
This never fucking happened until Columbine. And what has all the gun legislation done between now and then? Absolutely nothing to stop any of this shit from happening. Because when people are mentally deranged to the point they're going to take a weapon and go kill as many people as they possibly can, nothing is going to stop them from doing that. Except cultural pressures or societal pressures, right? Which, at the end of the day, would be a good thing. If you have enough cultural pressure out there or societal pressure out there to solve whatever that problem is that you're having that is driving you to go commit this act of violence, if there's enough social pressure on the individuals to go solve that before it ends in a violent outburst, that's how we solve these problems.
Yeah. And like that's where like it's frustrating, right? Because even like you said it, I feel like we always get there, like, oh, we need to do this thing, but we never start trying to implement anything to do anything about it.
You know why?
And you're seeing a lot. Why?
Because we want the government to do it for us when it is not their problem to fix. It's our problem to fix. It's society's problem to fix. We have to be responsible for it, and we have to hold ourselves accountable for it. And that means, that involves a different frame of mind than I think society is capable of processing at this point in time. Unfortunately. That's why it's getting worse, not getting better. It's because we're not ready to actually deal with the problem. We just want to ask daddy government to solve it for us. It's not their problem to solve.
No, 100%. And I really think, and again, I don't want to get us completely off task, but like that's been my biggest thing with like why I don't like LBJ and the Great Society, is because that's what and I think he did that to just basically the black family, and like it kind of corroded our nuclear family, right? Like I think as people, and I think it was, oh gosh, I can't even think who was the one who did it. I'm gonna look it up here in a second, but I feel like as you take us away from it not being our money, it not being our problem, to just like relying, it atrophies our ability to take care of ourselves and then our ability to care about our neighbors.
Yep. Yeah. The the loss of the concept of caring about your neighbors. It's beyond words and how impactful that has been. I mean, it's right there for everybody to see. But again, I don't know how you fix that. I try.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why I got heavier, or I started to get a passion for donating, because I think if you find a good small nonprofit, it's their spirit is trying to take back, is trying to control something.
Yeah.
And this is why I think I got super into people tithing, right? I got super interested into tithing. And not because I'm super religious, because I'm not. I don't go to church, right? I guess I'm spiritual. I hate when people say it, but
I guess I just don't know what that means. Explain what that means.
So the tithing is basically taking 10% of your income, and then you give it back to your church, or like give it back to God, right? And like what that allows them to do is it allows the community, again, to crowdfund things. And then we have a tight knit community. They use that money. The church used to be a big part of the community, and the church would go and use that money to do things, fix things, and to provide for the lower status, right? And then again, because you're part of the community, part of the church, you would constantly give, and then they would give back, and then it's your way of helping go your community, right? Well,
You're seeing it actively impact your community because churches
100%.
are inherently a local organization.
Yes, exactly, and that's why I think it's local. I think like around you, if I said, "Hey, like we're gonna go pick up your trash around your house," right? You'd be like, "Yeah, okay." I hate watching that trash in my neighborhood, right? You're like, "Hey, we're gonna go pick up trash in our neighboring town." I'd be like, "Okay, yeah, I love this city. Like, let's do something for it," right? You're saying, "Hey, you're gonna pay money to help us pick up trash." You're like, "Yeah, okay, let's get after this." And then what it turned into is you're going to pay money to help pick up New York's trash. Well, that's gonna create a problem where you're not going to care as much about those people, right? So you're not going to give them much money, right? And you're not going to like that it's not coming back to you. They're not going to care that it's your money, right? So it's not their money. So now they're gross manipulation with the spending of it, right? And so it's a dual problem. They're not helping you. You don't care to help them. And then the problem that really happens there is the community that has it cleaned, they're not doing the cleaning anymore, right? We've created separation from them and the problem, and the government takes care of it. So now, like, oh, no, we pay for a service in the government, right? But as we know, the government's trash at everything. So, like, as the government solves our mental health crisis, what we have is just an absolute manifestation of even worse mental health crisis, right? And I know it's not really a dirty secret anymore, but, like, as much as we love social media, like, social media is just making this a hyper problem, right? It's accentuating the problem. You become more of what you do. Well, there's a lot of people who have mental problems. Like we're going to have an even greater amount of that. And so I think because we've outsourced this to our government, and the government's not going to be able to execute on anything, one, we don't care enough until it happens. Like, we're here, we care now, but like I'll be completely transparent. I wasn't thinking about kids getting bullied, or the mental health of the average teenager before this happened. And it's going to be salient for a while, right? And you want to get back to the community, but like there's no clear way for us to get back to the community, and there's no clear thing the community is doing. It's the government, right? And the government's not going to do well. And so it frustrates me, and it makes me so mad. And that's why I think I'm so angry at this kid and want to hold him responsible besides his parents, because like I want to hurt him because, again, he hurt so many people, right? And so that's what's frustrating for me. But like we can't blame everything on the government, but like that's where I think they played a role.
Well, I've told you before, Larry, every major institution hates you and wants you to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is very true. So is the problem
so
then, is it more of
We can win, though. That's the white pill part of it. We can win. But the institutions hate you and want you to die. But we can
control everything.
But we can defeat the institutions. That's not a problem.
That's true.
But
we here at Salt the Streets will defeat the institutions.
Yes, but inherently they hate you and want you to die.
Well, and I mean, yeah, they definitely do. But
It's dark. It's breaking him.
So would you say, Larry, in your estimation, is it more a rise in social apathy, or is it more a decline of social altruism? Or is or do they go hand in hand?
I think it's apathy. I think again, because I'm basic training, I think the most toxic thing we have going on right now is there's an astronomical amount of apathy. Because I think the cool thing about social media is we get to do the things we care about, right? And you could constantly be surrounded by the things you care about, right? And then, not to be rude to Gary Vee, but we basically have told kids like concentrate on the things that make you the happiest. Don't work on your weakness. Only focus on your strengths, which is super cool when you're growing a business. But like as a human and as part of a culture, it is not very good, right? And so we have this awkward amount of collectivism, but collectivism in form of thought, right? And we have apathy and critical thinking.
Well,
When I
because
think that's-
apathy and collectivism go hand in hand. Because if
100%,
you want to be a part of
yes.
collectivism, you don't need to worry about it. Someone else will.
Right.
100%.
Interesting.
And I think those two things are insane. And again, I see it a lot. I spend a lot of time on TikTok, right? I'll be just very forthcoming with that. I love the app.
Communist.
Big set. I might be, honestly.
I might be, he says.
I could be. Listen, I fight China so hard, but I use the shit out of TikTok.
Shoe on head gives you a good speech, and you might be thinking about being a socialist.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe I don't want anything, just control everything. But like I'm seeing it there, it's like people aren't trying to be their own and think smaller. They're literally like I'm watching kids sell out, and I'm seeing, and I don't want to pick on women, but there's a lot of women who are just talking about how easy it is to make money doing OnlyFans, right? And there's a lot of money to be made there. And no one's talking about the other side is what we're losing, right? So there's an apathy towards the short-term local decision-making to then get something that will give us a quicker fix of happiness, right? And so
The dopamine hit.
yeah, exactly, right? And so, like, I think we're constantly going to our lizard brains. And so the social apathy comes back to us because, like, that doesn't make us feel good, right? Like, that's not pushing my dopamine button, right? And I think that's why, again, we're manifesting these bad behaviors because right now it's so easy to find something like this phone, right? Like, I can pull... because of technology, I'm on a podcast with you. I could trade all my cryptocurrency, so I can DJ my cryptocurrencies. I can play Clash of Clans. I can go on TikTok.
Clash of Clans, bro? You still Clash of Clansing?
Oh, I'm heavy. Oh
my
I
god,
haven't
that's
played that shit
so
in
funny.
years. I miss it.
Listen. If you guys come back, you let me know. I'm fine. I think the point is that because like we don't ever have to be unhappy. So, like, why would you be unhappy? Like, again, it doesn't feel good to do a lot of things, right? Like, we talked about it before. Like, it doesn't feel good to wake up at 4 a.m. It doesn't feel good to run a business. It doesn't feel good to make everything.
Responsibility is a bitch, dude.
100%. But there's no need for responsibility because, again, like, we're creating a system where you don't have to. And I think the government is the fault of that. And you really saw it, again, with this, with the first stimulus care package where, like, people just stop working because they don't have to. And everyone's like, they'll come back. And then what we saw is, no, the fuck they won't. Because, again, why be unhappy if I don't have to? And I think that's what that social apathy is I think that's where that social apathy comes from. Is the fact that like why ever be unhappy?
Well,
And
I think there's a step there I think you might have missed. Because when you say, we put all the reliance on the government and the government sucks at everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's our fault that we're putting all this on the government.
Yes.
That's like it's not necessarily their fault they can't perform the things they're not supposed to do. Part of the root cause of all the problems we have now is because we're trying to get government to do the things they're not supposed to do. So they're fucking terrible at it, and they always have been and they always will because it's not designed to work that way. These are our social and cultural responsibilities that we are abdicating for. Apathy is probably the easiest way to do it, but it's fucking lazy. It's
Right.
It's just easier to have the higher authority try to take care of this for you, and then you also have somebody to blame for it. When all you need to do to find the person that is at fault and who you need to blame is look into a fucking mirror.
And I think that you could probably argue. We could probably spend 3 hours arguing which is the cause, whether the apathy is the cause of that, or whether the ceding of power to the government is the cause of the apathy. If people felt, and this is just a thought experiment at this point, if people felt as though their states were not giving them what they wanted, or the legislative branch wasn't working as quickly as they wanted, even though that's not how it's designed, they become apathetic, and therefore they're more willing to cede more power to the executive. Or if the ceding of power to the executive
So it's like a vicious
kind
cycle.
of highlights, quote unquote, for them how slow the legislative process is, which makes them more apathetic to it and makes them want to give more power to the executive. You think you could argue which one came first, and it would depend on probably which president you started with. So because you could argue from the ceding more power to the government side that started in World War II. You know what I'm saying? When the federal government starts to have more programs that allow you to lean on them more as opposed to your state, even if it's a state program, it's funded by the federal government.
Yeah.
You know, all this funding, or the vast majority of it, comes from the federal government. You know that because FDR sold you on all these plans. He told you what was happening. He's on TV all the time. He's telling you, right? So you know. From that point forward, that leaning on the government could lead to that apathy, right? Or if you pick the starting point of George Bush, right, where the government is starting to infringe on you so heavily, and they're spying on everything that you do, and they are just in everything involved in your life. They're just, why the fuck am I bothering with anything?
Yeah.
You know, I don't. It's all happening to me
all
already,
too
so I
big,
just
I-
hands off. I don't want to deal with it. I just don't. I can't. The government
no
is already.
control anyways.
The
They're
government
already
is doing
there.
whatever they want. You
Yeah.
know. And those are just two examples, right? And
Yeah.
maybe they're poor ones because it's just off the top of my head. But I think that's definitely very interesting because I don't think either one is necessarily false. You know
Well,
what I'm
and
saying? That's kind of, I
especially
guess, what I'm
because,
getting at.
Like when you look at like my argument, right, as society being at fault mostly because we've allowed the government to take so much power. Like you said, it really depends on where you start that
Right.
clock at.
Right.
And at a certain point, yeah, like in a world war, generally speaking, you're going to want to be able to give the government more power to do shit because they're fighting a war, and
Right.
it is literally like a life or death situation. Do you want to be man in the high castle? Not me. If government says you can't have sugar because we gotta feed the troops and shit, word, I'm down.
But the same is said for George Bush during the
Yeah.
Iraq War, right? That at that time, all that the Patriot Act, all this stuff is in response
Yeah.
to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's in response to the terrorist attacks, in response to 9/11, in response to the Iraq War, potential terrorism. They're saying it's going to happen any day. I just
Yeah.
rewatched, this is slightly off topic, but I think this is great. I just rewatched, have either of you seen the movie The Report?
You be watching all these
Oh my
obscure
God.
movies.
I
shit.
saw the trailer for it on
On Amazon.
Amazon. Yeah, but I haven't watched it yet.
So you
I'm
have to
assuming it's
watch
good.
it. You have
Okay.
to watch it, right?
Oh!
It's about a guy named Daniel Jones who wrote the report on the enhanced interrogation program
Okay.
during all that, all the black sites and everything. It's like a 7,000-page document that he put together, and it outlines how Gina Haspel, who is the current director of the CIA,
Yeah, the one that's hiding the
right?
pedos.
She was one of the people that passed on investigating the people who planned and carried out 9/11. She chose to lead away from that, right? She then was a director of one of the black sites in which they did enhanced interrogation. She oversaw the deletion of tapes of torture
Yup.
carried out by CIA agents,
It's all during her
which is
confirmation hearing.
all documented. She is now the director of the fucking CIA.
Man, we make a lot of good decisions here.
She had a
listen.
direct hand in 9/11 coming to play. She is now the director of the CIA.
So again, I not to be a conspiracy theorist, even though I asked you to start a conspiracy theorist thing. This is what frustrates me, or not frustrates me, is it seems like this it seems too coincidental or too well planned out for this to be random, right? 'Cause,
How?
Like, I get right, exactly. I get hit with this a lot, right? Like I'll sit here and I'll have this back and forth with somebody, and they'll be like, "Well, you're thinking too hard of it. It's just a coincidence, right?" And then I try to lay it out mathematically. Say that like you laid out like 4 things, right? So say that like each of those was 1 and 2, right? That goes from like a 50-50 chance, right? If we play it down to like a 12.5% chance, right? So we've easily started to cut our odds, right?
Right.
And then you start layering on these thousands and thousands of decisions. I was just like, what
Millions of
are the
other
odds?
people too.
100%, right? And it just seems to always be falling into place. Like it always seems to be like there's so many layers involved, and it always sees. And like I'm seeing it over and over again. It's starting to play out again. And this Ghislaine Maxwell thing, right?
Yes.
And like again, like they're like the CEOs are quitting. Then
Right.
the senior medical examiner is quitting, and then everyone's just like, "Well, it's just a coincidence." I was just like, and I don't want to be the guy that's just like, "Why today?" But I just sit there, it's like, "Why quit now?"
Yeah.
And that we'll never get to talk to him. We'll never get to ask him, right? And like it's just like, hey, why did you choose today? And they always have like the perfect thing, and then so I'm satiated, right? For example, like when the CEO told her to quit, right? Like, why did you quit? Like, that's super weird for you to quit now.
Jack
And he's
Dorsey?
just like, well, this
Jack Dorsey.
Jack Dorsey quit. And he's like, well, he changed Square, and I guess he's changing it to Block, and he's like supposed to be focusing on blockchain. And you're like, man, that makes so much sense and it's so plausible, but it just seems so insane that you guys would almost in line on the same day quit.
So I have another layer to add to this.
It leads to your original apathy question, I think. All of that, seeing all that shit, especially like the CIA stuff. Not Trump.
Well, and on top of that, right? Because the problem with like the conspiracy concept is when you look at it, right? A conspiracy requires, generally speaking, a lot of players all playing ball the exact same way.
Certainly a national or international one,
right?
Yeah.
But what is always failed to enter into that conversation is that it's not for a conspiracy to unfold as if it is a conspiracy of individuals together making decisions and planning this whole thing out. It doesn't need to be a cabal of individuals that all have the same plan and all pulling triggers at the same exact time. It can be a series of standalone, complex individuals that see advantageous opportunities to be had at a certain time. And when the environment that they're surrounded in, the environment that these conspiracies are built around and in, there's a reason why, how many anecdotes does it take for something to become evidence, right? The concept of enough individuals within, say, the CIA, right, having taken individual choices to make a decision, to do a thing that ultimately culminated in the thing that we see as the grand conspiracy. When along the way, if each one of those individuals made that decision that pushed the concept of the conspiracy further down the road, if they made that decision because at the time they had an individual, like selfish, not in the colloquial term, but an actual legitimate selfish reason to make that decision to benefit themselves, and they don't care about what happens afterwards, that can that could build to the conspiracy.
Appears as a conspiracy.
Exactly. So you have the same outcome, but it doesn't mean all of these individual players along the way needed to be on board from the get-go or even had a concept of what the end result was going to be. They all take individual actions that lead to that ultimate culmination of whatever it is being called a conspiracy.
And that's why a conspiracy is so crazy, or seems so crazy, and is so hard to prove, is because you have to prove knowledge and intent from all of those people. When it's easier, what they call like Occam's razor or whatever, right? It's easier if you can find some type of, like you said, selfish or self-serving reason why they would do something. It's easier to just chalk it up to all of these things for a regular person, quote unquote, right? But you get three weirdos like us in a room and we're like, no fucking way. There's no fucking way, because even on standard statistics or whatever you want to call it, 12.5% chance that Gina Haspel is going to end up the CIA director after she's also the person who helps lead into 9/11. That's fucking weird. That's really fucking weird, And you have to,
because you're talking
in some instances, you have to ignore things. You have to ignore coincidences, things that might seem like a coincidence. That's like you have to almost infer that someone had knowledge that would make them do something for a certain reason.
Otherwise,
it
doesn't make sense.
Right. I don't have any way to know that you had this information, but I don't know why the fuck else you would do it if you didn't have this information,
And to go down the trail of the 1,000+ people that are going to make small, minute decisions that benefit them in the end, not knowing the outcome, is impossible to do.
It ends and this is such a good example of this guy. Like I said, the document he ended up with that proved all of the enhanced interrogation programs, the cover-ups, everything, was 7,000 pages.
That's insane.
It took him years to compile it, and several people who quit over time. The CIA got involved. They hacked his servers. He had to steal documents because the CIA refused to allow him to release the information that incriminated them, right? Under whatever fucking reasoning, he had to steal documents to even allow this report to even begin to come to light. 7,000 pages. He was paid by the federal government to compile it, and they still refused to release it, right?
Because
For what reason? Because it
state.
incriminates the CIA. Because the CIA refused to allow it to be done. That's what it takes. And no one wants to read. They said in this movie, so I'm sure 20,000 more people said it in real life. No one wants to read 7,000 pages to find out that your government is fucking you over.
Yeah.
Why would you want to do that? Because it's torture. It's personal torture.
Yep. We can't even read the 5,000 pages in fucking spending bills.
It takes,
And
like
neither
I said,
are any of the people voting on
like
them.
I said, it takes weirdos like us,
Yep.
right, Larry, to read an entire spending bill and write on Facebook about it to his friends. Who's like, hey, I don't know who cares about this or if anybody wants to know, but I read the entire bill and this is actually what it says.
Yep.
So here you go. It takes people like this that are willing to put that work in, to make the connections, to take the risk. I would risk to say, right, to say that shit, that this is not a coincidence. This is on purpose, and if you choose to ignore it, then that is on you. But there is too much here to say this is a coincidence.
Yeah, and I think on yours, I always wonder if they're trying to make it complicated on purpose. Because like on that, and again, right, these are just weird coincidences. I read a lot of the tax bills, right? I read them a lot.
That's why we love you.
That's how you go to bed, right? You pull up the tax bill. Read it.
He's got his glasses on.
It gets you so jacked. Like you're actually doing it. And you're like, man, I've never been this excited in my life. But like, I wonder. I think three things that have led me to kind of. I don't know if there's a conspiracy to thwart everyone, but I do think somebody. I think everyone's talking, right? And it really started with Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, right? Like I think that story was the first time I can remember reading an article and going, "Wait a second." Like,
Yeah.
like this is the craziest thing ever.
Yep.
And then the second thing was like these bills, right? I would read the bill, and I would be shocked that even when they put the bills out, they don't put them in plain text, right?
No.
And I've heard a lot of people be like, "Well, you need the legal language for the implementation," and I constantly go like, "Now I know, like, no, they don't, right? The way they implement them is not always the way they write them, right? Like a lot of it's allocation. So like if you wrote a bill, sign it into law, and then just wrote it out in plain English so everyone can understand what's going on, right? No references, no hidden languages, no references to IRC, no references to prior bills. Like literally write out what you want to happen. Then through the implementation, write out all the messy stuff, right? They refuse to do that. And the last thing is, I can't remember the last time we voted on a specific bill unless it's to kick the can down the road for funding our government, or B, raise the pay wages of the senators.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's so insane to me. I think those three things really crystallize it to me. And not that I'm a huge conspiracy theorist, but that there's some element of teamwork going on at a higher level. And I don't know if the people who have the most control are thinking about us.
Oh,
Oh, absolutely not. It's definitely an us, at least in my opinion, this opinion, right? That's where we're at today. It's an us versus them thing. And that's why I feel it's slightly facetious, right? But I feel comfortable in saying, tweeting, putting out wherever the fuck, every major institution hates you and wants you to die. It's because it is us against them. And that, like I said, it may be slightly facetious because if you pick a random person who works at HHS, that person doesn't want you to die. They don't actually want you to die as an individual. But the people who are at the top of these organizations only care about themselves, and they're going to do whatever they have to do to further their own growth, their own security, their own safety, their own financial whatever, and make it look like they're doing it for you. And that's the intent. That's part of it, in my opinion, right? Why these bills are so fucking long. And that's why they say that legal text is needed, even though it's not. It's needed so that when it comes into question, you can turn it again in your favor. That's why it's written this way, is so that it can always serve you regardless of what the end outcome is with this particular bill. Mm-hmm. That's why it's written that way, and it feeds on the same thing we were talking about, the apathy. You see that, and why would I, as a regular person, if I have one kid, two, even me, right, if I wasn't doing this podcast, why the fuck would I want to take time to read a $5,000 or 5,000-page bill just to know that my government is fucking me over? Why would I want to do that? All that's going to do is make me want to fucking kill myself, because the one place, the one entity that is telling me they want to protect me and they care about what's best for me is showing me through their actual legislation they don't give a fuck about me. Like, why would I want to do that?
Yeah.
You know, it's
Well, I mean, there's
It's
obviously
dark.
yeah, and there's obviously I guess I don't know if it's more cynical than that, but it's on the same level. I think in my mind is from their perspective, if they throw out a 5,000-page bill that's full of legal gobbledygook, they know no one is going to read and comprehend it, so they can literally do whatever the fuck they want to
Definitely not a plebe, you know. The
do.
plebes are
It
definitely
only
not reading a
takes-
5,000-page bill.
It only takes a page to, well, maybe a few pages because of the way they space and do all their shit, but like it should take you 10 minutes to draft up literally a life-altering piece of legislation that you could throw into that 5,000 pages, and no one's going to know that those 4 pages even exist.
No.
How easy would it be to do that? And I understand, excuse me, that in the realm of that 5,000-page omnibus legislation type of deal, the general reasoning behind that, their current excuses, if you will, would be to say like, so Derek Kilmer, our local representative here, can input a tiny little piece of legislation that gives, I don't know, Fish and Wildlife at the state level an extra $1 million to help do this thing for the salmon, right? So that they say, yeah, we put these earmarks in there, we put these little bills in there that all the little states need, and all the representatives are actually there to try to get passed, to try to get funding to help their states.
Right.
So they could put those into the bill. That, like I said, that would be the excuse for allowing something that is 5,000 fucking pages that nobody can fucking read.
Right.
It doesn't hold much weight. It doesn't stand, the argument doesn't stand up to much scrutiny, but it's an easy enough thing that they can say and most people would believe.
So let me ask this in response, right? And this is to you, Larry, because we've talked about, well, obviously we talk almost every day. So we talk about background legislation, things that are going on. And I know you've said in the past that you are in favor of voteramas, right? And it seems like that would kind of, I think that we lost you on the microphone there.
Oh,
There it is. And it seems like that probably leans to what Colin is saying, right? So your stance on a votorama, first of all, of what a votorama is, right? Because I think a lot of people don't know what it is. But then also why you're in favor of them. Because like I said, I think that leans kind of towards what Colin is. Not exactly, but in that vein, of having to put your mark on something, being able to put your mark on something.
100%. And so the votorama is basically a circumstance when, oh my gosh, I always forget this, is when the budget, what's it called? The
reconciliation
debt ceiling
package.
The debt ceiling raise is in conjunction with the reconciliation, and there's a 50-50 headbutt, and then they have to go through what's called a votorama in order to decide. It literally happened, I don't know, it happened before, I don't remember what it was. But
it happened just in the last few years.
I don't remember when.
I don't remember. I know
it
it
was
was
very
fairly
recent.
Yeah.
Very contemporary.
During Donald Trump.
And it's amazing. And I just found out about this, right? This is all new to me. But what happens is you have to parse out and you have to vote on each individual topic one at a time. And they literally sit there and they sit there for like 18 hours and they vote on each one. And I think it would be the greatest thing for America. I think it would be super cool for a political reset, if you will, to have everybody put their name on a topic.
2015.
And I like that.
I'm sorry.
2015.
2015. So,
It was the end of
right
Obama.
before Obama.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was during Obama, but I couldn't.
Yep.
remember.
That's my bad. So it might even be the Affordable Care Act.
That's what I'm
It
thinking.
might even be the Affordable Care Act at the tail end of Obama. I have
Funny.
this
the
PragerU
largest
video.
infringement into people's lives, other than say like the deep fundamental constitutional ones,
What's the Daily Signal?
was the first time they create. If that's the case, if it's the Affordable Care Act, isn't that funny that that's the first time a votorama would be used, was to force through the most intrusive piece of legislation that affects everyday Americans in their daily lives. It affects every single business that is in operation. Isn't it funny and coincidental that's the first time a votorama was ever done?
Right. And so, and the reason, does it make sense the way that I connected those things, or is
It
that
does.
totally out of it? Okay.
No, it does. I had that thought. I was like, isn't it
No,
kind of
no,
coincidental?
absolutely.
Like maybe
We can see this video is
maybe
a
that
minute.
adds to my category. That's not a great idea.
This video is 1 minute and 39 seconds long. Do you guys want to watch this video? It's about the Votorama 2015.
I don't know. Or we can like watch it. I don't know.
Should we play the audio? Should we not?
Is the audio? Yeah, if the audio is good enough, we could do that.
I would assume it would be fine.
Okay.
Tonight, your senators will be taking part in an
hear that,
all-out
Larry?
voting blitz.
Yeah.
Notice Votorama. It's a marathon voting session where senators vote on an unlimited number of amendments at the end of debate on a budget resolution. There is just one caveat. All of the amendments are non-binding, but it does give senators a chance to go on the record about certain issues and inject new ideas into the political bloodstream. Take the ban on earmarks in 2008. These senators were all running for president, and they returned to Washington, D.C.
That's Hillary Clinton, John McCain, and Barack Obama.
Okay.
Just so everyone knows. These senators, who she says.
to vote on the ban. The last Votorama happened in 2013, and senators filed more than...
Oh, come on, you bitch.
Will said it sounds great here, so perfect. If we get the signal back.
Yeah,
He is in the middle of nowhere with your with that signal, huh?
I know it.
Fucking.
I have Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Oh, it's probably because I'm also streaming.
500
I could probably
amendments,
close the
but they
YouTube channel.
only ended up voting
It's all
on just
working.
over 100, which still took over 13 hours. And this year is sure to be especially interesting with the 2016 presidential election right around the corner. And a number of Democratic and Republican senators are expected to throw their hats in the ring. There are a few issues that definitely will be the subject of amendments at this year's Votorama, like the Affordable Care Act, the Keystone Pipeline, climate change, and equal pay. For the new senators who've never been through Votorama before, heed the advice of former Senator Jim DeMint.
When you're in the cloakroom, be sure not to change the television channel from the basketball games.
So in other words,
Every
don't watch.
major institution hates you and wants you to die. That's how I feel. That's his advice. Is don't change from the basketball games. Every major
Don't
institution
watch
hates
us.
you and wants you to die. That's how I feel
Don't
about
watch us
that.
do this.
God damn it.
Is my argument against Votorama growing on you guys at all?
So the reason, just to lay it out, the reason I connected
get the
those two
concept,
things,
though.
obviously, is because people are having to put their names on shit. The reason they're different, obviously,
Yes.
because they're non-binding.
Yeah.
So everyone can throw out whatever the fuck they want, and that's why this one was talking about injecting new political ideals.
Yeah.
Is because it's not going to go anywhere, and I think that's actually how maybe the Green New Deal was brought up the first time, or was that just brought up as a resolution? Is that what it was?
I think it was a resolution.
Doesn't matter.
It's the same
But
concept, though. You inject something
It's
into
non-binding. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just a. So I
It's like,
think
yeah,
that-
we'll all agree to think about that.
Right. And it speaks to your idea in the way that people would have to put their names on things, and it gives them the opportunity, but unfortunately it doesn't go anywhere. So
Yeah.
or it doesn't have to, you know.
Yeah. And that's my major fundamental problem with it, because I get the concept, right? I understand it. And because there's a lot of positive political factors there. Like you said, you can see how everybody's voting on these things. You can, as legislators, you can put something in like a Green New Deal into something, and it's the same concept. So you can see if there's any, you could openly stick your finger in the air and see which way the wind's blowing, as like in this case, as a party, because generally that's why these amendments are bringing up, because the party chooses to do this, right? So I get the concept there, but my major problem with it is basically the way it's supposed to work on steroids. It's on fucking speed, man. It's going 1.5 billion miles an hour, so there is no real life discussion over all of these things that should be talked about, because obviously
Right.
they're getting political pressure from somewhere, right? They're all trying to get reelected. And so there is reasons to talk about these things. And when something as fundamentally binding as legislation, that is not the place to try to be rushing through one of these conversations.
Especially something like the Affordable Care Act, like you said.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that, like some form of state-funded health care, I think we could probably figure that out if we wanted to offer it as a service, right? I could be persuaded into doing that, given our current situation. But that during a Votorama is not the time to fucking do that. No, that should be debated for years as a society. Multiple representatives should be having those conversations. And so when you're doing something that fundamental on that short a timeline where there's no real chance to actually talk about these things. I mean, you're playing with fire here. This is about to become law. There's going to be billions of dollars exchanged. There's going to be massive amount of people's livelihoods affected in some fashion, for positive, for worse. I mean, these things should not come lightly. And so we should not be allowing that shit to, possibly dangerous legislation, just open ourselves up to that. I mean, we're playing Russian roulette here. Something seriously devastating. All the crazy shit they hid in like the Patriot Act, like all these things are being just shoved into 5,000 fucking pages, and everybody's going yay or nay. And in a vote-a-rama, yeah, you get to find out where these people land on those topics, but you don't really know what the law is going to do. This is too dangerous to be playing at this high speed a game. That's my problem with vote-a-rama.
And I hear you. I think the problem is this. Like, I think the average politician is trash and we need to get out. And I think the average politician, I think the sign of a good politician is your ability to weasel out of the question, right? Like, how many times did you watch debate?
Yeah.
They'd be like, what do you feel about bread? And you're just like, well, when I was a boy, I ate some lemons and I love lemons.
That
and
corn
I
pop gave you.
100%, right? And so I want a vote-a-rama just because I think our system's already lost, right? Personally, right? I think the people who have the control at the highest level are not going to give any of it back, and I think they're going to construct ways to take more. I think that's where we are, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the only way to do it is we have to shatter through the people's glass, and so we're gonna need something miserable to happen in order.
So you're an
to get to the point
accelerationist.
where- Yeah, because again, right? Because right now we're just gonna have a steady stream, right? Like Nancy Pelosi's literally. Just think about this:
zombie.
100 millionaire, not even a zombie. She's 100 millionaire, making less than $200,000 a year for the last 40 years of being a public servant.
It's weird,
Yeah.
right?
100%. That's not an 8% rate. That's if you're like type that into a calculator, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's you maxing out your 401k at like $24,000 and then continually making a 10 to 15% return. Meanwhile, the rest of us peons out here are lucky to get an 8 to 10% return. That's consistently for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's disgusting. That's literally unheard of.
So
right? That's what.
Is it the fact that like you think there's an end and it'll come quicker if we just let it happen? Because it's growing at an exponential rate. Is that let's just let it happen and then we could get there and we'll deal with it after that?
I think again, COVID was a big eye opener for me because
For most of us, the smart ones at least.
Yeah.
Right. I think I was a libertarian, and I realized that being a libertarian doesn't work, right? Because I think that what happens as a libertarian is we, at our base probability, to sum it up, we don't care, right? Like I've always thought libertarian was like, hey, do whatever you want, leave me the fuck alone, and we'll be cool. And I think what we learned was that if we're not doing anything, they're just gonna move more ground, right? And so what happens is it's 0 and 10, and you're like, okay, well, we're at 0, we're fine. And they're like, oh, we're just going to hang out at the 1. And you're like, okay, whatever, just leave me alone. I'm going to hang out at 0, right? Now they're at fucking 11. And we're still trying to be like, nah, it's fine, it's not really affecting me. Well, they're coming for it because they're never, ever moving back. And so I don't know what to do to get people to understand of how much we're losing, right? Like, my big thing on COVID is not the shot. It's that we will never get it back, and people are just comfortable with it because no one sees it. Because every time they're going to happen, they're going to make an emotional appeal. They're going to change the story, or they're going to gaslight me and then tell me I'm wrong, I'm racist, or something. And so that's what I get frustrated about.
And especially like during COVID, right? To just illustrate the importance of what you're talking about. When you say they're coming to take what this is, I mean, what you're talking about them taking is your freedom. That's if there's anything that's been taken away during COVID, it was, the actual concept of freedom. That's what they took away because they have officially laid down a marker in the sand that says, if this happens, you lose your freedom, and we get to tell you how much freedom you have. And luckily we haven't gone Australia, but the flag has been laid, and people are okay with it.
And a good example of that is our own state, right? Where
Yeah.
I think the last number I had track of was that there were 13 challenges to Jay Inslee's executive power during COVID.
Yep.
And the state Supreme Court had ruled in Jay Inslee's favor all 13 times.
All 13.
So even though we are not at Australia yet, right? Our state has already set the precedent, like you said, of this is fine. He's allowed to do this if this is happening.
Yep.
And if they've already ruled it once, the precedent has now been set. And if it happens again, the legal precedent is already there.
Yep.
And
They've already killed freedom.
It doesn't matter if it's 100 years from now, 200 years from now. We are still using precedent from 1865 if it's still the standing precedent, right? Nothing has changed since then. That's still the precedent that we're using because it's been tried and true over and over and over again from case after case after case.
Precedent, baby.
So if it, even like I said, even if it doesn't happen from 100 years from now,
Yep.
the last time we had a vaccine mandate, right, would have been during polio, and people were given the option of a fine.
Yep.
That's like just now starting to become a discussion. Until then, it was completely ignored because, like you said, Larry, and like you said, Colin, is to take more. The last time you had the option of a fine. This time you do not. There is no fine option this time. You either get the vaccine or you don't go out to eat. You get the vaccine or you don't get to do whatever you want. You get the vaccine or your freedoms are limited, right? And we've seen it in Germany, even outside of Australia. In Germany, you're unvaccinated, you get to do nothing now. If you're in France, you get to do nothing now if you're unvaccinated. I saw a video just yesterday, maybe even this morning, of people eating in a restaurant in France while they're walking around. The police officers are walking around taking people's papers, re-scanning people's papers who are actively eating food in a restaurant. It's not even for entrance anymore. It is to maintain your existence in somewhere where you've already been checked. You now must show your papers again to prove that we didn't fuck up the first time.
And to make matters worse, there are, I mean, if you spend any time on the internet, you'll see them. There are massive, massive protests happening in every one of these places, and nobody's covering it.
No, and
Nobody.
in Italy,
there's no
changing the
stomach
videos.
to have that conversation because they know they can't win that one.
No, in
You
Italy
can't
they
show
were.
that. Everybody wants freedom.
In Italy, they were changing the videos from the live feeds on the streets. So if you were on the street, you could see that there were mass protests there. But on the cameras on the government websites, it was just an empty street.
Yep.
It's just cars there, just parked cars,
Yeah.
just nothing. They're literally changing the information on the internet so that you cannot see it.
And can I just, one kind of witty thing here. Can these people just stop doing this? Because the goddamn globalist corporate elite fucking, commentator, fucking conspiracy dudes, whatever they're labeled as, like those guys, you're not helping your case.
Yep.
When you are systematically shutting, you're not shutting these protests, these mass protests down, because literally it would take an army to do that. There's tens of thousands of people out here. And by just, there was a point I was going to make and I lost it. But by choosing not to cover that, you're already planting your flag into saying, like, this is not okay.
Right.
No, you don't get to fight for your freedom. I'm sorry, there's none of that. There's none of this stuff going on. They're silencing that message. Even though they're not actively resisting, that's what it was. Even though they're not pushing back with the armies, they're still silencing it. They're saying, no, you guys don't get to know that exists. Which is, again, like we haven't, in America, even in the bluest of blue, the hardcore, even in California, right? You still have, in the grand scheme of freedom, like you could still live your life the way you want to, probably pretty effectually, right?
To a certain extent.
You're not going to feel like your freedom is lost, but that's not what is actually important here. What is important is that the concept of actual freedom is what they destroyed. And they've already proven that they could do it.
Yeah, and I think, again, I think not just their concept of freedom, I think that they've made it normalized that we're asked, like that we feel good to get back to like what's not even normal. Like people are gonna feel good when we go, and they're gonna be like, "Hey, we did it, right?" Knowing in the back of their mind like they cannot control us, right? That's the problem with the vaccine, in my opinion, is it's bodily sovereignty, right? And it's where I've always struggled. It's why I was ultimately pro-choice, right? And
My
it's
body,
why,
my
honestly,
choice.
100%. It's why I've always agreed pro-choice, right?
Yep.
And on that, I think it's why, honestly, I've circled back to become pro-life, which is just crazy. But like the bodily sovereignty was something that mattered, right? Like to lay your moral judgments on me, like that's on you, but it's on me. So like it's not for you, it's my body, right? And now we are gonna get it back in theory, right? In March, like the vaccine, like when the mask first started, there were so many people that were mad. And then it just got extended to March and no one said anything, right? So when they give it back to us, we're gonna feel like we're gonna feel good. We're gonna feel like we've been rewarded. When in reality, we just got used to being tied down.
Yes.
Yeah.
A really good example of that, Jay Inslee, our Lord Inslee, right, our governor, just had a press conference
Lord Emperor Inslee.
yesterday that I watched, and he had a question about lockdowns, right? The Omicron variant is popping off now, so people are getting scared. The CDC has officially told us that it's a concern, so everyone can officially be concerned now because
So all
the
the
CDC has
institutions
told
are
us.
telling you to be afraid.
Everyone be afraid. The CDC literally said it's officially concerned. So
The only person that didn't is
Be
the doctor
concerned
that
now.
discovered it.
yeah, the doctor who just it's a really good point, Colin. It's so weird that you say
Sorry.
that. The doctor who actually discovered the Omicron variant is like, actually, it's not that big of a deal. It seems to be maybe even less of a deal than the Delta variant. Except for
then-
the fact that it doesn't give a fuck if you're vaccinated.
Yep. And then again,
Potentially, for YouTube's sake,
Yeah.
potentially, because we don't know that for certain.
potentially. That's all right. We're not that big. We could talk. We could say whatever we want.
Anyway, Lord Inslee, right, yesterday, he got a question about lockdowns. Are we going to go back into lockdowns? Like, is that something that you're looking at? And he says, I don't even know why you're saying that. We don't have lockdowns. Restaurants are open. People can go to restaurants. We're just telling people they should get vaccinated. So you're saying that things were never locked down, that there was never a point in time in this state in which you couldn't go and sit down in a restaurant. Is that what you're saying? Because that's not true. That is a lie. There were, in fact, several weeks, possibly even months, in which I could not go to the restaurants that I wanted and sit down and have a meal. If I wanted to get food there, I had to order it and sit in my car and wait for them to bring it out to me.
Yep.
That's
So
real.
That happened. That is a real thing that happened. There were actual points in time in this state where people were not allowed to go to work. They were told they needed to stay home because they were not essential personnel.
Unless
Colin
you were
was
one of
told
the
for
chosen.
48 hours that he wasn't essential personnel. He couldn't go to work. There was real question whether or not we were essential personnel. We make splints for infants. I make devices, medical devices that change the life. And I'm not self-aggrandizing. This is the literal. I've made splints for children who are 2-3 days old.
Yep.
You're telling me that that's not an essential service? There was literal question about that, right? There were people who were here, like I said, bartenders and shit, who couldn't work. One of the guys in our fantasy league didn't work for an entire year because he worked in a bar. The bar was closed, wasn't allowed to be open, couldn't go to
See,
the bar. You're going
and
to tell
that's
me
what-
lockdowns didn't exist?
Yeah.
Thank you, right? And the fact that you got to label someone like essential or
Non-essential?
like,
Yeah.
What?
like when you're bringing home money, and this is my big problem, right? And this gets me juiced up, right? When you're the income for your family and they're relying on you and you're not working and getting paid because you're not non-essential, that job feels pretty fucking essential. And that's why it doesn't fucking work, right? Because like even if you're just a goddamn janitor, right, making your $15 an hour in Washington, well, fuck, like that's an essential part of my goddamn day. And what happened? And this is again, I'll say it all the time. This is the apathy, because what happened?
Yes.
They took it away. What did they give us? They gave us our little fucking little Snicker treats, right? It came down, and then everybody was literally sucking to the tea, right? And even if you wanted to go back, if you want to make it, sometimes they would tell you no, and that's insane. And that's again another reason I can't go back to Washington, because I see what it can be and how comfortable everybody was like that. People
They were
down
fine
here,
with it.
like,
I'm really hoping we don't turn into California, because, I mean, I'm not going to be able to, afford a living, honestly, in a place like California. So I would be one of those people that would have to move, like economic refugee. I have to go somewhere, like all those people that fled to Austin. And today you're seeing these people now that essentially made the decision at the time to not leave and to stay here and fight. I love this place. I don't want to leave. Bridget Fedesi was one of those people. Now she's leaving because they lost the fight.
Right.
And so I'm
Was she-
asking
was
myself
she?
is what
She was in California, and now she's moving to
Okay.
Texas, right?
Yeah, she's moving to, I think, Austin with everybody else that's over there. But, that's what
Smart.
my hope is, to not be California. And, I'm probably right there with you, John, obviously, because we haven't actually seriously had to look at leaving. But it's always out there. I want to be a Bridget Phetasy, but I just don't want that end. I don't want her story. I don't want to move to Austin. You know what I mean? Wherever our Austin is. I don't want to have
Oklahoma.
to. Fuck it, at this point, it's probably going to be.
So, I think the interesting thing, you guys, again, I feel bad for you guys because right now you guys feel possibly like the minority, and if you came down here,
yes,
you would be the majority. It's so uncomfortable. Like it's literally like.
Let me
it's
tell
amazing.
you that going into Target, because we've talked about, I don't wear masks in store anymore. I will wear a mask. I was just thinking about this earlier today, so it's really funny. We can talk about this afterwards. I do wear a mask in the Gliding Eagle gas station because for some reason I have this.
Federal.
I have this weird respect of like they're like technically a sovereign nation, so like if you're asking me to do it, like I'll do it, So I don't know. That's like the only place that I'll still wear a mask is like inside the Gliding Eagle gas station. I don't know what it is.
I totally understand that.
Anywhere else I go, I don't like Safeway, Walmart, any other place I don't go. And
it's your deep fundamental like liberty thing.
It's
That's
weird,
why,
yeah.
because they're sovereign.
And
they have their own deal.
I am one of less than 5 people in any of those stores not wearing a mask. Everyone else is wearing a mask. Everyone, and they look at me, at my wife, at my child like we are a mistake. We are potentially a threat to them because we're choosing not to wear a mask, which is
and you're like, bitch,
one
you don't
of
even know.
the oddest things I've ever felt. Because we've talked a lot about the mask and stuff here and with my wife and stuff. That I'm like, the weird thing is that it doesn't. Your cloth mask doesn't work.
Yeah.
Right. If everyone was wearing an N95 mask and I was still choosing not to wear a mask, I could see an argument in which you're like, you're the only one being a fuck.
No.
So
this is the point.
I still wouldn't agree. I still would not agree.
Okay.
But I could understand. I could begin to understand where they're coming from because at least they're doing something that works.
Yeah. Because
when you're all wearing a cloth mask that actually doesn't do anything, I don't even begin to buy your argument that I'm a piece of shit because what you're doing is fake. It's complete optics. It doesn't actually work. You're telling me that I don't care when you don't actually either because you're not even wearing a mask that fucking does anything at all.
Yeah. And that was one of the things that pissed me off about that Inslee speech because he harped on that. So we know the masks have an incredible effect on the spread. And I'm like,
it's not genuine.
No, it does not.
It's not genuine. It's virtue signaling.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. If it was at least, if you're wearing an N95 mask or whatever the fuck, at least I feel like your argument is genuine. I still don't agree. I still think that you're full of shit. I'm still not going to do it. Yeah. But I might feel like what you're saying is genuine. You're not just fucking virtue signaling or doing whatever because that's what you feel like you need to do.
Yeah.
And
if everybody is sporting N95 masks, I'm going to assume that if I saw that in actual society,
some shit is popping off.
Something's going on.
Some shit is popping off.
Some airborne Ebola is popping off.
I should maybe consider
I'm probably
wearing
going
a
to be
mask.
doing what they're doing because there is no, like there in my mind, if I actually saw that, that would make sense.
Because we're in the N95 game.
But
that's what we're doing now.
But that's what we're not doing that. What we're doing is fake. There's no reason to be doing it. We know what this is now.
Is a fake. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And like at the end of the day, does the vaccine work?
Right.
Because if it works, then we're okay. Because like here's what I'm saying. If you have a vaccine and you're wearing your N95 and another mask over it, who cares when I'm breathing? You're fine.
Yeah.
But we've convinced it. Like it's just backwards. Unless someone's going to tell me that like you're not fine because the vaccine doesn't work when I give you the vaccine, but if someone with the vaccine gives you the COVID, that it does work. Like someone's gonna have to explain to me. Like someone's gonna have to make it make sense, right? We've been convinced that my choices now affect you.
Yeah, and that's because the problem here is there's some legitimacy to the quote unquote vaccine, right?
It does something.
It does things, right? It benefits certain people in a certain way. It does do that.
Yes.
But the problem is that's not the conversation being had here. I mean, it's the same. It ideally is the same lack of conversation that happened around all the preventative things to help keep you from hospitalization and death when you catch COVID.
Yeah.
Or quote unquote, if you catch COVID. It helps with those things. It helps bolster those type of immune responses, if you will, right? It offers you a level of protection that the numbers show does provide you some. We'll never know how much because there's no control group, right? Other than the unvaccinated people, right? So you have that comparison, but you have weighted averages and populations and whatever in extenuating circumstances. But it offers you some level of protection from hospitalization and death. The numbers do show that.
Right.
Right. But as
agree.
far as transmission goes, that is not the case.
There still is no, and this is just to add to your, there's people, I be getting at people that's all the time. There still is no active tracking of breakthrough cases of COVID-19 for people who've been vaccinated. Jordan's dad and his wife both just had COVID. Both are vaccinated. He's talking about, I'm going to Vegas in like a couple weeks or whatever. I'm definitely going to get the booster before I go. Hold on. First of all, you just had COVID. If you get the booster, it's not going to work. It's not going to do anything. You just had COVID. All that shit is going to die in your system because you just had COVID.
Yeah.
Second of all, you just had COVID. Why the fuck would you get another vaccine when you just had COVID? You probably have,
The best.
theoretically, you have the best protection that anybody could ask for right now because you are duly vaccinated and then you got COVID.
Yeah.
Right?
Your immune system is literally doing the best that it can do towards COVID at that point in time.
Third
your
of all-
personal, your
Literally
individual
doesn't need
immune
you.
system.
Third, when Jordan says this to him, he says, "That's weird. My doctor didn't even say that to me." She says, I bet he also didn't tell you to call the CDC and report your fucking breakthrough case because he certainly didn't do it.
Yeah.
Kevin didn't do it. His wife didn't do it. The doctor definitely didn't fucking do it. So no one knows.
Jesus,
You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? How many people do we collective? And I'm not fear mongering for YouTube. You know, I'm not. This is a genuine. They're actively not tracking the amount of breakthrough cases.
Yeah.
So for people to tell you, for anybody to tell you that the amount of breakthrough cases is rare, they do not know that.
Yeah.
No one knows that. And if you can talk to people anecdotally, because that's all that you can do, we talked the breakthrough that happened in my office.
Yeah.
Half the people who got COVID, 10 people got COVID, 10 people, half of them were vaccinated. The person who gave me COVID was vaccinated. The patient zero in my office was vaccinated. What are we talking about? And I'm not, said it 1,000 times, I'm not telling you not to get vaccinated, but you can't tell me that you won't get it, you can't spread it, or you're unlikely to, or less likely to, if you have the vaccine, because you don't fucking know that. No one knows that.
Yep.
And even anecdotally, it seems to me, this is totally anecdotal, right? From everything that I've read, because there aren't any statistics on it, it seems to me that there are more breakthrough cases than people who get COVID twice, right? There seems to be more, again, anecdotal, people who got COVID twice if they got the alpha variant and then got it again later, right?
I'm not going to
It's-
lie. I'm kind of worried that I might get it again at some point because
You-
it's been so long since
And
I
who
got it.
knows? You might have also had the very beginning of the Delta variant.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? No one knows.
Well, and I'm also
no
assuming,
one knows.
I should add when I say that, I'm also assuming that when I do get it, it's just going to be shitty again. But it's going to be fine
And-
because I do have some level of base protection. And
Right.
it's no different than how I feel about the fucking other seasonal viruses that flow throughout our society.
And there's
right?
been
I've been exposed to them my whole life. I'm not concerned about this new one because I've been there. I'm there now. I understand. Not everybody is me. I know some people get it and they die within a day. Like
With
it's some
the-
weird shit. I don't know, but and the important thing to remember is that every time we talk about COVID, it leads to the freedom, and every time we talk about freedom, it leads to the COVID. But the two are indeed separate conversations. The freedom is the more important one, arguably, because it's more fundamental. The COVID one is also reasonable to have because it's what we're all going through right now. It's the reason we lost our freedom. It's worth talking about. But the idea that we lost the freedom is still a separate conversation and is in no way have any play on how severe this thing could be. Airborne Ebola, we could still be having the same conversation, but the freedom argument still stands. Right? It still stands. It's totally separate. So just keep that in mind when we're talking about COVID, I guess, because every time it happens, every time, because that's how we lost our freedom.
Right.
So that leads directly into it. But all this stuff about whether we should mask, whether you should get vaccinated, should not get vaccinated, has nothing to do with whether or not you should be free to make whatever choices you decide you want to make when it comes to the virus.
Right.
It just drives me nuts. But I will say, like I said, I'm slightly concerned about it, but at the same time, it's just because it's no more fear than I'm worried about getting a bad flu every year. Sometimes it happens. It's like once every 4 or 5 years, I seem to just get knocked on my ass with the flu, and it's fucking shitty. That's my level of concern with catching COVID again.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a reasonable place for me to sit. And I think I'm being very rational about it. I'm not concerned, really. I'm not running around trying to justify everybody sporting a mask or forcing everybody to get vaccinated. I mean, like, I'm not there, obviously. I argue against it all the time. But, like, it doesn't mean that I'm not anticipating catching COVID again in the future. Like, I don't think it's ever going to go away.
The good thing going for you. Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to go away, right? I think it's going to be a common cold, right? And there's some good things coming. One, we don't know how long immunity lasts yet, right? The natural immunity, right? Because we have to understand that, like, even chickenpox, like, the shit lasts forever. It's still, like, we haven't had we haven't had, like, any time to let this mature. Secondly, all available data coming out of South Africa about I keep calling it Omicron. I know it's Omicron.
Don't do it. It's going to piss off Colin.
What?
It triggers me, bro.
Calling
the
it
first
Omicron
motherfucker to do this was Biden when he fucked it up. And then it got into everybody's brains. I want everybody to start thinking about Futurama.
Omicron Persei 8.
Exactly.
Yes.
Think of that. Everybody watch Futurama. Get that shit drilled into
Omicron Persei 8.
Fuck it. I watch Tim Pool IRL every day, basically. And Luke Rakowski is always calling it Omicron. And I want to punch him in the face. I hate it.
I want to punch him in the face.
It is such. I've never had anything trigger me more than this. So Omicron. Yeah. All available studies about Omicron coming out of South Africa. Sorry, Larry, I had cut you off.
No, you're good. I'm literally just sitting here just thinking about it. But yeah, everything coming out of there is just basically saying that it's mild, right? So you'll get it, but it's not leading to hospitalizations, right?
Yeah.
And I basically listen to just a wide gamut, right? But this is where I fall. I don't care if you get COVID. I care if there's severe side effects from COVID, right? And so, and this is a very harsh view, but it might be the military side of me. It's just like you have to go do shit, right? Because people are sick all the time and bad shit happens. That being said, what I've always been focused on is like how many people are going. So like if there's a lighter version of this, right, and this is mutating itself out, and one of my friends was trying to explain this to me because he's an actual doctor and I'm not. So listen to me, I'm not a fucking doctor, right? If I had to say it. That being said, the way viruses work, like viruses like exist to remain in humans. They need humans to exist. So they're basically mutating itself down to a place where it can affect you because it's always going to affect you, but it's not going to be detrimental, right?
Like the flu.
Because we've had
or the common cold.
Like the flu. Right. Exactly.
Another coronavirus.
So, if that's where we're going, like I don't want to say I'm comfortable, but like and this is why I didn't want them to take any of the powers or exact any powers because they're not going to give back. So now everyone's afraid. And so now all they have to do is say a new variant and everyone's like, oh yeah, we should shut down. And the fact that no one said you can fuck all the way, like that's why, again, not to just make you guys move to Oklahoma, but I like Oklahoma because like, Oklahoma's like, yo, you can fuck all the way off.
I don't even know the governor's name of Oklahoma, and I love that fact.
100% Governor Stitt. And listen, he's not like Ron DeSantis. He's not like crazy. He's not as good as Rob Stitt. 100%.
He's trying to be on the DL and just do his fucking job. That might be nice.
He's running a solid state. What I can tell you is like it was a big deal, right? Because Florida's like an actual battleground state, right? So when the Democrats were like, hey, we're just not going to do anything here, that was a big deal. But just so you know, no one's running against that fucker too because he just said no. Like, it's not happening. Like, our hospital that's close literally had a mask mandate and they rolled it back. They're like, it doesn't make any sense.
At the hospital, bro?
The hospital. And like everyone, like when I tell you that people have this nonsense, and here's the best part: if you want to wear the mask here, no one says anything to you. Just live your fucking life.
Yeah, dude. I don't got any problem with anybody sporting a mask, bro. I actually think, in retrospect, looking back on my life, and looking at like every time there was some kind of, flu or some kind of like circulating virus that popped off in say, China or Japan. Or those, kind of South Pacific nations, they tend to sport a mask when shit's going around.
Yes.
And like when they're sick. I kind of like that concept.
It's like common courtesy almost in
Word.
Japan.
And I
shit.
kind of wish now like more people would have been doing that in my life. I would like that to generally be normalized. It seems like the neighborly thing to do. Don't be a dick. You got to go out. You got to live your life. You're not dying. But just try to keep that shit to yourself. You know, that's cool.
I would not be
I'm
mad
down
at
with
it.
that.
It would be weird to at first, obviously,
Yeah,
because
'cause
we
it would
don't
be an
do it. But
adjustment,
I think
but-
that's. I don't
I'd
think
be super
that's
down with
that.
that. So
If-
no problem. But like, I know people, to go back to the hospital thing, like they don't have a mask mandate. I know people that just graduated nursing school that can't get a job in a hospital because they're not vaccinated. The opposite, the polar opposite of what's going on in
100%.
Oklahoma. That's insane.
And you could just come down here again, and it's crazy
Come
because
down.
like
I already got real estate for you. It's fine.
100%. It's gonna be cheap. It's gonna be affordable. People
I see
will
what
love
this
you,
is
and
now,
we'll-
Larry. It's a campaign.
It's a
con. It's a long
so
con.
lonely. It's not even a long con. I'm telling you up front. This is the long plan. I'm gonna buy like 600 acres, and I'm literally
Wait,
gonna.
how many?
Instead of what?
How many acres?
600.
Okay, I'm interested. Go ahead.
And I'm basically going to try to get all my friends to come live in a place because this is what
I'll
I've
do that.
realized, right? So,
Where's the
Uh,
zoning laws?
it-
How small can you chop up that piece of property? No smaller than
so-
20 acres, I would hope.
that's what I'm saying. Well, I think people would be comfortable living in a community. And hear me out. I don't think people want the acreage. I think people want space to do the things they want to do. So my thought would be take about 6 acres, build a neighborhood, and then take the other 594 and then allow people to live the way you want to live, right? So you can go shoot wherever you
Freedomistan,
want to go shoot.
but larger.
100%. You can go hunt. You can go hunt. Exactly. Because I don't think people want to be spaced out. I think we need community. I think people are seeing that it's a shitty community.
Yeah.
So what if I took all these great people I'm meeting and then not force them, but allow them to interact with each other? And I think that's when we'll start rubbing elbows in a way and start doing things, right? Because I think ultimately,
oh,
like,
wow.
we want to work together, we want to do it.
Right.
So I found a nice little piece of land. It's up in Wyoming. It's about 600 acres and it's about 1 point something $million. And so,
So you're going to
my
take your
goal may
crypto
not-
earnings and you're going to buy this piece of property is what
Yeah,
your plan
I'm gonna
is?
buy it cash. Yes, and then everybody's
if you do
gonna
that,
come.
Larry, I'm moving to
I
Oklahoma.
will go. If you build it, I will come.
Yes.
But like I haven't even finished, right? So then I'll start the bank, right? And then everyone's gonna pay me, right? To hear me out, to build on it, right? So you're paying me out, right? And then you're like, well, Larry, why do you want it? This is just a ploy for you to make money. Ha, I trapped you, my trap card here.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna take all the proceeds on that, and then we're gonna use that to facilitate the living and the growth of the community, right? So paying me through the bank, I'm just going to be the fiduciary for the community.
Yeah.
Because we need to generate and push money.
The dividends go back into the community.
And I am
100%.
right now, because I'm thinking the land use legal side of things. Like, I'm generally not for homeowners associations, but homeowners associations as a concept just means, it's an anarchistic view, to be honest. It's a group of individuals getting together, deciding this is how they want to live in this neighborhood.
They just happen to be tyrannical in modern day practice.
Yes, exactly. And so you draft up your HOA rulings because what you do is you take this giant piece of property and you plat it, and you have a fucking, let's say you got a 10-lot short plat. Everybody gets 6 acres, and then you have the rest of that 600 acres now becomes a tract. It's a tract lot which belongs to the community, to the HOA. And so you have a bank, a personal bank, if you will, a monetary company that is formed as an LLC, and you act, the financial part that's your realm. You'd have to figure out how you'd build that company side of it. But then, that allows you to loan the people the money to do whatever, to pay for whatever it is based off of the interest that you're getting as that bank. You
Yes.
spend that money, you put it directly back into the community. That's capitalistic communism.
100%. It's not capitalist communism.
But
right?
no.
This
Like
is-
it's a good. Let's think. I like communism when it's done
But
by
it's-
like 10
but
people.
it's nice. But it's
right?
anarchism. That's not communism because that's
It's anarchism.
It's a collective joined by individuals. Nobody's forced to be there. It's not.
There you go.
Yeah,
It's
it's anarchism.
That's all people choosing to electively enter into that
Yes.
agreement.
And it would
doesn't
be the
sound like
dopest
it's even a
community in the
contract.
world for somebody like me who wants to live that way.
It doesn't sound like it's even a contract other than the point that you have a house there, so you have connection to that area.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would you want to leave if you have a house and you have
Yeah.
everything that you could want to have
Yeah.
on this property?
And by platting it and
100%.
doing it as lots and things like that, you as the individual that lives there could still have total ownership of this 20-acre square of dirt or
the
whatever
Greater,
100%.
within the greater concept of property ownership, right?
yeah, of Laristan.
But yeah, but then everything else HOA wise is just like, no, you just agree to live the way
100%.
we,
And I
way
think
we
the
live.
And I think the problem with HOAs, again, is the problem with government, right? And
Yeah.
the problem with government is that as you get more people, you lose the choice to have it ran, right? So if we keep it small, niche, and we control who the kind of people coming through, we kind of start making decisions that we're aligned with, right?
Yeah.
Like whenever you're aligned with the people around you, the decisions don't affect as much because they go in a direction you care about, right? Like
Yeah.
when your HOA makes you pay $70, right, and they get to clean your yard, and if your yard has to look a certain way, but your neighbor doesn't give a shit, or you don't give a shit about your neighbor, it's not gonna be as bad. And like the difference is the HOA is an extra fee too. This would just take the place of your mortgage, right? But you would see your mortgage, build your equity, and then go in to fixing it, right? So the HOA, your HOA is based into the interest owed. So it's not an extra expense. It would be the expense that's going to be normally occurred.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this a lot.
Yeah, a little bit. So it sounds like we're gonna have to move to Oklahoma sometime in the relative
He
future.
said it's in Wyoming.
Wyoming.
That's what I'm
It's
saying.
Wyoming.
Jordan
We're
said
in
the
it.
same thing. So William Wallace said that he's in too.
Yep.
So
These are all we do some cool shit.
Jordan's
there.
texting me. She's like, "That sounds fantastic." She's like, "I'll start a bakery and I'll hire people."
Yes.
So
Listen, mandatory reading. I think you guys would love it. I think you guys should listen to Atlas Shrugged.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
And I really think it's interesting the way you guys describe your thought processes on Washington, how you love it so much and you don't want to leave and you don't want to fix it and you don't want to go the way of like I always call her Fat Assy, which I feel is so insulting, but that's how I read her name. Her name's Fatesi, but I always read her Fat Assy.
Bridget
Fantasy.
Fedesi.
Fantasy.
Yeah, Fedesi. So I always call her Fat Assy.
I'm sure she has a.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but like if
I
she
have
ever
seen it.
hears this, I don't want to be disrespectful. She's a great woman, and I think she has a great podcast. That being said, you guys don't want to go the way of that kind of abandoning your roots. But I'm more black-pilled, and I think it's super difficult to save people that don't want to be saved.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess my
And
only
I think-
argument would be, I think that collectively as a nation, we are on that same kind of doom path, anyways. So hopefully, if I stick it out long enough, we could rebuild here after everything
Yeah.
is burnt down. You know what I
Right,
mean?
because we saw, and I said
That's
this
why we
kind of
started
earlier.
prepping.
I said this kind of earlier, like in certain states that people are going to, they're calling refuges, like Texas. It's too late for there. You
Yeah.
know, it's already shifted. So many people left from
Yeah.
California, from other places to go to Texas.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be the
It's
red
done.
state
It's done now.
that people left their homes to flee to. Now
Yeah.
it's going to be a purple state at best. You know,
And it might
which
be okay.
is-
Like it might turn out okay, but it's not going to be what you went for.
No, it's going to swing away from why people went there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I definitely understand the black pilling, and it's something that I have to compete with consistently. And if you asked my wife, that would be probably part of the reason that she's consistently telling me that we should leave is because of how often I'm coming home. Like, these motherfuckers don't want it. They don't want freedom. They want
Yep.
to suckle at the teat of the state because they are fucking afraid, you know?
Yep.
When I don't know, I can't even think of a good example because it happens all the time. It happens all the time.
Like every day,
Do it to
man.
myself. Listen to NPR and shit in the car. You know, I do it to and from work all the time because I think it's important to know what the opposition is saying. But it's crazy. Some of the shit that I hear on there is insane, and those are my tax dollars that are going to that.
You know, my tax dollars are helping fund this radio station that is actively turning my fellow constituents, my fellow state members, against my ideology. Which is, and it's not even an ideology because they're deeply held moral beliefs. I wouldn't even, it feels like it belittles my values to call
Call it an ideology because it's so not something that could be traded for something else. The feelings that I have and the way that I feel about freedom and personal responsibility and personal choice are not fleeting things that are ever going to go anywhere, because they don't change for me based off of your political ideology or anything else that you believe. I believe that everybody is entitled to these things, regardless of anything else that they feel, you know? So it's tough. It's very difficult, you know?
Yeah, and that's what I say it tongue in cheek, but that's why I want my friends to move. It's because like a lot of them kind of have the same kind of frustration. Right, the frustration comes from them not seeing it, right? Not seeing the proverbial pot that they're being boiled in, but then them not doing anything, and then you guys think like, if I can just get them to X, if I could just Y, if only Z. And I think the problem that I have with that is like you're sacrificing your life too, and so it's frustrating for me when I see what you're offering them or what you could be doing for them, and they're not listening for you. And then I just know that on the other side of this, once you let that weight down, there's so much for you. And that's why I really think that you need to read, listen to, watch the movie of Atlas Shrugged, because I think Hank Reedham and I would be Frank Dacona, just kind of talking you into this, like it's the snake in your ear, not for any other reason, is I just don't think they deserve you.
And
I think you guys are better than that.
And my only counter to that would be, part of my internal struggle is whether or not that is my path. You know what I'm saying? If that eternal struggle is part of my path, is to, because I don't know, and I'm not trying to self-aggrandize, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know if that's part of my path, to sacrifice myself in my life, my sanity, my time, my effort into doing what I can to push forward this idea, even if I don't see it come to fruition. You know what I'm saying? This is a butchering of the quote, but it's from Thomas Paine, of like saying, like, I'm willing to live a shitty life so that my son can live a good one.
Yeah.
You know, even if I don't see it, it may be worth it to me to stick it out if my son can stay here and live the life that I dreamed to live here.
Yeah.
You know?
And
I don't know.
Tree.
I don't know.
What is the dream?
It's just free.
Why there? Like, why there though? Is it because your family's there? If your family's there, I'll leave it alone.
It's not because my family's here, and I, without going into too much detail, because I don't want to air on the cast, my family is now essentially my friends. It's not my family. It's because this is the only place I've ever lived. I've never lived anywhere else but the Pacific Northwest, but this state.
Just come visit me.
And I've been to other places. It's not that I've never been anywhere else. I've not traveled the world, but I've been to other places. And the connection that I feel to this place when I stand in the woods, in the rain, in the fog, is unparalleled to the feeling that I have anywhere else.
Yeah.
And it's difficult for me to trade that. And that's definitely not to say that I can't discover that somewhere else. Because like I said, I'm not well traveled. I have traveled places, but I'm not well traveled. So there's potential that I could find that somewhere else. But without having felt that anywhere else, the only place that I felt that is here. You know? And because I know in myself that what we are saying is the truth, it almost seems like a disservice to give up on these people, because I know what we're saying is true. I know it to be true, and I know that, like you were saying, if they could only understand, if they could only whatever, if they could see it, then they would know. And to a lot of people that sounds like ignorance, and I'm willing to risk that, you know, but I know for a fact that freedom is the way to go.
Yeah.
And I think that if people saw that, then they would know that.
Yeah.
They would recognize it.
And like,
but I don't know.
If I was to try to put it in other words, I would say, like, in my perspective from what you just said was, you're not done fighting yet. Like, you're not willing to give up yet. It's kind of, I think, the general feeling. you're fighting a fight right now, and that's to hold the ground. And right now, you don't think you've lost the battle. It's not time to retreat yet and find higher ground somewhere else. It's your faith in the positivity of freedom is so well rooted that you're unwilling to give that ground yet and go pursue the freedom somewhere that is not. You're not, like you said, you're not you're not the super world traveler and stuff like that. But I will tell you that I have traveled a lot and been to lots of different places all over the globe, all over this country, seen how lots of different cultures live and the geography of different areas and this, that, and the other thing. And when I had the opportunity in my life to basically move wherever I wanted to go, I came back here, and I don't know what it was at the time, but I understand that feeling of kind of like home ground being like sacred ground. Like I've learned to truly appreciate the landscape, everything around here. I mean, we got some dope ass stuff. If you like to spend time outside and be out in the woods and hunt and fish and feel like you're a part of the land, or go see hikes, or just look at gorgeous ass sunsets over like snow-capped mountains from like your backyard. Like you could do that a lot of places here. Like driving down the road, driving home from work sometimes is just like it's a breathtaking experience if you're willing to accept it. And so like I understand the sacredness of not wanting to leave, especially because right now you're in the middle of a fight. We're in the middle of a fight to try to protect it by trying to push forward those ideals of freedom, make people realize what it is that they're giving up, and they need to fight back against it. I'm not ready to retreat either. But when I do retreat, I'm going to fucking Montana or Wyoming, and we're going to go hang out on this massive 600-acre plat and live
even if it
dream
doesn't,
life until they come for us.
Because even if it doesn't spread, right, I still feel like I should have the right to believe what I believe in my home, and I shouldn't feel uncomfortable here, And even if I can't change the minds of the dominant population here, the majority here, I feel as though the people who believe what I believe, I know that the people who believe what I believe have a right to exist here. They have a right to exist in this state and not feel uncomfortable and not feel alienated and not feel isolated. Mm-hmm. They have a right to believe these things because everyone has a right to believe these things, even if you don't agree. I shouldn't have to leave just because I don't agree with the people that live here. I should not be made uncomfortable to the point that I don't want to live here because people don't believe what I believe. I'm uncomfortable with that.
You're all screwing up my America. I don't want to let you do that.
I 1,000% respect the states' rights aspect of that's why we have different states, so people who believe things can live where they want. But I don't believe in people being effectively forced out of their home because they don't believe in the dominant ideology.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
very nicely put.
And I think it's difficult for me for one reason. Like one, I feel like a quitter because you guys are just like, I'm not giving up on anyone.
I don't want to feel like a quitter.
You found a new home. That's all. Like this is still our home. Yeah. You've made a new home, obviously, and maybe your home is not rooted in a geographical location.
Yeah.
And so it's not.
It's a person.
Our feeling isn't necessarily the same for everybody.
It's your dogs and your wife, right?
Well, yeah. It's my whole economy or of friendship, if you will, right? Because like I really think money's energy, energy is money, right? So like where you spend your energy is putting currency, money, time, investment, etc. And I think, it's just discouraging because like I feel like when you read the book you'll see it, but I feel like I've already like seen the outcome of this, and I just don't know what it looks like for you guys to get out on the other side with a win. And so it's frustrating. So I keep building it for like, you guys are my only friends who are doing like the weird stuff like this. And so I keep wanting to aggressively build it. So like it's when weird, when it's done, you guys have somewhere to go. Yeah.
We're all weirdos. I own it.
Yep.
Your wife is a weirdo too. I figured that out just over the last week. And I'm like, so that's it. Is they're both fucking weirdos, and that's how they're together, is that they're both just fucking weirdos.
and she puts up with my complete gym plays. Like, she's the only woman I know who could just be just $1 million in debt. Like, just literally wake up to like $1.4 million in debt and just be like, okay, and
You know
just
why?
trust me implicitly.
Because you know for a fact that you have instilled in her the concept that the dollar is not going to last. So let's just ride it while we can, baby. My husband's all invested in crypto. I got this. This monetary system ain't going to last.
I'm just
We're
gonna
good.
put these blueberries in a jar. Everything's gonna be fine.
Exactly. Listen, so we have like our weird things, right? So like I'm weird on money, right? I wrote a blog about it. I do it. We keep nothing. We keep literally nothing in fiat, right? Like she'll literally look at the bank account and be like, "What happened?" And I'm just like, "Shh."
Don't
And
worry
so
about it.
I keep,
It's okay.
yeah, I literally keep nothing in the fiat, right? And so, but
That's
she's
so
like
wild,
super,
dude. That's so wild.
100%.
Living
It's
dangerously, baby.
super dangerous, right? And like my friends look at it, right? Because like I use credit cards because like now like you could pay your mortgage in a credit card. I don't pay my mortgage in credit, but you can pay your mortgage in credit cards, right? So you could do whatever you want with a credit card, right? Like if I needed money, I use the bank's money. That being said, what she's doing is she's in an all natural kick.
Yes.
So like we're moving everything processed out of our house, and it's weird because I didn't realize how addicted to sugar I was until she's like, I start fiending for it, and like I'm slow going off, but like we're slowly moving everything processed. And so what Dawn's talking about is she started putting these organic blueberries into a jar. A mason jar, right? Because
I
supposed
was
to preserve
wondering
them for
what
longer.
this was.
They keep
No,
longer.
100%.
We
Well,
got
it's
an
funny 'cause
inside
Jordan-
joke that I don't know. I'm
it's
so
funny
excited.
because it's only funny to me because Jordan did this not 3 weeks before.
That's
Before
perfect.
Jordan Dixon did it.
I love this.
So they're obviously reading something similar because, like I said,
Oh, God.
not 3 weeks before my wife did it. Now his wife is doing it.
Oh, I'm
like,
so
well,
excited.
it definitely works because I've seen it.
Okay,
So
I need to know what happens with
100%.
the blueberries.
they keep way longer.
Yeah, they keep way longer. And then, but this is
That
how
makes
crazy
sense.
we are. Someone responds, it's just like, hey, yeah, put a paper towel on the bottom of it and it'll
Yeah.
last longer. And my wife responds with, we don't carry paper towels.
Oh yeah.
We're crazy. I haven't used a paper towel in, no exaggeration, a year and a half.
Let me ask you
Whoa.
something, Larry, because I saw
bad. I
she
use
had
a lot
some
of
type
paper
of
towels.
natural cleaner that she was using, right? Have you ever heard of a Hygieia bottle?
I'm listening. Go on.
So Hygieia, Hygea, it is a bottle, right, that you put tap water in, and it, I don't remember what exactly. Oh, it ozonates the water, right? And so you can use this water to disinfect anything 99.99% on bees. Swear to God. So my bosses, who are obviously super crazy rich, right? They have these things
Yeah.
in their house, and they brought them into the office during COVID because you can spray it on your body and use it as like hand sanitizer.
Oh,
So
that's
you
what the thing is.
You spray it on a
Word.
surface, wait 30 seconds, 99.99% of germs are killed. And then you just wipe it straight off. So they had a cleaning woman who didn't believe it, right? So she got some germ strips, some infectant strips, some testing strips. She came into the office. She brought a chicken breast, right? She fucking tests the counter. It's good to go. She wipes the chicken breast on it. There's all kinds of germs and shit on it. She sprays the Hygieia bottle on there. She waits 30 seconds. She wipes it off, tests it again. 0 germs.
What the?
So the Hygieia bottle is super crazy expensive, but it's a
Okay,
one-time
I'm looking
investment. It's a one-time investment that you literally put tap water into, and you can use it forever. So we got one last year during COVID, and we haven't bought any cleaner since then. And we've brought it camping. We've brought call you saw. We brought it camping. We brought it all over the place, and it
Bring
works.
and, like wash the boys' hands off.
Works
you know?
amazingly well.
It'd be great for that.
So wait, is it a bottle?
It's
or
a
is
spray
it
bottle. It's a spray bottle, and it's
And
a.
so it sanitizes the water that you use.
There is a contraption inside of the bottle, yes. So you put the tap water into it, and then as it runs, it ozonates the water.
And that allows you to get a really good clean.
Yes.
Kills
I'm-
all them
I'm
germs.
literally texting my wife right now.
Oh.
I almost messaged her about it because I just saw it earlier today, but I knew I was going to talk to you, so I waited.
Might
Well,
need to
listen, honestly, now that I know that you're colluding with my wife to buy me a present, Oh, sir. I'm gonna put you on the stand here. Don't perjure yourself before the.
Overruled.
But no, it's super. But like, it's super funny too. It's
I
funny
plead the
that
fifth.
Jordan's also doing what Jordan's doing. That's gonna be
Yes.
awesome, because they're both bakers too, and so I find it fascinating. I find it fascinating.
There you
I
get
all
did,
fucking world, boys.
I'm sure we'll have them here.
When
I'm
you guys-
looking on the website.
you should get one. That says we've had one for almost a year, and we have not bought any cleaners since then. So it's pretty legit. We were on, when COVID popped off, we're like trying to get Lysol wipes and shit like that. I haven't bought anything like that ever since. Don't need it.
Really?
Don't need it.
I bought some aerosolized foam ammonia glass cleaner the other day, and I stocked up on paper towels at Costco the other day. I'm feeling real guilty about life right now talking to you.
We
two.
use paper towels. We use paper towels, but
Although we have to change our toilet paper now. I just discovered this.
why?
Because
Wait, what?
Charmin, I haven't looked into this. I'm just going off of, the boss. She has that Charmin apparently uses, I think, I don't want to say the wrong tree, but they use some kind of tree in the I think in the rainforest or something like that to help, I guess part of their paper, or they use some kind of palm oil or something like that, which is very, detrimental to the rainforest and shit like that in their toilet paper, so we can't use Charmin toilet paper anymore. So I guess I'm on that.
Larry,
kick a
what
little
kind of
bit.
toilet paper do you use?
I'm gonna be completely honest. All right, listen. I never cheap out on.
You got a
three
bidet.
things.
That's what it is.
I have the quintuple ply toilet paper, the soft. I probably use Charmin. I don't know.
Well,
you
you're
gotta
in the
get
army, so I
you gotta get
imagine
some
the shit that you
softness.
have at work is garbage.
It's sandpaper.
So
Yeah, it's super sandpaper. I think I've spent, and this is probably the grossest thing, but I have better wipes probably in the field from an MRE than I do from the actual bathroom. And I've left work to use the bathroom. I do it a lot, more than I'm proud of. If my boss ever listens to this, it's gonna be a super funny, because that fraud, waste, and abuse I don't do. But if we really if we had to code out for my twosies, it would be rough for me.
I am willing to own that my tax dollars paid for you to take those bathroom breaks, and as the person who paid your salary, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Yeah, I think.
Thank
that,
you.
Yeah.
I need it.
We can
Court is
attribute that.
adjourned.
Yeah, we can attribute that
No
if we want
malice.
to just my tax dollars, and I'm totally cool
Yep.
with it. So
Especially 'cause
simply
somebody
single
tomorrow
ply
is
60
gonna buy
grit.
a $500 hammer, and it's really gonna piss me off.
Single ply 60 grit. William Wallace says.
Oh, that's
Terrible.
rough.
It's like worse than a public school.
Colin, are you seeing your wife right here? She wants the ocean.
Yeah, the ocean is a big deal for me. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie.
What-
That's the hardest for me.
Oh, you're talking about to move. I thought this was another device for cleaning. I thought she was about to get you to a contraption. I was like, what is this contraption?
No.
She literally wants to be
No.
near the ocean.
No, that literally
Yes.
happens all the time. I just try not to. I just focus on what else is going on in the world. I trust her to do whatever it is that she wants to do. Bring on the contraptions. But yeah, no, that's about moving.
And
The ocean
I'm-
would be a tough one for me.
I need water. I don't necessarily need the ocean.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on the ocean myself, and it kind of fucked me up. I'm kind of
Yeah.
ruined forever. You go sit out in the middle of the ocean for weeks at a time, and it affects you really deeply. It's fucked up. It's strange to understand, but
Yeah.
only sailors understand, and I don't know if I could ever leave the ocean. That would be it'd have to get really rough, I think.
So you're gonna have to move back and fight with us, Larry.
We got
So,
600
I
acres.
don't-
We could build a really big lake, and I could probably be satisfied.
That's what I'm saying. I don't, not to be stereotypical here, right? Because I do not want to be that person. But
Plus, we're
as
in
a
Wyoming.
black
There's,
person-
there's mountains, there's forests, there's desert. I mean,
100%.
there's everything you might want other than the ocean.
Yeah.
Which, I'm sure there's rivers and shit too.
as a black person, I don't constantly spend much time thinking about water sources.
Constantly.
I don't do well in water.
I just would assume that
I think
because
that's
you're in
it.
the army. But Jesus.
No, I'm training for the Ironman. I can't swim at all. I don't do well in the water. I don't feel comfortable. I don't like it. So I love your wife. Can't wait to meet her. I follow her on Twitch. She needs to stream more so I can give her a follow.
Ooh,
And
ooh,
but
gauntlet.
I don't swim well at all. I can't. So I'm terrified of water. So sorry.
That's just because you're nothing. You're like 230 pounds of solid fucking muscle, and that's
Straight
not
muscle.
buoyant. So you have to work harder than most people.
It's miserable.
It's miserable. You know what's funny is how many people went to Coast Guard boot camp that could not swim.
Okay, Larry.
Should
Jordan just.
I be worried about that?
Jordan just.
No, they get weeded out. It's
Oh.
just funny that they try to join a seagoing service and can't swim.
You're actually in this group chat too, Larry, that Jordan just added us all into. It's called By Washington.
There's
That's what it's
already
called.
like a
Yep.
move
doing
out
it.
channel.
She
Jesus.
she found a house that she says that she's sold on.
Is it in Wyoming?
It's in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
It's in Edmond. How far are you from Edmond, Larry?
That's actually where we're looking to go next if we were to stay here.
This is a
It's,
3-bed,
like,
2-bath. It's on 5 acres.
Ooh, hot dog. Damn, on 5 acres for that?
Yep.
Okay, so a beautiful house, 5
Look at that
acres,
property.
$350K. That would get you this house.
Look, that's
Maybe
that's a dope
on the
house,
open
too.
market.
That's a fucking dope house.
That is
too.
a fucking legit house. What am I going to do in Oklahoma,
like
bro?
a lofty loft upstairs? What do you mean? We're gonna fucking build houses for Larry.
We're going to build houses for Larry?
What the fuck else? Why?
do build
Why
some
would
nice
we
houses.
do? After we've sat here for 3 years and talked shit about the colleges and talked about people
here we go.
going into the trades, why would we do anything other than go into the trades?
Because
We're
I'm already
both-
in the trades.
We're both more than capable of building houses.
I build, yeah, absolutely.
It's
I'm
certainly at the start. That
Right.
seems like it makes the most sense.
So you can have the shovel. I, due to my experience in the trades, will take the excavator.
it sounds fine.
And so I'll sit in a nice, comfy, climate-controlled environment all day with.
I'd be working out all the time.
Yeah.
I'm more than willing to get out and do physical labor right now. I'm
Go be my
prepared to do
laborer.
that. I'm prepared to be a
sounds like-
laborer
I love it.
We should let's put this in writing. Let's all come
for the
on
right
down, all
price.
For the right, that $350,000 house looks good. you can start a business here, right? And the cool thing is because
Can
we have so
start a
much
business
people
there.
building here, we need more contractors, right?
Yeah.
As a person who just
I
does
love
stuff
to
like
build house.
finding good contractors is everything. And so, listen,
yeah,
there's
it's
also
everything.
normal jobs here.
Because being
Don't
a
forget my
contractor is
wife.
fucking terrible.
100%. And my wife's a recruiter. My wife's a recruiter, so she could get you a job in the
Oh.
meantime while you set everything up. I'm just saying.
Does she work out of state?
No, she works here.
I mean, does she, as
Recruit
a
for
recruiter,
out of state.
does she work for companies that don't work in her state?
Yes.
Okay. We might have to talk.
Colin needs employees.
Hard. And they're hard
Yeah,
to fucking
so-
find. And a good
Yes.
recruiter is hard to find. I will say that. That's the thing I've learned about this fucking labor shortage shit. It's not the fact, because especially now, it's an employee market. You can go out because there's so many open jobs right now. I mean, it's hard because not everybody's looking for jobs, but the people that are looking are very, very competitive. And as an employer, it's really nice to find people that are like wanting to work but have like way too much experience. But finding those people is really hard. And I've gone through multiple recruiters, and a lot of them fucking just suck. And I'm like, a recruiter is somebody that is customer service based, and I need somebody that could. I need a good recruiter.
Just to bring
So
it
we
back
need
to
to
the
talk.
beginning, huh?
My industry is hard to hire for, so I need somebody good. So this channel is just going to be basically setting up all of our escape into the anarchist commune.
This bitch, my wife, is
She's on it.
constantly looking at houses in other states.
I
She
spent a lot of
tells
time
me
on
at
Zillow,
least
I'm not gonna
twice a
lie.
week, I found our new home in
in this state.
It's hard to even conceive. I don't want to leave this state. I love this state. There's
It's
lots of
difficult to
mountains and
conceive.
forests.
Yeah, it's a great state.
I
Listen,
live out
love
there. It's
Washington.
great.
Listen,
It keeps me sane.
Yeah, listen, it's a perfect location. The people did it for me. Like
They ruined it.
And I was forced to leave and I've lived below the Mason-Dixon line for 7 years now. And it changed, right? People are nicer. Things are cheaper.
Yeah.
People are common sense. People are more willing to help you out. I'm less likely to get robbed. I don't lock my car.
So let me
Anywhere I
Neither
go.
do I.
let me ask
I
you
live in a
this.
safe neighborhood.
Let me ask you this, because you were talking earlier about how you work maybe blackpilled is not the right word, but you kind of thought that the system was over, right? That it's too late for everything. So if it's too late for everything, then why should I move to a different state, assuming that it's too late for Oklahoma, and eventually you're going to be fucked too.
Wrench in the fucking machinery.
Yeah. So, okay, so you caught me. All right. So now I have to be white pill in my red pill vibe that I was using to get you down. So,
Hey,
well played
William
by you.
Wallace has been here since '02. He's a Southern boy, okay? He comes from
Florida.
Florida. And he says,
Because-
I kind of like it up here. Been here since '02.
Because
Florida's crazy.
it's a perfect location. So let's not miss that it's perfect. Right? I loved Washington.
Yes.
Why do I think that we need to move to Oklahoma?
Yes.
Because I think at this point we need to
see Larry's
consolidate and be around people that build us up. And so I don't think that it's over. I think it's imperative right now in this place where we are in the world that we're around people so we never feel alone. Because I felt like this is what I felt like when I was moving, right? Because in the Army, it's quintessentially California, right? And so when you're moving, you constantly feel like, oh, I'm the only one who thinks this way. I'm the only one who's doing this.
Okay.
And you feel isolated. And so then I would get in rooms with my friends and they'd be like, yo, this is all bullshit. And I realized in that moment, oh my God, we're all thinking the same way. So I don't care that you guys stay there. I hate that you guys have to feel alone in this fight. So what I want is a regroup, because I think sitting together on a farm in Wyoming for 8 months out of the year and then fighting this war at 4 months is going to give us more out of the world than being decentralized in our approach and fighting it 12 months out of the year.
That makes sense.
I hate that fucking answer.
No, and I can
Because
see
it's
it.
also selfish. Because you're like, no. We got to fight my fight, guys. Get on my team.
Well,
it's
and
a-
there's also
Yeah, it's just selfish.
to his point. No, it's
a good point.
It is and it isn't, right?
Because our point is also selfish.
And also to Larry's point that he's talked about before, we go there and we start our business, right? And we will. There's potential to have an easier time for growth in Oklahoma because our ability to do public events and things like that would be easier. So there's potential, right? So this is a thought experiment. We're just going to go down this path, right? So we're
go.
just
doing
talking
shows.
at this
What's up?
point. It's all hypothetical, right? So thinking that same way, if we were able to, and because it's not saying that we can't start our business here because we're doing it right now, right? But if we had an easier time growing it there and we started doing that, there's also nothing to say that we couldn't come back here and put up that fight with more power and a stronger voice and a stronger force once we're established.
Indeed.
I'm
Yeah,
just
because
saying.
the growth at that point would make our power exponentially more.
Because we've talked 1,000 times before about the same thing Larry was talking about earlier, that the way to find success now is not in groups of masses of people. It is in a small group of extremely devoted, borderline psychotic fans that are willing to pay you obscene amounts of money because they want to see you be successful because they love what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
That's how people are finding success now. And we have seen we've seen the slow incremental growth. We've started to compare ourselves to other people. We've seen we're on the path. We are working our way there, right? We've seen the uptick in people.
Yep.
So it's happening.
You people
Right?
and your fucking
Yes.
logic.
So I'm just thought experiment. I'm asking questions.
I'm
asking
I'm just asking
questions.
questions.
I'm
We're
asking
thinking.
questions.
I like
Yeah.
this.
So
I'm uncomfortable with how much I'm.
you know
liking
how I
it.
feel about staying here.
Yes.
We've talked about it a lot here on this podcast,
Yes, we do.
on this episode even, and also
Yeah.
other times.
Yep.
So I'm just, like I said,
100%.
just a thought
It
experiment.
would be nice to be in an area where 9
Yes, it
out of
would
10
be.
people don't think you're crazy for what you're doing.
I'm trying
what
to
you're
buy a
saying.
house,
Believe in you.
and it's really hard to buy a house here.
It is super hard to buy a house here.
It's very expensive.
All right.
And I've been selfish because there's better strategies. I can help you build out some strategies to buy a house, right? Because I can help you. I degen into houses, right?
Yeah.
I degen into crypto houses and stuff like that. So there's better stuff.
Degen.
So
And
selfishly,
there's-
Degen.
I am.
I think we need to have some more offline Zoom chats because they're obviously it's obviously not as cut and dry as it is on the podcast, right? We
Yeah.
both know that.
Yeah.
You're
Nothing
part
is
of
as-
you're part of a business here. I'm deeply ingrained in the business that I'm involved in here. We talked about this before the
fair.
podcast,
Yep.
right? I've worked at this company for 7 years. I'm one of 3 people in that department that have worked there for any near that period of time. So outside of OG Dave, who's knocked on the door of retirement, honestly, in the next few years. So
I fucking love Dave.
I love Dave
We
too,
did a
but he's
podcast
fucking
with Dave.
working on 70 years old.
Yep,
You know,
at
he's
his
only
house.
you can only stand for 40 hours a week for so long.
Yep.
You know, his ankle's fucked up. He didn't go to work yesterday because his ankle's fucked up. Couldn't stand anymore. The guy's working at 70 years old. So
He's a fucking workhorse too.
my point is not that Dave is leaving. My point is that I understand you're obviously more involved than in your company than I am in mine, but I understand.
It's just a matter of perspective, though.
Certainly. And I understand, especially
Yeah.
because how much this job means to me and
Yeah.
the way that I lead my life. There is no other job in this area besides the shipyard that could provide me the life that I have now.
Yeah.
Right.
And
so,
you wouldn't be able to lead your personal life
No.
the way you do if you had to.
No. So certainly I understand it.
Yep.
So there are deeper conversations other than that. So I think this deserves more offline Zoom chats between
Discord chats.
Larry and
Discord
Jordan.
chats.
Whatever. Discord chats, that works, between Larry and Jordan, Donovan and Jordan, and Colin and Carolina. I think that these things deserve to be discussed, especially if we're talking about a long-term group venture.
Indeed.
You know what I'm saying?
With reliable individuals.
I'm glad that everyone on the YouTube can be here to listen to us discuss our
personal
personal
lives?
choices and paths forward. Even
Yeah,
though this
sorry,
does
that's my
affect no, it affects them in the long run.
Yeah.
You know,
These are the-
William Wallace certainly.
Yeah.
so.
He's the fanatic.
It's
He's one of the fanatics.
he's one of the fanatics. So if we're gonna move,
dozens.
Actually,
Dozens.
if we could talk about it, I'm one of
Exactly.
them too.
exactly. So,
Original subscriber to Patreon.
Hot
So,
dog.
Sorry to go off on that tangent, but
That
I'm
was a
just
healthy tangent.
just
No, it made
thought-
me
That
real.
was very healthy. I'm glad we
was.
did it.
thought
Exactly.
experiments. We're all trying to figure out our lives here. I feel like that's part of what Salt of the Streets is about.
Literally.
is people trying to figure things out together.
The worst thing.
So.
One of the things.
William Wallace
fucking
says
we-
giggity. So-
I fucking love it. God damn it.
Let's hear it.
Or just texting
yes,
your wife.
yes. It is what it is, bro. Because there's nothing more. I don't know how to start this, but I don't know how to phrase it the right way, but it drives me nuts when people assume that at some point in your life you're done growing and you're done changing, right? I can't stand that. It's like, well, there's a static level I need to get to before X can happen, right? I believe that's fundamentally untrue, and it drives me nuts. And that's when it comes to how people live their lives. I think these personal conversations that we have and stuff like that they all just are raw conversations about continued personal growth. I mean, why else do you have conversations with your friends?
Right.
Right. And you talk about, fucking dreams of starting an anarchist commune in Wyoming, which sounds like it's going to happen. And I'm really excited about that. But having those types of conversations on the podcast it's the same kind of conversations that people are having with their friends in whatever free time they have. I mean, they're all talking about shit. They're all talking about life. Nobody's set in one place. Nobody's sitting there static and happy about it. Everybody's, all the happy people are generally driving towards something. There's always
Right.
a goal they're trying to accomplish or something. You're always trying to change or become a better person or be a nicer person or whatever the fuck it is, but you're always trying to grow. There's always forward momentum. And that's what I think honestly makes just podcasts in general and, because podcast I think is also kind of a changed word now, but people enjoy various entertainers now and various kind of like lifestyle blogs and shit, if you will, because everybody is they're connecting at a fundamentally like, I don't know the right word here, but like true level. Like people are connecting with all these podcast hosts and all this and that and the other thing because they're having conversations that relate to them. They're authentic. These people are real people. They're not putting on a show, even though they might be putting on a show depending on what it is. But they're being authentic to themselves. They're having real life conversations, and that kind of shit happens on all podcasts, regardless of whatever the context is. And it breeds the fanatics. It breeds those insane people like you who fucking send money to the fucking Tell 'em Steve Dave guys over in New Jersey, and they shred up a bunch of money and send you a little candy skull with your torn up money. I mean,
Yeah.
like, that's fanatical, but that's what people like. That's what people do. I mean, Like, that's half of what we do on this podcast. Usually when we divulge off of topics and shit like that, we're talking about shit that's happening in our personal life because it's relatable to people.
Right.
The everyday normal person's podcast. I mean, everybody slips into being human every now and again. We just try to do it more often than not.
Well, and especially people, to that point, people who live in this state that are listening to this podcast are going to identify with certainly the thought to leave,
Word.
And if you don't have the means to do it, then you also identify with the struggle to leave.
Yeah.
You know?
I get it, man.
I'm here for it.
I get
And
it.
I think that where you guys are is where I kind of felt probably 2018, 2019 when I was over in Europe, right? And it was like the thing, like, am I going to get
Tell
out? Where
'em
am I
off.
going to go? And I think what I kind of realized is you have to spend more time building you up, right? And so what you love may not be good for you anymore, right? And that's where, like, if I go home, nobody would even recognize me, right? No one would recognize my thoughts, and it would become, and like, not to be like, oh, it's a mental health issue, but like, it becomes to a place like, what is feeding me to grow, right? If my want is to give back, then I have to push my capacity to grow and be as healthy as possible so that I can go back. So I just felt like what was there may not be worth it. You know what I mean? Like, when I go home, I'm like stressed now. Like, I can't explain to you how stressed and uncomfortable I was in California.
Yeah. And I guess, not as a retort or anything, but just to kind of piggyback off of what you said, like, Don and I are trying to essentially fight the good fight enough that, like, Washington could be a place that, like, somebody like you would want to move to. You know what I mean? This
Yeah.
place is dope. There's a lot of good shit here. I want other people of the right mind to be here too. You know, we got a lot of good shit going on. It would be nice. This could be an amazing place if we were able to save it. And that would be nice. You know, it would be nice for Washington to be a place that we could, you know, try to convince you to move to. I don't want to be the guy
Yeah.
being convinced to move somewhere anymore. Like, I want to fight the fight to make this a place that I would be happy to be able to invite people like you here to live, and you knowing that with the values that we share, you could be happy here.
Yeah.
But
right now it sucks.
right now it's rough, bro. We in the trenches right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good. But yeah, no, listen, you guys are right. I'm not mad at you guys for fighting. I appreciate it. And like I said, I'll support you guys, obviously, in whatever endeavors. But, you know, obviously, when I see the angst, I hate it. I hate it for
Yeah.
you guys. You know what I mean?
It's fucking rough, man. Like,
I think in the trenches is a good way to put it.
it is. And I feel like I passed a lot of judgment on a lot of the creators and stuff that I saw leaving when they did, you know, thinking that maybe you could have stuck around a little longer. I mean,
Yeah.
depending on, California was kind of a lost cause for a long time, so, like, it was an easier decision to make, but
California's a couple steps worse than it is here.
yeah, but I super related with the people like Bridget Fedesi that stayed for as
Nice.
long as they
Listen.
did. And I respect her as hell. Like, right now, I'm like, word, it is definitely gone at this point. You got to go, and I'm super glad that it's happening. But yeah, I guess I don't see that point of no return here quite yet.
Can I just tell you guys something? My phone was like blowing up, and I was like, "What the hell is going on?" Crypto is dropping on the face of the moon. I'm sorry. This has to like, it's literally dropping. It's plummeting.
This is
I'm
exciting.
so sorry.
It's a good
This
time
is
to buy.
literally it has to be a breaking. Anybody who
Oh,
ever listens
shit.
to this, it's literally. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the thought. This has
No.
to be breaking news. Literally,
Bitcoin's going to drop below 50K again.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, Bitcoin already touched below it. Ethereum dropped
did.
below 4,000. Literally, people are it's retracing to like all like lows that we haven't seen. My friends are all texting me. They're like, "Yo, it's over. Like it's like insane right now."
All I'm going to say is, if you were to think that a year ago, you would have been considered insane. To be looking at the numbers you're seeing today a year ago, you would have thought you've won the lottery. So I have hope. I have deep hope in crypto. I don't worry about deep dives. I don't worry about crypto wide dives. I don't, because I fundamentally believe crypto is the future. So there's, it might be a temporary setback. I'm not that worried about it. It'll be back.
No. I think Larry's point is buy the motherfucking dip.
Oh, buy the dip. Word.
I'm not fucking. So I've literally on my phone.
Yeah,
I'm literally.
William Wallace, buy now.
I have so many threads. Like this is literally in the last like 5 to 10 minutes. This is all my threads. Like everybody's texting me. Like everyone's just like, buy, buy. Yo, it's like it's crazy. Like if in this moment, if you like again, I won't talk about my degenerate moves, but this is a great time to move in. Also, my friends are talking about like this could be the end of Bitcoin.
It could be.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of scuttlebutt around the longevity of Bitcoin. I think
that's the utility.
Well, yeah. That's the problem is with Bitcoin. The only reason Bitcoin is because it's first in, best dressed. Nobody really. Ethereum would be, I think. Well, I don't know.
There are governments around the world that are investing their entire GDPs into Bitcoin. That's a thing that's happening. So
that is probably what they're going to go after then.
So my point is not just that it's the first and the best, but that's the one that people are going at. So I mean, even if that is, I mean, I guess that could be the main reason, but at this point, it's the one that has, in my opinion, the best chance of surviving forever because there are the biggest players that are that are in it and really can't go back. You know, it's too late. They've decided that that's the way to go.
Yeah.
So that's. This is at least part of the economy from here on out because there are entire countries that are hedging their bets on this. And not even part, right? Like this country, our government is doing it in part. They are buying crypto in portions, but not anywhere near. And I can't, off the top of my head, think of the country that it is that's actively announcing that they're buying more money into the like more. El Salvador. That's what I'm saying.
Was it into Bitcoin?
So it's in Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, El Salvador is putting it into Bitcoin, and then Miami also started their Bitcoin dividend.
It's happening.
It
is
happening.
There are global players now that have
I guess my
parts of their economy hedged on this.
My ultimate root question would be then, how much actual worst case scenario, how much actual control could a government impose on Bitcoin? The literal actual crypto Bitcoin.
So
how much control could they possibly do?
So in theory, none, because it's decentralized, right? So they would have to own a significant stake in it. So someone would have to put enough money into it to control enough of it to then have it move. But then I think with the DeFi, it would just move away from it into other money. I think that's the point of cryptocurrencies, right? Is like it's built to mitigate against that.
To mitigate against, because I guess my aspect into government meddling would be into the realm of regulation. How much effect, other than the fact that they're buying into the system, right? Which is not, that's a net good, because that seems like a safe thing. But with that investment in there, obviously the governments have more money than anybody else. So they can automatically, if every government was to switch over to Bitcoin as the main currency, the governments would still own the vast majority of it. How much could they actually regulate? How much control over that could they inflict other than standard crypto market controls, like buying and selling?
So let me ask a question before, because I think it depends, right? Especially if you're talking specifically about Bitcoin, right? Because the more and more money people invest in it, the smaller piece of the pie they're going to be getting.
Yeah.
Right? And so depending on when you get in, I think would influence how much control you actually have over it, right?
I guess, okay, let me rephrase that. Or add to it, because that's not really what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the infrastructure of how Bitcoin operates. How much you're allowed to trade in there. How much control, with their long government regulation tendrils, how much could they actually control this thing? How much could they regulate things? How much could they steer the course of it? Other than, like I said, the buying and selling and the standard crypto market trades, which is free for, anybody with enough money can sway that shit. But
they tax you on it now, right?
So, yeah, they could tax you. So it would be hard for them to control it because it's DeFi, right? And so, the big way they control in any like currency is excuse me, sorry,
Bless you. Gesundheit.
Is by printing more, right? So they can manipulate it by manipulating the supply or like, amping the demand. I think Bitcoin and other DeFi's are hard to control because you can't control that supply.
Yeah, so you could
So,
they could print trillions of dollars, maintaining their control on their fiats, which would then
Exactly.
affect how their citizens could how many dollars it would take to buy one Bitcoin. So they could flood the market with dollars and wash out the price of Bitcoin at that point. But as far as
100%.
how it works and the blockchain and all that, they couldn't touch that. There's
Exact-
no
ex-
physical way for them to do it. Because if they could find a
100%.
way to do it, they will.
And at that point, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Larry.
They're only good at season control.
Exactly. And so a lot of people think like that's something that's happening is like the real inflation doesn't exist in like the price of goods. The real inflation exists in the price of assets and commodities, right? So there's so much money going,
Yes.
and normally it flows
Housing
towards
market.
goods, and
Yes.
now it's flowing towards assets.
Yeah, and I think that at the point that you're talking about, where the government decides to flood the market with dollars, even past where it is now,
Yeah.
you almost reach the point where people have to choose if they're going to instill their faith in Bitcoin or in the fiat currency.
I think the faith is there.
Because it's so widely known now, cryptocurrency and Bitcoin is so widely known now that if people's paychecks, if you get to the point where your dollars, you're having to use a wheelbarrow to buy your groceries, but you can pay with Bitcoin and use a relatively small amount of Bitcoin to do the same thing, then people are going to have to decide, am I going to just, what do I have faith in? What am I going to put all my faith in? And if the government is the only, and this is maybe a utopian thing, I don't know, right? But this seems like it's the long-term thing of crypto. If the government is the only entity that is trading in the fiat currency and all private citizens are trading in cryptocurrency, then the fiat currency is worthless. It has the worth that we know it has now, even though now it's the dominant. We talked about it last episode. It's just the dominant financial structure that we have.
Because
that's what
if-
the faith is the dollar.
Because if the citizenry tomorrow switched to buying and trading and doing our economy in Bitcoin, the government would have absolutely no power overnight.
No, and it would be
the only
more
thing they have
stable
is-
because there's a finite amount of it.
Yep.
So there would be, if it's all purchased up, right? Certainly all the existing Bitcoin that's been mined is purchased up. It's then the value is set. It is this point, and now we're just trading different assets, different items, different goods with the Bitcoin that exists.
Yeah.
And we're then deciding what the value of these goods is based on how much Bitcoin exists, whether it's 0.0000023 or 0.0000025 for an apple, shit like that.
Yep. And I think honestly,
Is that correct?
when
Both
Yeah,
of you.
no,
Yeah,
'cause I don't
it's you have. Oh, you go ahead, Cole.
I was just saying, I think you're totally right because if we were at a point like that, I mean, that's like my dream. The government would overnight become superfluous. It would not matter at all because without the almighty dollar, they have no power. And so for them, because I think we're on a tipping point right now. Because I believe in crypto 100%. Obviously, I think the long-term picture is not going to be recognizable from anything that we see now, but I think we're right on the point where it's about to go, like it's about to be to the point where even the people that don't know much about cryptocurrency would adopt it if all of a sudden their $10 tomorrow is worth $1. And enough people are going to be like, I don't know what this crypto thing is, but everybody's talking about it. This Bitcoin thing, all the stores now are taking it. I'm in. I think we're almost to the point now where it could tip heavily in crypto's decision, especially given the political climate.
The more people see returns.
Yeah. What if that's the only way out of the quagmired governmental system that we've allowed ourselves to build? Because they'd lose all power if they don't have any control over the currency. We take the control through crypto.
Yeah.
they don't have any power, and then we start again.
Well, and just imagine if you convinced one person every time Bitcoin or one of the different one of the different coins dips, if you convince one person to buy $30 or whatever, $50, $100 worth of that coin when it dips and it goes back up, if you're talking about Ethereum and it doubles in price or whatever, and that person sees their $100 turn into $200, they're like, oh shit.
Yep.
My retirement doesn't double that fast. It doesn't double in 3 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Like last time we saw Bitcoin drop to under 50K, and then
That's insane.
goes right back up to 60 just a few weeks later. If
Yeah.
you bought a fuckload of Bitcoin at that point and you saw that return, and
Buy now?
how do you
Fuck yeah,
not,
I do wanna buy now.
How
Thank
do you
you.
not believe in it?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
And I mean, living proof.
Yeah.
Mills last week. I mean, that he
Yes,
saw it
Mills,
happen.
yes.
He was just, I'm into this. I saw it happen.
Yeah.
I saw the positive effects. I'm in. Some good shit. Oh, if I could move slightly
Yep.
onto another topic, right? Because this came up
ahead.
with John Sadek, and I was reminded of it because I just cut the clip the other day about. He's talking about. Because we were talking in the pre-show about held value of assets, right? And we were talking about crypto and, why John isn't into crypto. Elijah was into crypto and he started talking about magic cards and essentially collectibles. And I was like, man, I really gotta talk to Larry. I want to hear him talk about, other, like collectibles and shit, other forms of stored value, really off the wall. I guess when compared to the norm, other assets of stored value.
Are you asking me which was my favorite, or what do I think about them?
Like, what do you think about the concept? I mean, is there longevity in it? Is it just too dangerous of a game to play?
and if there are some you favor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm big into cards, right? So like, if you're like, hey, Larry, you can't do any crypto, you can't do any traditional thing, I would flip cards, and I think I would flip.
What kind of cards?
You're just an anti-fiat
Pokemon.
currency guy.
Pokemon
No,
cards?
100%. Yeah, Pokemon cards. So
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
you're right. But like, so I'm like you, right? So I don't believe I'm an anarchist, right? But I don't like the government having control. Again, I don't want to say COVID taught me stuff, but during COVID, we inflated our currency by like $2 trillion, and I got no say in it,
Yep.
right?
And we're about to
I
do it
hated
again.
it. 100%, right? So the Build Back Better plan. So like,
It's gonna happen.
That-
I
I
just
can't
know
believe
it.
we didn't talk about that shit at all. Doesn't matter.
yeah,
Doesn't matter.
That's a
Doesn't matter.
next year thing. It's a next year thing. We'll
Yeah,
get
yeah.
And honestly, let's just do a 24-hour stream. But like, I think, I hate fiat currency. It's no surprise. I literally wrote, like, you guys saw what I wrote. So I like IP, right? So I like traditional IP that a lot of people get excited about. So what I would do is I would look for things that people like doing, and I would participate and know that, right?
So give me some examples of some of the IPs.
Pokemon cards,
Okay.
right? Pokemon cards is like the easiest thing in the world, right? So like Pokemon cards, I know I love them. I love participating in them, and I know they're going to excite nostalgia, right? It's also something that they're still working in and doing more of, right? So anytime they're producing more of something and still bringing an audience, it's only a matter of time before the retro becomes super popular again. So you have that, you have comics, you have sports cards, right? Those are things that I would look at right now, and I'm super bullish on them, right? So if I spent more time in them, but like I have Pokemon cards at home, and 100% I'm saving those for store value, and I'll probably have them rated. But like my Blastoise that I got in 1997, like that's gonna be worth some money, right? And so yeah, I just wait on it.
Like the cards.
Yeah, cards. If I had to choose, it's cards, right? But you see it everywhere. Like, what do rich people trade? Cars. Because it's the same thing. It's the IP, right? How many
It's
times
like
have you
huge in sports and shit like that, right? Like people that got a lot of fuck you money.
100%, right? Like, as adults, and let's be real, men have an ego check, right? And men, we like having things that nobody has to say we have the thing that no one has. And so as long as like we kind of exist, then that's what I'm here for.
That's going to be it. I mean, yeah, it's about as fundamental an asset I think as you can bet on is the male ego.
100%. 100%. And as long as we're on, right? We're intolerable at times, but as long as we're around, that's what we're gonna like to do. We like spending things to show people what we have. It's just what we are.
Yep. I mean, that's the
Like comics. Look, the easiest way to flip
comics.
money, literally right now, is I would literally Google what Marvel movies are coming out in the next five to months to a year. And I would literally go to comic book stores and I would start looking for the first edition of those. And I would buy them right now, and I hold them. And right after the movie drops, list them. You'll make money.
Dude, and
made
Disney makes it
$400.
easy, bro. They have like the next 10 years of movies and shows planned out.
There you go. I would literally buy on them and sit there, and I guarantee your return on investment's going to be better than whatever else you're doing.
I mean, just for funsies. I'm going to have to try that.
Listen, you're going to put 30 to $50, right, to buy it. It's going to be more than you should. But if you find it and flip it, I guarantee it's like 5 or 6. Go to eBay and look at the solds.
Aren't you?
There's so much money. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so much money. So I definitely think like that's the easy way to get into flipping. That and shoes too. Like again, like reselling shoes, like, I get out anything to get out of the fiat currency. I can't explain it to you.
I love it. I love it so much. It's just anti-fiat currency. It's like deep rooted in his veins. Huge fan.
I haven't been proven wrong, and people try to tell me I'm proven wrong. And then I'll lay down a chart and be like, okay, what could your dollar buy you in 1940? What can it buy you now? Not nearly as much. It's all on that premise. I'm never going to be in it.
William Wallace. I still have my original N64 and Sega Saturn, and they are still worth it. Prove my point. Fucking Josh, man, he hooked me up with an old N64, bro. Jake and I, a couple weeks ago, went over to his house and played some 64 all night. It was fucking dope.
Yeah.
Nostalgia trip. Oh, but yeah.
It's so good, right? And I'm
So
telling
good.
you, right now, we're still at a point where we can play it. Just wait till no one can get to it, right? Wait till we're in the virtual, and then we crave the old. We're going to crave 100%. I can't wait till we crave. Like, what you guys are doing, we'll crave that. Because that's where everybody's going. Everybody's going to go and drift off into a space where they never see anyone, they never touch anybody, they never have any social contact, and they're going to crave it.
Good prospects.
I don't like that.
Dark future, but good prospects.
I don't like
if you
that.
place your bets right.
We talked about that with the reality TV show, the metaverse, all the things.
I fucking talked about that today with
I don't like that.
Dude. Oh, man.
Alter ego.
Alter ego, that's what it was. Fuck. I
It's
couldn't.
not good.
I couldn't remember the name.
It's not good. That's the first time I think I've remembered it.
You fucking came in clutch right there.
It's not good.
Yeah, it's not good at all. I thought I was going to say, wait, here it comes.
Oh.
Okay, it's not there. Sorry, that was just these. But yeah, I hate it too, but I think it's coming.
I don't want to be in Ready Player One.
I mean, if the good guys win, you get at least Tuesdays and Thursdays.
No.
Listen, he got the girl,
moral.
though.
Yeah, that's the moral of the
girl.
story. You only get 2 days in real life if the good guy wins. But at least you get an ad-free experience. It just costs you your soul.
For the
Not
team.
worth it.
I'm going to watch that movie tonight because I fucking love that movie. I do want to live in Ready Player One sometimes.
No.
I can hunt the biggest elk. That doesn't exist anymore. Well,
That does not seem worth it.
I think it's 9:30, dude. Here, you're 2 hours,
2 hours.
right? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's late as fuck, bro. I love it. After dark for real.
Yes.
Listen, I'm sorry for the last 30 minutes. I was distracted. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You weren't distracted at all, bro. You no.
Oh, wow, I was amped up. I'm fired up. Listen,
This is what the last show of the year is supposed to be about.
Yeah, exactly.
Good. The
Last
crypto
year-
economy is failing us as we crest into the new year.
I'm here for it. I can't
Yeah.
wait to get my Christmas bonus so I can throw it into crypto.
Amen.
That's huge.
I'm here for it. It's either guns or crypto at this point, you know? Guns,
Bullets
houses,
are
or
too.
crypto.
Yep.
Bullets,
Bullets.
also. Obviously.
Bullets
yeah.
are. Yeah.
I just want to make a shirt that says anti-fiat.
Do it.
I'll make one tonight, bro.
That can be it can be your first Salt of the Streets shirt. Anti-fiat.
Yeah, you get 5%.
Oh my God.
Cutthroat bit. We're
Jeez.
negotiating, bro. Coming low.
Oh, we lost your mic.
Yeah, Mike again.
I said we'll basically cover taxes, so we'll be okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh man. Well, I think I think we're trying to wrap up at this point.
Yeah, is there anything
Yep.
else that you guys want to cover while we're here?
No, I'm ready to go.
Yeah. I
Any
think-
other closing thoughts for the year?
Oh my God! Yeah, I was gonna ask.
Okay.
Fuck. So this is perfect. We'll just end it on this.
Okay.
So. Oh my God! This combo could be dangerous. We'll just go with one or two
I hate you.
of the most,
Oh.
and the first ones that come to mind, because I want them to be instinctual. Don't think about it too much. The one or two things that you will remember most about this particular year, and what's your outlook on next year? I guess because I'm posing the question, I'll go ahead and start.
Okay.
So, so I think the first two, the main two things that pop up into mind from this year was, January was a rough year for everybody
Rough
in
month.
this country. It was a rough month.
Yeah, that's a rough year. I was
Yeah,
like,
rough
yeah,
year. It
it's
was
a
a
rough year.
January.
January was a long month. It felt like a fucking year.
And I feel like I'm kind of thankful to be alive on the back end of all the craziness that was going on. So I remember that, I think, will be a major catalyst in my year. I'll remember that as like a major point. And then the second thing I think I'm going to remember most about this year is how much like I feel like I've personally grown due to doing the podcast. So I'm very excited about that. That's something I think is going to be big. 2021 is going to stick out in my mind for a very, I don't want to say bad thing to remember, but also a very good thing to remember. I think it just happened, so bad or good, it was just very impactful. So those are the first two things that impacted me most this year. And then next year, I'm just really excited because, we're not going to get into it now, but we got big plans for next year as far as podcast is concerned, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that's going to play out. Anybody else?
Larry, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I think the thing I'll kind of look at is my real transition away from being libertarian, right? Just like for me, impactful. I think I spent a lot of my life being like, I just kind of let people live the life they need to be. I'll be the best person I can be and leave it alone. And I think I kind of figure out that no, you got to put your foot in the ground. And I think I have to be a part of the fight, right? I think everybody has to, right? I think it's gonna matter. I think what's all said and done is really gonna matter. I think the things I'll always remember is watching a woman double mask with an N95, another mask, and then a face shield on. And then just really understanding how powerful the media is with pushing down fear. I think 2022, I think I think I'm ultimately an optimist, so I think a rebound has to come, right? I think we're gonna be in a better place, and I think people fight too hard not to be there. So I think ultimately, when it's all said and done, I think we're looking up, and I'm gonna fight relentlessly to maintain optimism.
I like it.
I love it.
All right, Big Daddy.
I think that 2021 was potentially my most mentally trying year as an adult, mentally and emotionally. And I am appreciative and happy and proud that I was able to find more value in myself through discovering my morals and through going to the gym and through redevoting myself to my job and trying harder at being a father. And I think that while it was very difficult, I experienced a lot of personal growth this year that is going to benefit me and come to fruition in 2022. So I feel good about it overall, I think.
Gentlemen, I believe that is about the most perfect way to end an end of the year podcast. I love you all very much, everybody. Oh, let's read one of Will's last chats here. She says, "No shit, there I was on my way home from work. I was behind a driver on the road, singing occupant, wearing a mask the whole time." Amen, brother. So let's
hope that ends in 2022.
Amen. All right.
Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good year. We'll see you in January.